Chapter 153. 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _1 There were only so many people participating in the Orchid Pavilion Award. And Su Yajun only admitted that Xie Jinyan was better than her. As for the others, as for the third place, she had never even considered it. Suan looked into the rearview mirror, full of admiration. Even getting second place is amazing. Since the Orchid Pavilion Award has been established, only one female scholar has won the first prize. If Su Yajun were to get the second place, her popularity would be even more intense than Xie Jinyan's. This point, Suan was also very clear. She became increasingly jealous of her old classmate. In the passenger seat, Ji Mulan was holding her mobile phone. She couldn't join in the conversation, so she just searched for information about the Orchid Pavilion Award. As for this Min Xiao, Xie Jinyan and Chairman Shui, she had no idea. As it was Saturday, Bai Lian and Ji Heng had lunch at Ji Shan's home at noon. This place might be demolished, Ji Xiaojun said with furrowed brows at the dining table, bringing up the matter. Xinqing was also unusually silent. Bai Lian sat quietly to the side, eating her meal leisurely, listening to their conversation. Ji Heng bowed his head to pick up the tobacco pipe, lit it, took a puff before speaking. The government hasn't issued a notice, so it might not necessarily be demolished. Don't worry, let's go fishing this afternoon to relax. That's right. Xinqing suddenly laughed and served Bai Lian a helping of vegetables with chopsticks. Places like ours, which developer would take a fancy to us? Eat, everyone eat. Ji Xiaojun relaxed his frown slightly and picked up his chopsticks again. Where shall we go fishing? Xiang River. Ji Heng, who always had a poor appetite, didn't eat much, only urging Ji Xiaojun to eat faster. Xiaochen will also join later. Let's secure a few good spots after we finish eating. After lunch, Ji Heng took Ji Xiaojun for fishing. Bai Lian picked up her backpack and went to the library. Just as she walked out, her mobile phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lance. Lance. Hello. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Hello, Lance. Traditional Chinese medicine is simply magical, Lance. Image. He sent her an image. Bai Lian closed the door and casually clicked to view it. It was a diagnosis of an illness. Bai Lian. And yen, I asterisk and percent hashtag at percent. After replying, she didn't care whether the person on the other side could understand her or not. She walked slowly out, just flipping to a vocabulary app when a new message popped up at the top of her mobile phone. Mom. Where are you? Have lunch with us at noon. Your Uncle Su has an important guest. She thought she was building social connections for Bai Lian, giving her a leg up. Bai Lian paused slightly. This was the first message from the other party. And only then did she realize that the original host still had her on WeChat. She clicked through to the message and saw a very long page of conversation with Ji Mulan, almost all messages from the original host. From 2 years ago. Mom, where are you? Dad brought that pair of siblings home. Mom, why aren't you coming back? I won't be willful anymore, I'll study well. The original host seemed to treat Ji Mulan as a recorder, noting down everything. The last message was from 3 months ago. Dad took away the letter of introduction you gave me to become an apprentice. Ji Mulan hadn't replied to any of them. She stubbornly believed that she was doing what was best for her daughter, unable to accept her daughter's mediocrity. And after encountering a marriage crisis, she left the original host alone. Today was the first time Ji Mulan sent a message. Bai Lian stopped, took a deep breath, and almost with a cold expression deleted Ji Mulan from her WeChat friends list. Then she tilted her head slightly back, hand resting on her heart, as if she could feel the despair left by the original host in this world. Outside the community gate, a black car was quietly parked opposite, with the car door open. Jiang He was squatting at the front of the car, hands covering his ears, staring intently in the direction of the community entrance. By his side, Jiang Fulai stood in a black shirt, coldly standing there. Apparently too angry to care, he had unbuttoned the top button of his collar, and his solitary, cold gaze rolled over Jiang He like a chilling moon, aloof and proud, without a trace of emotion. His figure was tall and slender, his profile as if exquisitely sketched to perfection. Yet passing pedestrians didn't dare to approach them. Bai Lian stood at the community entrance for a while. Her mood gradually calmed down. Today, she was dressed in a grayish-blue long dress, with a white long coat on top. The coat didn't have any buttons, just casually left open, with clusters of dark green vines embroidered on the cuffs and the front of the coat. They curled upwards and swayed gently with the wind, seeming as though they would burst forth from the fabric, reflecting against the various colors of poppies around the hem of her dress. What's wrong with him now? Bai Lian stood beside Jiang He, bending down to look at him closely for a moment before putting away her phone, lazily tilting her head to ask Jiang Fulai. Chapter 154. 059 He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _2 Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He. Qi Lu made dishes for lunch that he doesn't like. Jiang He is particularly picky about food, unlike normal people. The chefs at the Jiang family know his preferences, and they always make a dish or two that Jiang He will eat. But Qi Yundai was unaware, and after realizing Jiang He wouldn't eat anything, he cautiously added that picky children don't grow tall, which caused Jiang He to sulk by himself until now. Jiang Fulai had held back the whole way, not scolding him. He merely listed the dishes that Jiang He would not eat for Qi Yundai. Bai Lian nodded. She had gone back and checked last time. Children with autism have peculiar personalities, and almost all the dishes Jiang He refused to eat were of the same type, which might have caused him some trauma. So even Jiang Fulai held back and refrained from scolding him. When the three of them arrived at the library, Ming Dongheng just happened to bring Jiang He's meal over. He stood silently behind Jiang Fulai, reporting to him, "I've already given the stuff to the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association." Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and did not know Su Yajun, so he simply referred to the others as people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Because Jiang He needed to eat, Bai Lian and the others stayed in the coffee shop on the ground floor of the library. Jiang Fulai sat in the chair of the coffee shop, casually draping an arm over the back of the chair, his brows conveying a clear sense of aloofness, responding with only a hmm. Bai Lian crossed her legs, leisurely taking out biology questions, and working on them. "Right," Ming Dongheng began, seeing that Jiang Fulai seemed in a good mood. "The Traditional Calligraphers Association was asking if you might consider being a judge again." Before he could finish, Jiang Fulai looked at Ming Dongheng indifferently, with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Ming Dongheng. The one joking wasn't him but Chairman Xue. Waiting until Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at him, speaking to Bai Lian beside him, Ming Dongheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and tagged Jiang Shijue in the group chat. Ming Dongheng. At Jiang Shijue the works have been given. Jiang Xiao refused everything else. This time, Jiang Shijue replied very quickly. Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue. You're still alive? Jiang Shijue was very direct. I don't believe it, Su Nanjing. Press 1 to prove you're not a robot, Ming Dongheng. Ha! Ming Dongheng. You guys don't understand. He put away his phone, cautiously glanced at Bai Lian, and then puffed out his chest. Bai Lian spent the afternoon studying in the library. At 4 o'clock, she received a call from Qiu Shiwezheng, who asked how her practice was going. When he learned that Bai Lian had been at the library doing homework all day, Qiu Shiwezheng was noticeably silent. You haven't practiced your calligraphy at all today? Yeah, in the science and engineering section on the second floor, apart from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, there was no one else. Bai Lian held the phone in one hand while methodically drawing with the other. Come over to my place, let me see your normal standard. Qiu Shiwezheng suggested diplomatically. Your principal said you were in good shape last time. Calligraphy requires serious practice. Practice makes perfect. He pondered for a moment. Then recalling Bai Lian's indifferent demeanor from last time, he couldn't help but feel she was somewhat unreliable. I have an old wolf hairbrush here, and I also have xian paper. It would be perfect for you to take back and practice with. Qiu Shiwezheng composed himself. You should come over and try it. Calligraphy is also very strict about the tools used. For an old calligrapher, wolf hair brushes used for decades are desirable, their tips soft yet resilient, and the brush as a whole strong in waste power. The older the xian paper, the better. This is also one of the reasons calligraphy is an expensive hobby. After a moment's thought, Bai Lian agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai, overhearing her conversation with someone, held a black pen between his index and middle fingers, the tip resting on snow-white paper. He looked at his wristwatch on his left hand. Are you leaving? Yes, Bai Lian replied languidly as she methodically packed her books. I'm going to a teacher's house. Jiang Fulai nodded his head. He glanced at Ning Xiao sitting opposite him, tapping his fingertips on the table leisurely. Then, he carelessly slid the paper across to her. Ning Xiao tentatively collected the draft paper. I understand it now. Beside him, Pu Xiaohan did not dare to look up. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian had left that Pu Xiaohan lifted her head. She looked at Ning Xiao in awe. How did you dare to ask him about the question? Ning Xiao fell silent for a moment. Actually, it wasn't bad. Compared to Tang Ming, he was normal. Pu Xiaohan glanced at the paper in Ning Xiao's hands, unable to understand anything written on it. The Qiu family. Qiu Xuezheng put aside his work, waiting in the hall for Bai Lian to arrive. Qiu Buoqing returned from outside. Grandpa. Chapter 155. 059 He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _3 He looked at Qiu Xuezheng, wanting to say something, but remembering Grandpa's attitude last time, he didn't dare to speak. Qiu Xuezheng lowered his head, slowly took a sip of tea, his gaze still fixed on the doorway. Don't go out these next few days, practice your large characters more, polish your temperament. Qiu Buoqing went to meet the Ren family. Ren Qian wanted him to make contact with Qiu Xuezheng on his behalf. But when the words reached his mouth, he didn't dare to say them. About to go upstairs to practice calligraphy, the gatekeeper brought someone in. Teacher Qiu, student Bai has arrived. Not just anyone could enter Qiu Zizheng's residence. He had informed the gatekeeper in advance. Bai Lian crossed the threshold, slowly walking in. She was carrying a school bag and greeted Qiu Xuezheng politely. Teacher Qiu. Her brows and eyes relaxed and casual. Qiu Buoqing did not recognize Bai Lian. His eyes flicked over her before he intended to go upstairs. You're still in the library. After a long silence, Qiu Xuezheng spoke seriously. You may not necessarily win third prize this time. There are many participants in the Orchid Pavilion Award. Qiu Buoqing, who was about to go upstairs, paused in his steps. He turned around abruptly, looking at Qiu Xuezheng. Grandpa, you recommended her for the Orchid Pavilion Award? Qiu Xuezheng frowned slightly. That's right, her calligraphy is very unique, and her artistic conception is much stronger than yours. Qiu Buoqing's gaze shifted to Bai Lian. He rested his hands on the stair railing and looked at Bai Lian with an inquisitive and competitive air. What did you score at level 9? Hearing his question, Qiu Xuezheng also looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian's cold white face showed little expression, only raising her eyebrows slightly as she slowly inquired. What level 9? CCPT. Qiu Buoqing's face became colder, his eyes growing colder as he watched Bai Lian, the inquisitive look fading away. Calligraphy and painting ranks. You haven't taken this test? Bai Lian was not even clear on what CCPT was, merely frowning. Do I need a certificate for that? What does a certificate prove? It seems you haven't even taken level 9. Qiu Buoqing withdrew his gaze, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He looked towards Qiu Xuezheng. Grandpa, who exactly is she? Why would you prefer to recommend someone who hasn't even passed level 9 over recommending my junior sister? Qiu Buoqing. Qiu Xuezheng slammed down his teacup with a snap and scolded. Mind your language, once you've seen student Bai's work, you'll understand. Qiu Buoqing was very dissatisfied that Qiu Xuezheng hadn't recommended Ren Wanxian. Let's wait until she has passed level 9. Qiu Buoqing turned around and went back upstairs. Behind him, Qiu Xuezheng shook his head. Unlike Qiu Buoqing, he knew that Bai Lian was unaware of even the Orchid Pavilion Award, not to mention CCPT. It was beyond his expectations yet rational, which made him all the more curious about who Bai Lian's teacher was, which hermit it could be. He's taking up for his junior sister. Don't take it to heart. Qiu Xuezheng apologized to Bai Lian. I indeed haven't taken it. Bai Lian shook her head, then immediately brought up another matter. Do all these now require a certificate? She seemed to learn a new term. Examinations for certificates. Without a certificate, one would not be recognized. Let's go try out the brush. Qiu Xuezheng led her upstairs, explaining as they walked. Not just calligraphy, even traditional Chinese doctors need a certificate to practice. Practicing without one is against the law. Without permission from law, it's forbidden. Even traditional Chinese doctors need certificates? Bai Lian followed, murmuring in amazement. So the wandering herbal doctors no longer exist? There used to be some in Xiangqing. Qiu Xuezheng was surprised by the archaic term Bai Lian used and after a moment's pause said, later, due to the need for medical practice certificates, these people disappeared. Bai Lian fell silent for a bit. She was now starting to understand why Lu Lingxi was always managing Zhang Xiai's. Qiu Xuezheng opened the door to his study, solemnly took out a pen box from the drawer, opened it to reveal a dark brown weasel hair brush. Try this brush today, see if it feels right for you. He also took out some plain white paper, letting Bai Lian test the brush first. Bai Lian uttered an no longer thinking about the certificate issue, placed her school bag aside, and then approached the desk, noticing at first glance the weasel hair brush Qiu Xuezheng had brought out. With her eye for quality, she could naturally tell that this brush was very precious. Qiu Zizheng's desk was large, and he was stooping over to grind ink. He smiled at Bai Lian. Go ahead and try. Bai Lian nodded slightly, took the weasel hair brush in her right hand and lightly held up her somewhat wide sleeve with her left. She dipped the brush in the ink, bent over, and wrote a large Xiang character. This was the first time Qiu Xuezheng saw Bai Lian write in large characters. The strokes were fluid, the brush tip penetrated deep into the character. Today's character was even better than last time's. This indicated that her performance last time was not a fluke, but her normal level. There it is. Qiu Xuezheng stopped, looking at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. Although this time many master students have joined, I believe you will definitely get third prize. Third prize. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment. Please wait. What? Qiu Xuezheng didn't understand. Bai Lian carefully placed the weasel hair brush down, lifted her right sleeve, revealing a brilliant ribbon inside, and a silvery white small ball tied around her wrist. Qiu Xuezheng watched, dumbfounded, as Bai Lian effortlessly removed the metallic white sphere from her wrist. Chapter 156. Mr. Cho Who Doubts Life, Goes Crazy Criticizing Lian_1 People who never pick up a brush to write large characters will never know just how difficult it is to keep their wrists steady when lifting the hand to write. Wrist strength is the most basic of fundamentals. Men and women are naturally different, so when Qiu Xuezheng first saw Bai Lian's calligraphy, he thought it was the work of a male. It was evident from her solid brushwork. But now, as Qiu Xuezheng watched Bai Lian remove the chunk of metal the size of an egg and calmly place it aside, he felt an urge to swear for the first time despite his usual composure in practicing calligraphy. He wasn't Chenju. He didn't deal with iridium or even recognize it. Looking at the silvery white metal, he could only think of iron and alloys. Judging by its size, it seemed to weigh more than half a gene, which was already enough to make him question his life's choices. This isn't your hand. Qiu Xuezheng began to speak, unable to restrain himself. You've been carrying half a gene of iron in your hand. As he spoke, he reached out to pick up the iridium Bai Lian had set aside, wanting to weigh it himself. As soon as he got a hold of it, Qiu Zizheng's half-spoken sentence stopped abruptly. Classmate Bai, how heavy is this? Qiu Xuezheng couldn't tell, and simply turned his head to ask. His face was almost expressionless as he asked. Bai Lian placed the iridium down, lifted her brush again, and upon hearing the question, she tilted her head slightly and casually replied, just 2 gene. Just 2 gene? Qiu Xuezheng couldn't believe it. Do you know what you're saying? Yeah. Bai Lian dipped her brush in ink and seeing Qiu Zizheng's hesitant expression, she raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Qiu Xuezheng looked at Bai Lian's serene and slightly calm face. How could she be so calm saying that? The best method to practice wrist strength is by hanging sandbags and practicing balance every day. Qiu Xuezheng looked at Bai Lian and exhaled slowly. But very few can truly do it. To my knowledge, even Xie Jinyun can only manage to practice with a 1 gene weight, and even then, He is extremely outstanding. Even so, he only practices with that weight and doesn't carry it around all day like you, classmate. By this, before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Xuezheng had only heard of a few people in the Traditional Calligraphers Association who practiced writing this ancient way. The current president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association is one of them. Anyone who practices writing with weights in the calligraphy world leaves a brilliant mark, but only those few masters practice this way. Yet Qiu Xuezheng never expected to encounter someone in Xiangqing who practiced writing with hanging weights. And it was Tu Jin. He looked at Bai Lian, eagerness and anticipation apparent in his eyes. This time at the Orchid Pavilion Awards, Xiangqing might indeed secure a place. I see. Listening to Qiu Zizheng's explanation, Bai Lian just smiled faintly. Tu Jin? Bai Lian didn't understand Qiu Zizheng's shock. This was how everyone used to practice writing, and the martial artists carried sandbags heavier than hers, with Tu Jin being just the starting weight she practiced with. It was very normal for martial artists to endure hardship. She had just become accustomed to this body, so she had used only Tu Jin. In the past, her teacher, wanting to temper her character, had her wear a 1 Jin weight from the age of 6, moving to 2 Jin when she was 7. As time went on, the weight she bore on one hand increased exponentially. So the current 2 Jin were just the beginning, and she was far from reaching her peak. In her view, it wasn't that heavy at all. As Bai Lian thought this, she began to write another Xiang character. Without the restraint of the iridium, her strokes were swift, almost effortless. A Xiang character as if a crane danced into the sky appeared before their eyes. She loved the subtlety of concealing the sharpness within the strokes, creating a thunderous yet unmanifested power with just a single character. Qiu Xuezheng hurriedly reached out and picked up the paper. He then carefully blew the ink dry. Teacher Qiu. Bai Lian placed her brush into the washing pool, cleaned it, and set it aside. Then she picked up the iridium, lowered her gaze and methodically strapped it onto herself. Do you think this could win second place if I submit it? She was not quite sure about the current level of calligraphy research, or if her wrist strength had returned to its peak. Never mind second place. Qiu Xuezheng placed the paper properly, his eyes flashing as he looked at Bai Lian. I think you might even win first place this time. I'm a bit eager to see the selection at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. The Calligraphy Circle places great importance on the Triennial Orchid Pavilion Awards, having already predicted the winners of the first place early on, especially the competition between Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun. But Qiu Xuezheng felt that this time, Bai Lian might just be the dark horse to shine at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Chapter 157. Mr. Cho Who Doubts Life, Goes Crazy Criticizing Lian_2 Qiu Xuezheng brought out a pile of rice paper, and also packed his precious wolf hair brush that he had cherished for many years, pushing them into Bai Lian's arms. Teacher Qiu, my calligraphy. Bai Lian, hugging a pile of paper, was also handed the wolf hair brush. She wanted to tell Qiu Xuezheng that she could do without this kind of brush. But Qiu Xuezheng simply wouldn't listen to her. You go home first, practice well, bring out your top-notch state, I'll take care of your leave from school. Alright, I also want to admire your calligraphy, so I won't walk you downstairs. He ushered Bai Lian out, and to prevent her from returning the rice paper and the wolf hair brush, Qiu Xuezheng even locked the door behind her. Holding her backpack and the papers and brush, Bai Lian stood outside the door, staring at it for a long time before she finally started walking downstairs. Downstairs, Qiu Buqing was sitting on the sofa, quietly talking on the phone with someone, his gaze briefly landing on Bai Lian as she descended from upstairs before quickly shifting away. He had no fondness for someone who sought fame by unworthy means. After Bai Lian had left, he hung up the phone and went upstairs to find Qiu Xuezheng. Grandfather, you must give me a reason. He stood outside the study without entering. A person who hasn't even passed level 9, don't you think it's a joke? Qiu Xuezheng stood by the door, looking at Qiu Buqing. Don't judge people by their credentials. You should first take a look at her calligraphy. But we do examine all sorts of certifications. Qiu Buqing interrupted Qiu Xuezheng. Didn't you initially take her as your closed-door disciple because you saw that your junior sister got her level 6 certification at the age of 9? If she could, why can't Wan Xian? This was something Qiu Xuezheng couldn't refute. Because it was a fact. It was now an era that looked at credentials. Wherever you went, they would list what certifications you had received, how many points you scored. Having certifications meant you could go anywhere in the world. Before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Xuezheng indeed thought this way. But what set him apart from Qiu Buqing was that he had lived through times when credentials weren't necessary. You don't need to speak for Wanxian anymore. Qiu Xuezheng shook his head slightly. I have already registered Bai Lian for the competition. In a couple of days, she will go to Jiangjing with you all to participate in the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Not far from the Qiu family's house, on the road, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were still waiting for Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng wasn't there. Jiang Fulai was driving, sitting in the driver's seat, slightly surprised when he spotted Bai Lian carrying a bunch of papers. Why do you have so much rice paper? He recognized at a glance that it was rice paper in her hands. It's for practice given by teacher Qiu, Bai Lian said, sitting next to Jiang He, placing the brush case in her backpack, holding the excess of rice papers in her arms. With one hand holding the papers and the other resting lightly on the car window, revealing a faint hint of red, she appeared nonchalant with a strangely enchanting sense of mystery. Practice. Jiang Fulai started the car as soon as he saw her settled. Bai Lian didn't hide anything, resting her chin on the rice papers, practicing large script for the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Jiang Fulai's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily at her words. The Orchid Pavilion Awards? That's on Tuesday. Are you going to Jiangjing? I suppose. Bai Lian wasn't quite sure, speaking in a lazy drawl, staying for 2 days. Not going to spend a few more days in Jiangjing? Jiang Fulai slowly started the car, seemingly making a suggestion. Spend a few more days? I have to come back for classes. That seemed like something she would do, thought Jiang Fulai as he quietly glanced in the rearview mirror. The car stopped at the Purist Street intersection. Approaching 6 o'clock, Jiang He was still going back with Bai Lian today. Jiang Fulai tapped him on the back of his head from behind, lightly warning him. Don't cause trouble. He would visit the laboratory every day. Today was no exception. The day was still young. Bai Lian, carrying her black backpack and a bundle of rice paper, stood at the Purist Street intersection. Her white, lightweight jacket fluttered with the wind as the clustered embroidery at the hem swayed. Don't worry, go ahead. Jiang Fulai stood there watching Bai Lian, her tall figure as clear as the bright moon. Those around who wanted to talk to Bai Lian hesitated to approach. Especially Mao Kuan, squatting nearby, who initially wanted to talk to Bai Lian, but upon seeing Jiang Fulai he squatted down again, holding back. Go on, Bai Lian chuckled. I'll watch you leave. Jiang Fulai grunted in acknowledgement, and walked back to the driver's seat. He drove off, and when he turned a corner, he looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Bai Lian still standing lazily in place, watching the car leave. Once the black car completely disappeared, Mao Kuan dared to approach Bai Lian. Sis. Mao Kuan came over with a cigarette in his mouth, trying to help Bai Lian with the rice paper. This is, he looked towards Jiang He. Jiang He, my friend. Bai Lian handed the rice paper to Mao Kuan casually, heading into the alley. Chapter 158. Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian_3 Bai Lian's friend? Mao Kuan straightened up with respect as he looked at the expressionless cool kid holding a ball like Rubik's Cube. So it's Xiaoga. Hello, my name is Xiao Mao. Jiang He glanced at Mao Kuan expressionlessly, and didn't say anything. Mao Kuan had now become well adapted to carrying the 8 gene of iridium, lifting it as if it were weightless. Bai Lian knew at a glance that her initial judgment was right. He was very talented and had wasted many years. You don't need to use the solid foundation paste for now, Bai Lian said as she walked down the alley, taking out flashcards to memorize words while conversing with Mao Kuan. Next is the medicinal bath. 15 grams of poria, 50 grams of atractylodes macrocephala need to be stir-fried first, 18 grams of pelon grass, 12 grams of dried rehmannia. She listed a long string of medicinal names. Mao Kuan looked at Bai Lian with a blank expression on his face. It indicated that the list was too long and he didn't catch it all. Bai Lian. I'll send it to you later. Mao Kuan laughed sheepishly, just about to thank her, when he saw the delicate-looking Xiaoga beside Bai Lian gave him a look, full of speechlessness. Even though his IQ wasn't very high, he could still feel the contempt from Xiaoga Maokuan. The Jiheng courtyard. He hadn't returned from fishing yet, but Ji Mulan, wearing a silk shawl, was there. Standing in the courtyard with her back to the door, upon hearing a noise, she turned around coldly, her eyes landing on Mao Kuan, who was following Bai Lian. Mao Kuan didn't have an appearance of an upright citizen, the kind of person a policeman would keep a close eye on, with dyed blonde hair and an air of vagrancy about him. Seeing Bai Lian mingling with such people again, Ji Mulan couldn't help getting angry. Didn't you say you had reformed? That you would study hard? Slap! Bai Lian tossed her school bag onto the stone table and reached out to grab Ji Mulan's carefully maintained shawl. Ji Mulan hadn't expected Bai Lian to make such a big move, nor did she think Bai Lian would turn on her. She staggered and was caught by Bai Lian. Bai Lian held Ji Mulan's collar with one hand. She was taller than Ji Mulan with an extremely pale face, her fingers slowly tightening. Expressionless. Seeing that things were not looking good, Mao Kuan hastily set down the rice paper in his hands, passed a cigarette to Bai Lian, and lit it with a flame. Sis, calm down. Bai Lian breathed out, her other hand loosely holding the slim cigarette, the burning end glowing crimson. Smoke softly blurred her face. She tilted her head slightly, and with an indifferent voice so soft and slow, she said, Ji Mulan, your only task now is to play your part well in front of Grandpa, or else. She heard a noise coming from outside the door. She casually tossed aside the cigarette and stamped it out with her foot. Then she lazily raised her head, hooking a smile at Ji Mulan. Like a mandrake flowering from a sea of blood, dangerous and alluring. She made a silent bang shape with her mouth towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan, clutching her luxurious shawl, watched Bai Lian revert to an innocent facade to open the door. Grandpa, Bai Lian took the fishing rod from Ji Heng's hands, raised her eyebrows. Did you catch any fish? Behind her, Director Chen's back was adorned with a fish basket, and on each side of his waist hung 2 big fish. Miss Bai, look, one is caught by me, one by your grandpa. He turned his body to show off his catch to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked at Director Chen who, despite having a fish basket, insisted on hanging fish at his waist for display. Come inside first. As Ji Heng entered, he saw Ji Mulan. He hesitated. Why are you here? Eating here tonight? I came to ask you guys out to dinner. We're treating Miss Su to dinner tonight. Ji Mulan coughed lightly. She didn't look at Bai Lian, her complexion turning somewhat pale. And by the way, to ask why. Alien has blacklisted me. Dinner. Ji Heng did not respond to her last remark, only saying, Tonight I'm going to have a drink with Xiaochen. I won't go. Ji Mulan couldn't believe Ji Heng's words. She looked at Ji Heng, then at Director Chen who was standing beside with fish awkwardly hanging from his waist, and at Xiao Mao, who was cowering in a corner. What were all these shady characters around her? What had Bai Lian learned in Xiangqing? To forsake Suen's dinner party and eat here? She put so much effort into networking for them, even persuading Suen to include Ji Heng and Bai Lian. Yet these two couldn't grasp her painstaking effort. She should have known, Bai Lian was just not getting it. Suit yourselves. Ji Mulan covered her neck, not looking at Bai Lian. I'm leaving. She walked straight out the front gate. She made a call for her driver to pick her up from Purist Street. On the way, she stepped on a puddle-covered brick, and the dirty water splashed onto her leather shoes, causing Ji Mulan's expression to grow colder. Why are you so late? At the dinner, Suen looked at Ji Mulan. Didn't the two of them come? He was referring to Bai Lian and Ji Heng. Alien is doing homework. Ji Mulan's demeanor was impeccable. Suen wasn't particularly concerned about whether Bai Lian and Ji Heng showed up, and with a smile he introduced, Miss Si, you've met. This gentleman here is Ren Qian, and this one is Chen Gang Co Chun. Sorry for the wait. Ji Mulan apologized to them with a smile. Ren Qian and Chen Gang knew that Suen was a businessman from Jiangjing, so neither dared to accept Ji Mulan's apology. Ren Qian smiled, lifting his glass. No worries at all. Don't fret, Miss Su. The land you want I'll sort it out for you. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Su Yajun who sat next to Suen. Su Yajun was seated beside Suen but was not speaking. Suen also did not introduce who Su Yajun was to them. Ren Qian did not dare to guess lightly, but from Su En's extremely respectful attitude toward that lady, he knew Miss Su was not to be taken lightly. "We'll have to trouble you, Mr. Ren," Su En chuckled, then sighed. "I sent a name card to Chun Yi. Heard he was free this afternoon. It's a shame he didn't come." Chun Yi. Su Yajun lifted her head slightly upon hearing the name. "He went fishing this afternoon." "Fishing?" Ji Mulan was taken aback. Chapter 159. 061 arrives in Jiangjing. Who will be the dark horse? Second update. _1 Ji Mulan instinctively recalled that Ji Hung had also gone fishing that afternoon. There was someone with a fish. It seemed. Ji Hung called him Xiaochen? It was too chaotic at the time, and Ji Mulan hadn't heard very clearly, but then she laughed at herself, wondering what she was thinking. How could she associate the Master Chen mentioned by Miss Su and the others with those shady characters? She and Su En were aware of Su Yajun. However, Ren Qian and Chen Gang didn't know and exchanged shocked glances. Could this girl actually be so familiar with Master Chen's whereabouts? You want to invite him to dinner? Su Yajun looked at Su En and pondered slightly, thinking that she would likely return after receiving the Lanting Award. "I'll ask him for you later." "That would be great." Su En's eyes lit up. He found it hard to even meet Master Chen, but it was not the case for Su Yajun. Across the table, Ren Qian and Chen Gang looked at each other, Su Yajun's tone suggesting she was quite familiar with Master Chen, prompting a new realization about her identity. Su Yajun, having no interest in the others, left early to rest after finishing her meal. After she left, Ren Qian raised a glass to Su En. "The young lady just now is her?" Su En didn't hide anything. Being new to Xiangqing, he wanted to use this opportunity to create some buzz for himself. "She's my old classmate's daughter, a student of President Shui of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Miss Su Yajun. You might not have heard of her in Xiangqing, but she's quite famous in Jiangjing. You know about the Lanting Award, right? She's a shoo-in for the first prize." The Traditional Calligraphers Association, President Shui, Ren Qian and Chen Gang might not be familiar with these names. But Ren Qian had heard of the Lanting Award. Ren Wanxian had wanted to apply for the Lanting Award this year, but was rejected by Qiu Xuezheng. Yet this Miss Su was actually aiming for the first prize. Both of them had their calculations. Meanwhile, at Ji Hing's place, Director Chen and Xiaomao stayed for dinner. He cooked himself in the evening, preparing fish head with chopped chilies, sour soup fish, and handmade fish balls for the soup. The skill wasn't anything impressive, but it was very homely. Director Chen took a photo and posted it on social media. "Thanks Uncle Ji, this is delicious." Image. Jiang He was visible just a little in the picture. He seldom posted on social media, but most people liked his photo. Director Chen was just about to put away his phone when suddenly, a notification popped up on his social feed. "Junior Jiang liked your post." For a moment, Director Chen felt as if he saw his dismal life flash before his eyes. He stared at the like with trepidation, sweat forming on his back. Had he offended him recently? But that wasn't the end of it. Shortly afterwards, Jiang Shijue and Ming Dongheng also liked his post. Qi Yundai commented, "This is clearly not as good as the one I made. Why not show off mine? And yet so many people liked this." Ming Dongheng replied to Qi Yundai. "Smile." Qi Yundai replied to Ming Dongheng. After dinner, Bai Lian went to wash the dishes, but Director Chen and Mao Kuan both stood up whoosh and snatched the dishes from her hands. Ji Hung leisurely filled his own tobacco, and seeing Director Chen stand up, he chuckled, tapping the tobacco pipe. "Let her wash, she was the only one who didn't help me cook." At home, Ji Hung cooking and Bai Lian washing the dishes was a matter of course. How could Director Chen dare? Not just Director Chen. Mao Kuan was also feeling nervous about the idea of his sister washing dishes. Will the dishes still be there tomorrow? He reached out and snatched the dishes back from Director Chen, saying cheerfully, "No need, I'll do it. I love washing dishes the most." Mao Kuan was strong, and Director Chen simply couldn't snatch the dishes back. "I'll help you dry the dishes." Missing out on the chance to show off, Director Chen followed Mao Kuan closely. Halfway there, he suddenly felt that Mao Kun's head of blonde hair was very familiar. Jiang He sat aside, watching the two of them squeeze into the kitchen. utterly speechless. Ji Hing's courtyard had grown more vibrant lately. As he watched Jiang He solving the Rubik's Cube, when he saw Bai Lian come out looking relaxed, he asked again, "How could you let a guest do the dishes?" "I did want to wash them." Bai Lian sat down lazily, but she saw Director Chen and Mao Kuan looking almost ready to cry. "Did you block your mother today?" Ji Heng remembered this issue, telling Jiang He to go farther away before lighting up a cigarette. Bai Lian took out her phone and put on her earphones. "Yeah." Ji Heng sighed. He knew Ji Mulan's issues very well. He smoked silently for a while before saying, "At her back. She's your mother. After I'm gone, she will be your only family." He didn't want the future Bai Lian to be entirely alone. "Grandpa," Bai Lian suddenly stood up, interrupting Ji Heng. "I'm going to Jiangjing in a few days." Ji Heng was taken aback as he lifted his gaze, holding the pipe. "Jiangjing? With your mother?" Chapter 160. 061 arrives in Jiangjing, who will be the dark horse. Second update. _2 Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. "No," she said, looking at Ji Heng before leisurely responding. "The teacher asked me to participate in a competition, so I asked for 2 days off." "Oh." Ji Heng lowered his head and continued smoking. At this moment, he didn't speak any further about Ji Mulan. Qiu Xuezheng secured time off for Bai Lian. Since Xiangqing didn't have an airport, she had to take a 12-hour train journey to Beicheng. Without the accompanying qualifications, Bai Lian and Qiu Boqing needed to meet up with representatives from the Beicheng Writers Association in Beicheng. They would depart under the leadership of Vice President Qian from the Beicheng Writers Association. Monday morning, carrying a simple backpack, Bai Lian had just reached the bus station. When she saw Jiang He across the street, leaning against the car window and waving at her, she walked over, surprised. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai lowered the window. Dressed in a soft white loungewear, his typically haughty demeanor appeared much softened. His wrist was casually resting on his knee as he leaned back against the seat at an angle. He seemed busy, on the phone with someone. Hearing Jiang He's noise, he looked outside the window and waved to Bai Lian. Bai Lian got into the car and sat in the back seat with Jiang He. "We're also heading back to Jiangjing." Jiang He leaned close to her and gazed out the window, not too happy to see a doctor. He had thought he could avoid it this year in Xiangqing. Not only had he not managed to elude it, but it had also come several days earlier. Bai Lian nodded and rubbed Jiang He's head. "Don't neglect your health out of fear." Then she took out her phone, found a contact, and sent a message to the person in charge. "Vice President Qian, I will go to Jiangjing by myself and meet up with you there." Vice President Qian must have been busy, as he didn't reply. Jiang Fulai's car didn't head to Beicheng. Instead, it went to the neighboring Damping city, which was slightly more developed than Xiangqing with no mountains, only plains. The car arrived at a vast airport apron. Just as she got out, Bai Lian saw the legendary airplane. No security check or ticket gates were visible. Bai Lian had never flown before, but the original person whose memories she had did, and the scene differed greatly from what she had seen before. The captain, dressed in uniform, came running over from a distance and respectfully asked, "Mr. Jiang, shall we depart now?" Jiang Fulai took off his headphones and gave a slight nod, his eyes and brows sharp. Ah. Bai Lian followed them onto the plane and suddenly realized, right, a private plane. The plane was quite large, with an entertainment room where 4 couches surrounded a table, and a big bok choy pillow rested on the couch by the window. Jiang He silently went over and hugged the pillow. Bai Lian put down her bag and settled herself by the window on the opposite side. As the plane took off, the aircraft shook. It was Bai Lian's first time on a plane. Not burdened by studying vocabulary, she quietly watched the aircraft lift into the air, the instant feeling of increased weight causing her to feel somewhat dazed. The plane climbed higher and higher, her hand lazily propping up her chin, lips slightly pursed. This was a significant shock for someone who had never experienced flight in ancient times. Rare to see you not studying vocabulary. Having finished his business, Jiang Fulai bent over to place a cup of lemon water in front of her and sat across from her, leaning lazily against the couch. Bai Lian turned her gaze from the window. She took the lemon water and drank slowly, easing her discomfort. "I'll study in a bit." "There are still a few hours to go." He handed her a blanket, his pale eyes calmly observing her, his voice very light. "You can sleep for a while." When they arrived in Jiangjing, it was the afternoon. Jiang Fulai asked for Bai Lian's hotel information and directed the driver to head straight there. The hotel was arranged by the Beijing Writers Association, located next to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. After checking into her room, Jiang He didn't want to leave but was expressionlessly dragged away by Jiang Fulai. That was all the flights from Beijing to Jiangjing. By the time Vice President Qian and a group of students wearily arrived in Jiangjing, it was already 11 at night. Vice President Qian was checking off names at the airport one by one. The last black pen rested on the name, Bai Lian. While other people's names had a long list of awards following them, only Bai Lian's space was blank. Only the most basic information was filled. With the pen and the roll call list in hand, Vice President Qian called Qiu Xuezheng. "This is the last flight today, and she hasn't arrived. Even if she catches the earliest flight tomorrow, she'll arrive in the afternoon and miss the competition." Bai Lian was a late addition to the roster of recommended individuals by Qiu Zizheng's insistence. Otherwise, Qiu Xuezheng didn't say much. Her file lacked details and was sparse on credentials. She was young and on top of that, a girl. Vice President Qian didn't pay much attention to her. On the phone, Qiu Xuezheng sounded surprised. "She should have arrived, right? She sent me a message in the afternoon. Check the hotel later." Chapter 161. 061 arrives in Jiangjing. Who will be the dark horse? Second update. _3. "Okay, I'll go ask at the hotel," Vice President Qian casually replied. Bai Lian just needed to be safe. Whether she had arrived or not didn't make much of a difference to him. After getting to the hotel, he arranged the accommodation for the competitors, and then confirmed Bai Lian's whereabouts with the hotel staff. He learned that Bai Lian had arrived in the afternoon. Vice President Qian was somewhat surprised. Bai Lian had only set out in the morning. It took some time to get from Xiangqing to Beijing, and from Beijing, it was a 5-hour flight to Jiangjing. How had she arrived so quickly? Could it be that she set off yesterday? However, Vice President Qian didn't spend much time thinking about Bai Lian. After sending a message to Qiu Xuezheng, he went back to rest. There was a tough battle ahead tomorrow. The next day, 8 in the morning, Vice President Qian sent a group message, asking all the contestants to meet downstairs. The hotel was close to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and most competitors chose to stay there. When Bai Lian came downstairs, there was already a large gathering of people. She sent a message to Jiang Fulai and then looked up, searching through the crowd, eventually spotting Vice President Qian to the right of the hotel's entrance. She wore a white blouse that day, paired with a horsehair skirt embroidered with golden patterns. Elegant yet bold. Her complexion was pale, her figure slender and tall. Her jet black hair casually swept up, lowering her head slightly. As she passed by, most of the people gradually fell silent, quietly watching her. Bai Lian went over to Vice President Qian to check in. Vice President Qian, with a stern look, made no small talk. He checked off her name and cautioned, "Don't wander off during the event. Wait for me at the door when you're done." "All right." Bai Lian nodded slightly. She seemed quite obedient. Vice President Qian's face softened a bit. "Don't think Vice President Qian treats everyone like this." A boy in a black hoodie whispered to Bai Lian. "He's much nicer to Jian Rong." Bai Lian glanced at him. The boy scratched his head, his face turning a bit red. "You're the only girl here this time, right? I heard about you yesterday." While he was speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed from within a group from Beijing, "Jian Rong is here. Finally, we get to see him." "That's him." Not far away, Vice President Qian also looked over, his stern face immediately softening. "Jian Rong, come here." His voice could be described as gentle. Bai Lian also looked over to see two tall guys walking side by side not far away. One was Qiu Buqing. Naturally, he noticed Bai Lian standing to one side, frowned slightly but didn't speak to her. The other was the much-discussed Jian Rong. Jian Rong was dressed in a black windbreaker and casual trousers. He greeted the vice president as he approached. "Vice President." The contest starts at 10. Don't be nervous, Vice President Qian said kindly to Jianrong. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you have a great chance of winning second prize. Understand? Jianrong was their biggest trump card from Beijing this time. This year's Lanting Prize had age restrictions, with significant distinctions between the first, second, and third prizes. All 4 major cities were desperately competing for the second prize. There were many contenders for the third prize, but its value was several notches below that of the second prize. The vice president and the whole Beijing Writers Association had high expectations for Jianrong to win the second prize. As for the first prize, all 5 top prizes in previous competitions came from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Not to mention that this year several master's students were allowed by their teachers to compete. The vice president and his associates had never considered the possibility of anyone snatching the first prize from this group of exceptional talents. "I'll do my best," Jianrong said earnestly. Of course, the others should also do their best. Vice President Qian looked up again, his expression much colder. He glanced over the 20-odd people in attendance and gave a brief encouragement. Qiu Buoqing and Sun Hao might win third prize. As for the rest of you, just strive to be nominated, and I won't expect too much from you. The group of more than 20 people set off towards the neighboring Traditional Calligraphers Association. Most of them crowded around Jianrong, chatting and adding him on WeChat, while Bai Lian and the boy from earlier fell behind unnoticed. Jianrong might actually win second prize? Then he's sure to get into the Calligraphy Association this time. I just hope to get nominated. The boy beside Bai Lian lowered his voice, muttering to her. What about you? Are you confident about securing a nomination? Chapter 162. 062 Lanjie's Slick Moves. Approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _1 Bai Lian was at the end of the line and slowly replied, I'll do my best. The young man scratched his head. Up ahead, Jianrong, who had been joined by many others, also noticed a girl in the group. Girls were rare in the Beijing Writers Association, so he turned to Qiu Buoqing and asked, Do you know that girl? Qiu Buoqing didn't look back, just nodded his head. To be selected to participate, she must be quite skilled, right? Jianrong was a bit curious. He somewhat wanted to get to know her. Upon hearing this, Qiu Buoqing scoffed. She hasn't even passed level 9. Jianrong immediately lost interest. Among their group, which one hadn't scored above 80 in level 9? And yet here was someone who hadn't even taken the assessment. The doors of the Traditional Calligraphers Association were heavy and dignified, with wooden plaques and golden beams. The gateway was 8 meters wide, with stone lions squatting on either side, where everyone came to check in. Even the deputy chairman and those with Jianrong were no exception. Bai Lian used the young man's phone to take a photo for him. Just as she was returning the phone to him, a burst of commotion came from the entrance. All eyes turned toward the direction of the gate, as a line of people wearing the fan-shaped logo of the Traditional Calligraphers Association slowly made their way through the entrance. Young calligraphers from all over the country who had come to participate in the Lanting Award couldn't help but look over. They eagerly gazed at the Traditional Calligraphers Association uniforms they were wearing. Xie Jinyan. It really seems to be him. Exclamations rang out. It's Xie Jinyan. Next to Bai Lian, the young men also looked very eagerly at the group, turned around to discuss with Bai Lian, but found that Bai Lian was looking at her phone, her back. Memorizing vocabulary? What's up? Seeing him staring at her, Bai Lian tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. Aren't you curious? His fervor was immediately extinguished by Bai Lian's slightly cold look. It's Xie Jinyan, the frontrunner for first place this time, rumored to be the next president. Then he watched as Bai Lian memorized another word amid their conversation. The young man, having been sidetracked by Bai Lian, the young man looked back at the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, his eyes no longer burning with enthusiasm. Let's add each other on WeChat. He figured that since adding Xie Jinyan was out of the question, he took out his phone and added Bai Lian on WeChat instead. The interior of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was spacious, understated yet luxurious. Their competition venue for today was in the largest building in the middle. Here are your exam passes. The deputy chairman distributed the passes to them downstairs. I won't say more about the content. Inside you have 3 chances to write. Everyone needs to choose their best piece to submit. They'll be waiting for you downstairs. He handed out the exam passes one by one. Finally, he admonished Jian Rong with a kind look in his eyes. Don't be nervous. Keep a normal mindset. The teacher believes that one day you will also reach such heights. I know. Jian Rong held his exam pass and took a deep breath. He was exceptionally talented in Beicheng, but here at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, no one knew him. 20 people from Beicheng entered. Downstairs, many team leaders who knew each other were chatting, and the manager from South City came over smiling. Lao Qian, was that your association's Jian Rong just now? Yes, Deputy Chairman Qian smiled. It's him. The young fellow has talent. It's just a pity bad timing. Indeed, quite unlucky. The South City manager clicked his tongue. Bad luck running into Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun, one being groomed as the next president, the other a student of the current president. Those participating in the Lanting Award this session are rather unlucky. I just did a lengthy pep talk with my students. Even the most talented individuals could be suppressed by such figures. And how could Deputy Chairman Qian not know this? I hope Jian Rong can stay calm, sighed Deputy Chairman Qian. If he can secure second place, earning a spot in the Traditional Calligraphers Association would be enough. The contest at the Traditional Calligraphers Association tested more than just skills. It tested temperament as well. Every session, the geniuses from each city who came to the Traditional Calligraphers Association were hit hard by the array of exceptional talents. This year, there was more than one such prodigy, with Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun being trump cards in any session. And this time these two happened to be in the same session. With such pressure, how were the others supposed to stand out? They waited for an hour and a half, and not a single person from Qian's group left. They all waited downstairs for them to emerge. However, just 10 minutes into the competition, a figure came out from inside. Which contestant has broken down? Given up? Someone asked. Deputy Chairman Qian, chatting with people from South City, looked up, curious to see who had such poor composure, but upon recognizing the figure, he struggled to maintain his calm. Why are you out so soon? Chapter 163. 062 Lanjie's slick moves, approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _2 He watched Bai Lian in disbelief. Bai Lian had just pulled out her phone when she leisurely began to fetch her earphones. Ready to listen to an English audio lesson. Can't come out. Bai Lian looked up, the black earphones still in her hand. The girl wore a snow-white top, her eyes slightly lifted, dazzling in the noon sunlight that cast a luminous yet overly vivid glow on her cool, jade-like features. The golden threads of her skirt's hem reflected a cold light. Vice President Qian. But you finished in just 10 minutes? Such a serious competition. Occurring once every 3 years and involving the Traditional Calligraphers Association slots. Even Xie Jinyun would consider carefully to ensure not a single mistake. Who finishes in just 10 minutes? Aha! Bai Lian put the earphones in her ears and glanced sideward. I'm catching a flight, and I have classes tomorrow. Vice President Qian, he's leaving for Xiangqing today? No, could your move be any smoother? He felt somewhat tired at heart, but then he thought it made sense. Bai Lian wasn't here to win a prize, and lingering in Jiangjing was of no use to her. Then you should go back, just be careful on your own. Vice President Qian waved her off without trying to keep her. He watched Bai Lian leave, and only after she had gone did someone from South City ask in surprise, "She's with you?" "Yeah, just here for the excitement," Vice President Qian said with a smile, refraining from discussing Bai Lian further. Just to gain some experience. His gaze was fixed on the building, waiting for Jian Rong and Qiu Buqing to come out. Meanwhile, Bai Lian returned to her hotel to pick up her backpack. She took a flight back to Xiangqing. A black car was already waiting quietly not far from the hotel. Inside, Jiang He sat expressionless in the back seat, a pile of medicine beside him. Bai Lian got into the car. She glanced at Jiang He. "Where's your brother?" Jiang He hugged a pillow listless. "At the Jiang family." Bai Lian nodded without further questions. She and Jiang He headed back to Xiangqing first. They still landed in Damping City, and Ming Dongheng came to pick them up because Jiang He had just seen a doctor and was emotionally unstable, so Bai Lian accompanied him back to the manor. In the Great Hall, Director Chen had been waiting for Ming Dongheng's return. Seeing Bai Lian, he didn't dare to ask much, simply greeted her carefully, then inquired about some trifles. After keeping Jiang He company for a while, Bai Lian planned to go back and have dinner with Ji Heng. Miss Bai, I'm actually heading back as well. Director Chen stood up in a timely manner. I need to rest early tonight because I have to pick someone up first thing tomorrow. He seemed to be calculating nicely, offering her a ride along. Who are you picking up? Ming Dongheng asked coldly, looking at Director Chen. He couldn't tell if Director Chen was really going to pick someone up, or if it was just an excuse. Director Chen, however, was not frightened. His excuse was not entirely false, just the timing was off. Picking up Su Yajun tomorrow, changing it to tonight, did that count as a lie? Xiao Su, she just finished her competition and wants to experience the history in Xiangqing. Ming Dongheng narrowed his eyes, failing to recall who that was. That one who came last time. Director Chen helped him remember. Although talking to Ming Dongheng, Director Chen didn't forget Bai Lian and turned to calmly explain to her, Miss Bai, this Xiao Su is Su Yajun from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Yesterday, she met with President Xue and the Old Master. The Old Master said her Liang style was written exceptionally well. She should shine in the Orchid Pavilion Award this time. He paused midway, noticing Bai Lian's calm face. He quickly changed the subject, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead and wondering to himself why he was discussing this with Miss Bai. Miss Bai, I'll drive you back. He picked up the car keys. Thank you. Bai Lian gathered her backpack and left with Director Chen. Meanwhile in Jiangjing, the Traditional Calligraphers Association, the Orchid Pavilion Award, held once every 3 years, is always a significant event for the Traditional Calligraphers Association. This year was no exception. The morning exams had just concluded, all works were sealed, and in the evening, they were all delivered to the evaluation room. There were 7 judges participating in the scoring. This year, because President Xue had a student participating, he recused himself to avoid the appearance of impropriety. At this moment, he was at home drinking tea. Then he got a phone call and suddenly stood up. What? Teacher. Su Yajun got startled by her teacher's reaction and also stood up. What happened? President Xue, middle-aged, grabbed his coat, not having time to explain in detail. That person actually showed up at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Didn't he refuse to be a judge? How did he suddenly? President Xue hurriedly left. Su Yajun quickly followed. Teacher, who are you talking about? It's nothing. President Xue shook his head. I have to go to the Calligraphers Association. I've arranged for you in Xiangqing already. You go ahead. Chapter 164. 062 Lanjie's Slick Moves. Approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _3 He didn't have time to explain to Su Yajun. He drove directly to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. The Traditional Calligraphers Association's judging area. In the middle of the conference table, a man in a snow-white shirt sat, his eyes lowered. His pale fingers tapped on the computer's surface, fine black hair falling over his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes and brows carrying an air of coldness. Even without speaking, one could feel the chill of his lofty demeanor soaking his whole being. With a single movement of his finger, it seemed as though a cold gust had swept through the entire judging room. Next to him, a refined elderly man stood smiling gently. Everyone, don't be restrained. Our young master is just here to have a look. All the teachers need to do is score properly, just relax a bit. 7 judges clutched the artworks tremblingly, and upon hearing this, were almost in tears. Your words sound good. But with this gentleman seated here, who dares to relax? Also, don't you know that even when young Master Jiang is silent, he's not very approachable? As soon as Chairman Xue arrived, he saw the 7 judges huddled in their seats like quails. Butler Jiang, what brings you and the young master here? Chairman Xue was very, very polite. He didn't dare speak to Jiang Fulai directly, only to the old butler at his side. Butler Jiang chuckled. Young Master Jiang just came to take a look. He intends to donate a sum digitally to the Lanting Award. As he said so, Butler Jiang gestured with his fingers. Chairman Shui rejuvenated. I thank young Master Jiang on behalf of the participants. Butler Jiang looked at the 7 judges. I heard that this year has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chairman Shui's student is also among them. Yajun. Chairman Shui proudly mentioned his outstanding disciple. For her, a young lady, to have come this far, it's truly not easy. The arrival of Chairman Shui greatly improved the atmosphere of the office. Finally, the 7 judges could give the artworks their scores. The grading was on an average point system. This slender gold script must belong to Xie Jinyun, said one judge as he flipped to a piece, admiring it with a colleague and then sighed. No wonder he is the hot favorite this year. He gave the calligraphy 91 points. Calligraphy has many contenders, but nowadays, not many people can truly settle down to study the art. The Lanting Award is intended for the younger generation. The levels of skill were varied. Apart from Xie Jinyun's slender gold script, most had not seen any other good work. Isn't Chairman Shui's student also here this year? I thought I saw she wrote in the Liang style. A judge chuckled as he turned to the next piece, his words trailing off abruptly as he stopped. He stared at the artwork. It was in Liang style. It was record of Xiangqing. The person who wrote this poem, each stroke was like a bayonet. The curved strokes resembled vines, and overall it flowed like water. The brushwork splashing ink onto the paper unrestrainedly, as if the vast waters of the Milky Way were tumbling down from the heavens, the style and spirit striking one in the face. He looked at the piece for a long time before he could bring himself to put it down. The person next to him noticed the unusual reaction and looked over. What piece have you found that has left you so? After a long look, he suddenly turned to Chairman Shui, who was chatting with Butler Jiang. Chairman, you are really keeping a low profile. Your student is remarkable, this vigor in the strokes, it leaves me somewhat ashamed. What? Chairman Shui was momentarily dazed by the remark. This one, the judge showed him the piece. Look at this boldness, this sharpness, it's quite a bit higher than Xie Jinyun. Those present were intimately familiar with the capable competitors for the first prize in this contest. The one who excelled in the Liang style was Su Yajun. Chapter 165, Fault 063. Part 1, Second Update. _1 Apart from Su Yajun, they couldn't think of a second person who could write in the Liang style so well. Did she outperform herself? Chairman Shui also felt astonished. He stopped his conversation with Butler Jiang and walked over to the judges to have a look. With this glance, Chairman Shui was somewhat stunned. Chairman Shui thought he understood Su Yajun like the back of his hand. Although finding the right artistic conception could sometimes be difficult, the basics were there. He held the work with fervent eyes. This isn't Yajun's handwriting. Yajun definitely doesn't have this kind of wrist strength. Not Su Yajun's. Then whose was it? Where did this dark horse come from? The 7 judges looked at each other, perplexed. Jiang Fulai, who had been sitting at the front and gazing down at his computer, finally lifted his head. His slender fingertips tapped on the table decisively, and he uttered 2 indisputable words, "Bring it." Chairman Shui wanted to take another look. But hearing this voice, he didn't dare refuse and respectfully handed over the work. Jiang Fulai took the piece, looked down, and his eyelashes covered the pale hue of his pupils as he silently examined the writing. The most captivating aspect of him was the almost imperceptible pressure he exerted. Without doing anything, just sitting there casually, his very presence was enough to make people dare not approach. At this moment, as he gazed down in silence, Chairman Shui couldn't bear it. The entire selection room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Butler Jiang by his side could withstand it a bit. After Jiang Fulai had looked for quite some time, Chairman Shui couldn't hold back any longer, and sought help with a glance towards Butler Jiang. Butler Jiang also felt it strange. He bent slightly, lowering his voice. "Young master, the plane is about to take off." Answered Jiang Fulai as he returned the work to Chairman Shui, picked up his laptop with one hand, and took a few steps. Then he seemed to remember something, and looked indifferently toward Chairman Shui. "Double the funds, and send this year's first place work to the Jiang family. Ah, Chairman Shui was slightly stunned. Jiang Fulai cast a glance over. It wasn't that his expression had changed, but his sharp, knife-like face emitted a chilly aura. Chairman Shui shivered involuntarily and hurriedly replied, "All right, I'll personally deliver it." Finally, the man left. The selection room instantly warmed up, as if spring had returned to the land. The other judges immediately surged forward. "Chairman Shui, let me have another look. Where did this person come from? This is not even on the same level as the others." After one of them had finished admiring the work, they suddenly asked, "How should we judge this?" All 7 turned their gaze to Chairman Shui. Chairman Shui looked at the piece and slowly made a decision. The scores weren't fully tallied yet, so names couldn't be revealed. Chairman Shui took out his phone and called the Human Resources Department. "Check the list of participants for this year's Lanting Award Art Prize." He was familiar with most of the contestants this time. Xie Jinyun and his apprentice Su Yajun. Each of them was like a bully amongst the rest. How could there suddenly appear such a person? Bai Lian had no idea that because of her work, the 7 judges had spent the whole night discussing it at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and had not slept all night. Wednesday. Early in the morning around 6, Ji Xiaojun arrived to see Bai Lian sitting on the stone table, eating and talking at the same time. "Who are you talking to?" Ji Xiaojun put down a carton of milk, not seeing Ji Heng in the kitchen or the yard. He had just finished speaking when a faint voice came from the bathroom. "It's the growth hormone. Pinching the back of the cucumber will inhibit the growth hormone." Ji Xiaojun, what was all this about? He could understand growth hormones, but why pinch a cucumber? Ji Xiaojun didn't understand, but he didn't dare say anything else. After Ji Heng came out, Ji Xiaojun finally spoke quietly. "Suan has invited our family out for dinner, Dad. Alien, what do you think?" Suan had a very good impression of the Ji family as a whole, with their upright and noble characters. If he was to marry Ji Mulan, it was only proper to invite them to discuss wedding matters over a meal. Ji Xiaojun also held a good opinion of Suan, a courteous man, far superior in conversation skills compared to the Ren family. He had only this one sister, Ji Mulan. Even when Ji Mulan had run away from home to marry into the Bai family, Ji Xiaojun had never given up on his sister. Now that she had found a decent future, Ji Xiaojun was happy for her. Of course, if Ji Mulan could improve a bit as a mother, Ji Xiaojun might be even happier. "I have class," Bai Lian spoke leisurely. "I missed 2 days and need to catch up." "How did you miss 2 days of classes?" Ji Xiaojun was unaware of her participation in the Jiangjing competition. Bai Lian drank the last sip of milk and smiled at Ji Xiaojun. "I went to see what Jiangjing was like. If it's good, I'm considering applying to Jiangjing University." Chapter 166. Fault 063. Part 1, Second Update, _2 Ji Xiaojun. "As long as you're happy." Alien isn't going. Ji Heng, holding a rag, asked Ji Xiaojun to carry out the embroidery frame and pondered for a while. "I'll go with you." He needed to clarify things with Ji Mulan. Ji Xiaojun nodded, as he moved to carry the embroidery frame. Then Il replied to Mr. Su. "Grandpa, Uncle, I'm off to school." Bai Lian was now extremely sensitive to the name Ji Mulan. She and Ji Mulan were like 2 parallel lines. As long as the other party didn't bother her, it was fine. "Go ahead," Ji Heng, while instructing Ji Xiaojun to be careful with moving things, waved to Bai Lian. "Watch out for cars on the road." It wasn't until Bai Lian had left that he looked at Ji Xiaojun, who had moved the embroidery frame out. "Really going to demolish?" Ji Xiaojun set the embroidery frame down properly and uncommonly took out a cigarette, responded vaguely, "I want sign the contract." He squatted to one side, looking very silent. Ji Heng, holding the rag, slowly wiped the embroidery frame. "Should I go talk to the Ren family?" "Don't bother." Ji Xiaojun had an extreme aversion toward the Ren family. He knew what Ji Heng was thinking just by hearing him. They wouldn't agree to it anyway. Ji Heng, seeing Ji Xiaojun like that, didn't bring it up again, but his brows were slightly knitted. Bai Lian took her backpack and headed to school. She had just left Purist Street. That's when she saw the blue car parked across the street. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She walked over and knocked on the car door. The passenger window lowered, revealing the man seated in the driver's seat. Jiang Fulai was still wearing the white shirt from last night, his right hand loosely propped on the steering wheel, supporting his face in the palm, his light-colored eyes looking toward the passenger side. "Aren't you still in Jiangjing?" Bai Lian paused her listening practice, taken aback by his early morning appearance at the entrance to Purist Street. Jiang Fulai came back to his senses. He leaned over to open the passenger's door, fingertips casually tapping on the steering wheel. "Came back last night. There was something at the lab. Get in first," he said unfazed. Bai Lian opened the passenger seat door. Just as she was about to turn her listening back on, she saw several WeChat messages on her phone. "Lance. This idea is simply fantastic, Lance. I'm going to try it now, Lance." Image. He had sent a CT image. Bai Lian opened it and could clearly see the bone structure. Initially, she was very resistant to Western medicine, but after these 2 days of communication, she realized that Western medicine's popularity in society wasn't without reason. One reason was that most traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions had been lost. Another reason was because Western medicine was based on scientific principles, and they could tell you everything about your illness clearly. Nearly reliant on machinery, you could clearly see where the lesions and sources were. Bai Lian had to admit, there were merits to this. They didn't need to use inspection, auscultation and olfaction, inquiring and palpation. Bai Lian leaned back in her seat, but she had seen true doctors who didn't need instruments, like those itinerant doctors in Xiangqing who could identify the soldier's lesions at a glance. She always felt that culture hadn't been cut off, but now she couldn't help beginning to think, after being passed down for thousands of years, why it was on the verge of being replaced by a few hundred years of Western medicine. The traffic light was red. Jiang Fulai noticed she had paused on the English listening page for quite some time without hitting play, so he tilted his head slightly and commented on her studying. Meditating on English? Bai Lian snapped back to reality, dressed in her blue and white school uniform, revealing the pristine white collar underneath, the window half open, the breeze lightly lifting her fine hair. Her features were so delicate they were dazzling. Bai Lian first glanced at her phone, then lazily turned to Jiang Fulai, her eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of her lips lightly curved up. "No, I was thinking about how to kill English." Jiang Fulai, capable of great things anytime, anywhere. He pressed on the gas pedal. Not for any particular reason, but he knew, Bai Lian genuinely wanted to kill English. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Bai Lian propped her chin with her hand, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai maneuvered the steering wheel, speaking with utmost calm. "I'd like to as well, but one must be rational." Peace. Bai Lian reopened her English listening, gave him a smile then sighed. "I know." Jiang Fulai turned the car around a bend, glimpsing the trace of regret between her brows. When Bai Lian returned to school, Pu Xiaohan and others asked where she had been the past couple of days. "Something came up," Bai Lian replied casually, as she placed her backpack on the desk and glanced over in Yang Lin's direction, frowning. "Did my desk mate come in yesterday?" "No," Pu Xiaohan kept her voice down. "Lu's mom seemed to have gone on a home visit last night, not sure what the situation is." After saying that, she glanced at Bai Lian's expression again, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 167. Fault 063. Part 1 Second Update. _3 Yang Lin had always been a loner, and it wasn't until Bai Lian had come that she became familiar with Yang Lin. Bai Lian sat down, slowly took out the books from her bag, and considered going to ask Lu Lingxi for the address later. The cell phone lit up again. This time it was a message from Qiu Xuezheng. "Qiu teacher. The slots will be announced at 10 today, remember to tell me immediately." Bai Lian took out her biology book, glanced at it. "Can't watch, have to attend class," she replied with a calmness. "Qiu teacher. Qiu teacher. Did you return to Xiangqing? You just went back like that? Did you really go back?" Qiu Xuezheng asked 3 questions in a row. Bai Lian. "I still have to attend class." Qiu teacher had no doubt she could win the award. But after the announcement, you still need to accept the award. You have to attend the award ceremony. There's always time for class. Bai Lian's response was cold and merciless. Then they can mail it back. At the other end of the phone, Chiu teacher found it hard to comprehend. The Orchid Pavilion Award, which is held every 3 years. 3 years ago, even if Chiu Buoqing was only nominated, he stayed until the last moment. Bai Lian says mail it back. You don't even accept the award in person, and it should be mailed back? Seeing that Bai Lian didn't reply to him, he reckoned that she was probably tackling practice questions again. Chiu Xuezheng took out his phone to call Vice President Qian. Vice President, Chiu Xuezheng spoke politely, pausing slightly before saying, as soon as the results are out, please inform me immediately. The roster for the Traditional Calligraphers Association's Orchid Pavilion Award is announced publicly. Immediately after the assessment, it is posted on the board of the Calligraphy Association, and 2 days later, it is uploaded to the official website of the association. Today at 10 o'clock, the list will be posted on time. I know, said Vice President Qian, even more anxious than Chiu Xuezheng. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and he was already waiting in front of the board with a crowd of people. Don't worry too much. After hanging up the phone, Vice President Qian then turned to Jianrong beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, a second-place prize is secured for you. Jianrong smiled and shifted his focus. By the way, what about that female student from before? Why haven't I seen her today? She has gone home, replied Vice President Qian. Gone home? Jianrong was somewhat astonished. Beside him, Chiu Buoqing was not surprised. She wouldn't have won an award anyway. Vice President Qian mentioned Bai Lian to Jianrong to divert his attention, and didn't bring her up again, as there was no point in talking about her. Xie Jinyuan and Miss Su didn't come today either. Chiu Buoqing remembered these two and glanced around him. That's normal, Vice President Qian knew very well. One is first place, the other second, that's a sure thing. They don't need to come. This year's Orchid Pavilion Award, running into the two of them, it's just bad luck for you guys. This is the confidence in one's own ability. 9:40. The staff of the Calligraphy Association came with the red roster. Everyone eagerly watched the red list, covered with a red silk cloth, being attached to the notice board. Vice President Qian and Jianrong, usually talkative, remained silent, intently focusing on the list. As soon as it hit 10, the red silk was unveiled. Instantly the crowd surged forward. Vice President Qian had foresight. One of the reasons Beijing Writers Association sent him was his good physical strength. He squeezed into the front and started reading from the bottom. First coming across the nominations, skimming past each name, he saw Sun Hao and Chiu Buoqing. Both had a chance for the third-place prize. Vice President Qian thought at least one of them would make it into the third prize rank. How come they were only selected? He frowned slightly. Why did neither of them perform well? Then he looked towards the third-place winners. There were many third-prize winners, and he scanned through them, ready to skip ahead, but then he saw a familiar name inside. Jianrong. Jianrong was Beijing's biggest hope. A second-place prize was almost certain. How could it be just a third-place prize? Vice President Qian couldn't believe it, and read the third prize section 3 times over to confirm that Jianrong truly was a third-place winner. Meanwhile, exclamations of "What's going on?" arose from the crowd, as it seemed most people were questioning the assessment. If Jianrong was a third-place winner, then who could be second? Vice President Qian with a furrowed brow looked towards the second-place area. The Orchid Pavilion Award has many categories, and in the past, the Art Calligraphy Prize would have 3 to 5 people awarded first place, and about 10 for the second place. However, this year's second place had only 5 people. He looked at the first name listed under second place, Xie Yufeng. This was the pseudonym that Xie Jinyuan used in the calligraphy community, and nearly everyone present knew it. The question was, how could Xie Jinyuan be just second place? Had Su Yajun surpassed Xie Jinyuan? Vice President Qian looked at the names following closely behind Xie Jinyuan, and there was Su Yajun. The 3 names after her were those from the Calligraphy Association who were expected to compete for first place. So what were they all doing in second place? Was there no first place this year? Everyone with this question turned their gaze to the top row. The sunlight at 10 o'clock was somewhat dazzling. Vice President Qian thought maybe there was some problem with the world as he wiped his eyes and looked towards the first line. Then, his fingers trembling, he took several tries to fish out the wrinkled report form from his pocket. His eyes went to the last name, by Lian competition name, by Jian. After repeated confirmations, he lifted his head again. Looking towards the top row, there were only 5 words. First place. By Jian. This year, the Orchid Pavilion Award had a breakthrough in its history. For the first time, there were no multiple first-place winners concurrently. Instead, a first-place prize had been set aside for one person, with no other name standing in comparison. A standalone first. Chapter 168. 064 Calligraphy History Book. Remove her _1 before this list came out. Even if these people doubted whether they could be selected, they never doubted this year's seed contestants. However, it turned out strangely. First place wasn't Xie Jinyun, nor Su Yajun. Even these two didn't make it into the first-class awards. Those who squeezed to the front to see the list were stunned for a moment. Then the scene exploded like a drop of water in a hot oil pan. Who the hell is Bai Jian? Has anyone heard of him? Dropped out of nowhere to first place. What on earth did he write? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award is really something, isn't it? It should go down in the history of calligraphy, right? Can we fast forward to 3 days later? At such a time, nobody doubted the level of this first-place winner. After all, among the second-class awards were Xie Jinyun, who is being groomed as the next president, and Su Yajun, who is a student of the current president. Who would dare to tamper with the results at the Traditional Calligraphers Association's venue? This year, to outshine these two and secure first place decisively. What else could the rest say about such strength? Deputy Qian, because he was too startled, got pushed out of the crowd again. Deputy. The members of the Beijing Writers Association quickly gathered around. What's going on? I heard the list is really weird this year. Qiu Buqing, also anxious to know if had won third place, asked, Deputy, have you seen the list? The list this year is going to explode, the manager from South City said, getting squeezed out too. He noticed Jian Rong only got third place. Who the heck is this first place winner? Old Qian, have you heard of them? Ah. After Deputy Qian blinked his eyes, he looked back at the sign-in sheet and said distractedly, that Sun Hao Qiu Buqing, you two were shortlisted, while Jian Rong got third place. Hearing this news, Qiu Buqing and Jian Rong exchanged looks, their heads drooping. Their eyes suddenly lost all sparkle. Don't lose heart, the South City manager shook his head. His students only received shortlisted awards. This time the awards are really bizarre. There's been a change. Not just Yu Jianrong. Even Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun only got second place. Jianrong's heart, which had been steeped in disappointment, suddenly revived. They only got second place too? He voiced what everyone was thinking. The boy kneeling beside him quickly took out his phone to message Bai Lian. Damn bro, it's such a pity you left. Did you know? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award welcomed a freak. Even Xie Jinyun was pushed down to second place. Bai Lian, his sister, was ice cold and didn't reply. The most explosive news of this year's Orchid Pavilion Award wasn't that Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun didn't get first place, but that they were both relegated to second place. Deputy Qian watched the manager from South City and waved his hand over the sign-in sheet. The only first-place award seems to belong to ours from Beijing, that girl who left after just 10 minutes that day. His voice was not loud. Yet, as if radiating from Deputy Qian at the center, the people within 2 meters gradually fell silent. The boy who was still busily messaging Bai Lian on his phone suddenly froze. Ah! Qiu Buqing also instinctively looked up. Deputy, who did you say? Bai Lian. Qiu Buqing's mind buzzed, as if it was about to explode. The members of the Beijing Writers Association were in a half-crazed state. First place, and having eclipsed the twin stars Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun. It was an unprecedentedly glorious moment for the association in many years. Deputy Qian promptly took out his phone, his mouth stuck in an irretrievable smile. as he reported the news back to the Calligraphy Association's group. Deputy Qian, usually stern and aloof, was now smiling as if smiles cost nothing. He then called Qiu Xuezheng. Where the hell did this come from? Bai Lian was oblivious to the storm caused by the Orchid Pavilion Award. When Qiu Xuezheng called her, she was in the middle of biology class. Only after class did she notice the 19 calls from Qiu Xuezheng, which he had made 20 minutes earlier. She took her phone to the restroom and called him back. Having calmed down for 20 minutes, Qiu Zizheng's emotions had stabilized. Why didn't you answer the phone? Bai Lian casually closed the door of the stall, lifting her eyebrows. Am I not supposed to attend class? After a long pause, Qiu Xuezheng spoke airily. You got first place, the only first-class award. Oh, Bai Lian responded nonchalantly, then remembered, standing up straight. Does that mean I can apply to the Calligraphy Association now? How do I apply? Where do I apply? On the other end of the phone, Qiu Zizheng's forehead was covered in question marks. Aren't you a little too calm about your massive first place? That's what he was thinking, so he went ahead and asked it. Chapter 171. 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. _1 Who? Minister Su leaned over to take a look. He only saw the name Bai Lian. He had just been transferred today, and was informed that he would be in charge of the Calligraphy Association matter. This slot had been directly assigned to him by the director, and Minister Su hardly knew anyone involved. Apart from Ren Wanqian, he had only heard of Qiu Buqing. Not to mention the name Bai Lian, he hadn't even heard of anyone with the surname Bai in Xiangqing, but with caution, he still asked a question. Do you know her? Ren Wanqian spoke indifferently. My father's niece. Ren Wangshuan's father? Minister Su had not heard of her father's name. He only knew that the Ren family had taken in a son-in-law. I see. Minister Su suddenly felt enlightened. Miss Ren, shall we exchange contact information? Of course. Seeing that Minister Su was on board, Ren Wanqian was not stingy either. The two amicably added each other on WeChat. Minister Su smiled. This was not his first time doing such a thing. As a new official, he was using an insignificant person to ingratiate himself with Ren Wanqian and the Ren family. This deal was indeed extremely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Su-en was having a meal with Ji Hung and others. The place was Su-en's rented cottage, where he was always able to lighten the mood. He started the conversation. Why isn't Alien here today? Alien had something to attend to the day before yesterday. Xinqing felt a bit uneasy about the situation, but Ji Hung and Ji Xiaojun were never ones to talk much. She has to make up classes today and is quite busy. Naturally, she would not say that Bai Lian didn't want to come here. The implication was clear. Bai Lian hadn't been attending school the past few days. Across from Xinqing, Ji Mulan was holding her chopsticks and glanced at Su-en subconsciously. Su-en didn't mind. He knew about Bai Lian's grades and lightly moved past the subject. The date has been tentatively set for the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, close to the new year. Alien will be on holiday by then, so you all will have time to attend. After the wedding, you can still enjoy a few days in Jiangjing. At the mention of the wedding date, Ji Mulan's expression softened. This was the date they had all agreed upon. Ji Hung put down his chopsticks, took out his pipe but didn't smoke it. His calloused hands caressed the pipe as he looked at Su-en. Does your family know about this? He was referring to Su-en's mother. I've moved out and I've mentioned it to them in advance. Su-en smiled unconcerned. It's our life after all. If Alien comes over, she can live with us too. Su-en had everything arranged properly. As he spoke, suddenly there was a noise from upstairs. Upon hearing it, Su-en recognized it as Su Yajun's voice. He didn't wait to excuse himself from Ji Hung as he stood up. Miss Su? At the dining table, as soon as Su-en left, Xinqing felt less oppressed. After about a few minutes, Su-en came down the stairs holding his phone. Behind him followed a woman in a white dress. She had a delicate face, but she didn't look very well. Sorry, I have to drive someone. Su-en apologized and explained to Ji Hung. Miss Su said there's been a change at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and she's anxious to return to Jiangjing. I'm going to see her out. Traditional Calligraphers Association? Xinqing had never heard the term and asked instinctively. At most, she had heard of calligraphy and paintings. Although Ji Mulan didn't introduce her, Xinqing also knew that the woman following Su En wasn't an ordinary person. Especially given Su En's respectful attitude, Su En had no intention of introducing Su Yajun to them. For the first time, Su En was surprised to find someone unaware of the Calligraphy Association. He paused, unsure how to explain. Ji Mulan couldn't help but purse her lips and glanced at Xinqing. Su Yajun looked at Xinqing indifferently. While her gaze bore no particular meaning, to Xinqing, it felt somewhat piercing. Uncle Su, I'm in a hurry to return to Jiangjing. All right. Su En picked up his car keys and nodded to Ji Hung. He also signaled for Ji Mulan to take good care of the Ji family's guests. After Su En and Su Yajun left, Xinqing turned to Ji Xiaojun. Should I have not spoken just now? She was just an ordinary and common market woman. Ji Xiaojun was quite used to it over the years and shook his head, indicating it was all right. However, Ji Mulan's face turned cold, looking back and forth between Xinqing and Ji Xiaojun. She was amused with annoyance. Since he's not here, Ji Hung finally lit his pipe, the smoke rising thinly, blurring his vision. Let me remind you not to push alien too hard. Ji Mulan watched Ji Hung smoke his pipe. The image of Bai Lian flashed through her mind in an instant, and she made the connection in a heartbeat. Isn't what I'm doing for her own good? Me pushing her? She used to listen to me so much, but look what she's learned since coming to Xiangqing. Chapter 172, 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. _2 Ji Mulan is just a refined egoist who never thinks she's the one with a problem. What does it mean that she learned something in Xiangqing? Xinqing's temper flared up, and she became domineering. She knows so much more than you, you're not fit to talk about her. The last few sentences she said were somewhat dirty. Ji Mulan hadn't expected that even Xinqing would dare to raise her voice and talk to her like that. She pointed at Xinqing, her chest heaving violently. Ji Xiaojun hurriedly stopped Xinqing, preventing her from cursing further. Let's stop here for today. Think about aliens matter. We are going home first. With a cold face, Ji Mulan saw the three of them out, then sat in the hall contemplating whether her return this time was right or wrong. By the time Su En finished sending Su Yajun back, Ji Hung and the others had left long ago. Su En sensed a very familiar nicotine smell in the air, sniffed it, and then asked, "Have your dad and the others left?" The smell of smoke was indeed familiar. MHM. Ji Mulan didn't want to talk about them any further, seeing Su En standing still. What's wrong? What cigarettes does your dad smoke? Su En pondered for a moment. Ji Mulan shook her head. My brother gave them to him. After speaking, she looked at Su En. It's nothing. Su En shook his head, then it was no problem, and changed the subject. Do you know about Bacter Street? Bacter Street was across the river. Ji Mulan had known about it since she was a child, but didn't know much. It's chaotic. What happened? Someone's competing with me for the territory. As soon as the tourism planning of Xiangqing was released, many were eyeing it, and Su En had the advantage of quick information within the circle. Mr. Ren's secretary said that those people seemed to have the backing of a bar, not something easily messed with. Having known each other for so long, Ji Mulan saw Su En worried for the first time. She was truly surprised. There were people in Bacter Street, and even Jiangjing that could not be provoked? Bai Lian received a message from Qiu Xuezheng on her way back to Purist Street. One was about the award ceremony. Two was about the launch ceremony of the Calligraphy Association this Saturday. She must attend. Leaning back in her seat, Bai Lian tapped the screen subconsciously. What is this? And they even want me to attend in person? To be honest, sharing an award with people who haven't properly practiced brush calligraphy made Bai Lian feel awkward. Qiu Xuezheng, I asked for you, no one else can accept the award on your behalf. Bai Lian was straightforward. Then I don't want it. Qiu Xuezheng, do you realize what you're saying? Bai Lian reverted to her carefree state. She lazily tilted her head. This wouldn't be illegal, would it? Jiang Fulai finished processing a page of documents. Hearing someone casually use words like peace and illegal, he even considered borrowing criminal and civil law books from Chi Yundai for a bit. And then he started to think. How many things had she done? Stay calm, he lifted his head. His fingers holding the pen were very cold. His mind flashed through various possibilities, very calm. Talk to me first. Bai Lian turned off her phone and leisurely took down her slightly loose hairpin to reinsert it properly. Just the traditional calligraphers' association. She briefly explained. Jiang Fulai slightly relaxed. This was indeed a minor issue. His gaze lingered on the hairpin at the back of her head for a while, his tone neutral. I'll have someone pick it up for you. Proxy acceptance? Bai Lian smoothed her sleeves, raising her eyebrows. A trifle. Jiang Fulai replied unhurriedly. The car arrived at Purist Street. Bai Lian got out of the car. While Jiang He intended to follow her out. He was pulled back by Jiang Fulai using 2 fingers. Jiang He kicked his leg a bit. In the end he was frustrated. Jiang Fulai stood tall and handsome beside the car, watching Bai Lian walk back, and only returned to the car unhurriedly afterward. Then he took out his phone and found someone on WeChat. Go collect an award on the other side of the phone. Jiang Shijue was a bit stunned. He rubbed his temples, thinking there might be a problem from working overtime, and signaled his executive director to come over. Read this message from young Master Jiang for me. Seeing the name on the contact, the director felt tingles. He read it out with a hard scalp. Ah, Jiang Shijue muttered, looking up. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me. The next day, Lu Lingxi took Yang Lin back to school. Things hadn't changed much. Bai Lian sat at her desk, observed Yang Lin for a long while, and then took out her phone to message Chief Chen. Help me check on someone. She remembered Chief Chen was from officialdom. Saturday. The final location of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was chosen next to the water wheel by the Xiangqing Building, a well-preserved ancient building. Knowing the location, Bai Lian arrived early. She stood in front of the tall threshold, looking up at the architectural relic with many years behind it. Chapter 173. 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. _3 Her gaze was dark and cold. The entrance must have been renovated many times, but one could still tell that the gate was in the shape of a spire, overlooking the rockery inside and the surrounding corridors. She knew that just beyond the corridors lay the conference hall. She wondered if the sand table was still there. Now the entrance and the corridors were adorned with bright red silk. Firecrackers and fireworks were lined up at the grand entrance, while the staff bustled about cheerfully. Her hem was gently tugged. Bai Lian looked down to see Jiang He looking up at her. Bai Lian stretched out her hand and ruffled his hair. Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng said respectfully, holding the car keys. I'll wait for you outside. Please take care of the young master. Bai Lian, holding Jiang He's hand, stepped inside, crossed the corridor, and saw the sign-in desk on the left at a glance. A long row of tables was set up, covered with tea-colored tablecloths. The hostess greeted them with a gentle smile and perfect demeanor. Hello guest, please sign in here. She gracefully reached for the sign-in sheet and handed Bai Lian a pen, asking Bai Lian to sign her name. Bai Lian had arrived early and saw the lengthy sign-in sheet untouched. No guests had arrived yet. Her eyes scanned from top to bottom, but her name was nowhere to be found. Hello, the hostess said in surprise, quickly taking the sign-in sheet. May I know which guest you are? Let me help you find it. No need, my name's not on there, Bai Lian said, instantly knowing her name was absent. I'll ask around. She took out her phone, intending to ask Qiu Xuezheng. What's the matter? At the entrance, Ren Qian's secretary general and a middle-aged man were laughing as they entered. They noticed the scene from afar. Minister Su, the hostess said, this guest can't find her name, and am checking for any omissions. Minister Su, upon seeing Bai Lian, instantaneously realized who she was. He involuntarily turned to the Secretary General. The Secretary General's gaze met Bai Lian's, and his smile vanished in an instant. He stood at the threshold and addressed Bai Lian. Miss Bai, I know you're proficient in Liang style. And joining the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association must be important to you, right? Ordinary people in Xiangqing could not easily secure notable masters like Ren Wanxian had. Minister Su stood beside the Secretary General, looking up at the sky. The hostess from before seemed to have understood something as well. She looked down and quickly stepped back. Bai Lian calmly ended the call, looked up, the sky-blue dress complementing her serene face. Go on. You're quite sensible now. The Secretary General looked at Bai Lian, silent for a moment. He now had complicated feelings about her. Jingjing said, "The promotional video was recorded by you as a stand-in for Miss, right? If you agree to let our Miss re-record the video, I'll ask Minister Su to add you back to the list." He no longer dwelled on their past issues. Bai Lian's mastery of Liang style would eventually come to Ren Qian's attention. Give it to her? Bai Lian narrowed her eyes. The Secretary General was about to praise Bai Lian for being understanding when her unhurried 3 words struck him like a thunderbolt the next second. Is she worthy? You, the Secretary General glared at Bai Lian, his eyes fierce. You're nothing but dogs that grovel behind the Ren family, begging for scraps. Old Master Ren might respect you, but you've certainly started to take yourself too seriously. Minister Su at his side was taken aback by the Secretary General's tone. The Ren family indeed had the final say in this part of Xiangqing. He just didn't know how this girl had managed to offend the Secretary General. Fortunately, he hadn't rejected Ren Wanxian yesterday. Minister Su wiped off a bead of sweat. Otherwise this Secretary General would have inevitably spoken ill of him in front of Ren Qian. Bai Lian stood in the arcade beneath, her almond eyes clear and deep, reflecting the inverse of the rockery before her. She scoffed at the Secretary General. Do you think giving me a spot is such a great favor to me? You can't possibly believe I'm keen on joining the Calligraphy Association, do you? The Secretary General frowned, not comprehending her meaning. Tired? Bai Lian glanced at the Secretary General. Idiot, go play by yourself. Leaving with Jiang He, she turned and walked out the door. Chapter 174. 066 just casually crossed out the applicant's name. _1 Bai Lian left in such a decisive manner that the Secretary General and Minister Su took a long while to regain their composure. Especially the Secretary General. Ren Qian was still unaware of the incident where Ren Wanxian didn't take a video. The Secretary General had originally thought that Bai Lian would make a compromise this time. It was the first time Xiangqing had held a Calligraphy Association event of great significance. Anyone who understood the underlying importance would not give up this opportunity. Unexpectedly, Bai Lian was tough and left as soon as she said she would. The Secretary General watched Bai Lian's retreating back, his eyes unfathomable. Having obtained the video recording from Ren Wangshuan's hands, and being able to join the first batch at the startup ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian was now far from being one of the Ji family's unimportant people in the Secretary General's mind. Next to him, Minister Su finally withdrew his gaze that had been fixed on the sky, acting as if nothing had happened. He personally handed a pen over to the Secretary General with a smile and a jest. Please. He felt no particular sentiment about Bai Lian's departure. To him, she was just a name he had casually crossed out. She was merely one of the countless waves he had personally suppressed. For Minister Su, it was the Ren family and this Secretary General who were the most important at the moment. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty. Naturally, he had to grasp the thoughts of those above him. As for fairness, there's no such thing in this world. Ming Dongheng's car was parked not far away. There were many people today, so he didn't go in with Bai Lian and Jiang He but parked the car on the next street instead, from where he could see Bai Lian appearing at the end of the street. Bai Lian's coat today was the same color scheme as her inner garment, both close to sky blue. It wasn't that particularly dazzling blue, but rather a serene blue revealed through the gaps in clouds after rain, pure and gentle. However, it didn't match Bai Lian's indifferent complexion. Although he didn't know the reason, Ming Dongheng felt that Bai Lian seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Ming Dongheng quickly snapped out of it and got out of the car. He opened the door. Miss Bai, why have you returned so early? Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Calligraphy Association, But he knew that Bai Lian was supposed to attend the startup ceremony today. He had attended such events himself, which usually took an entire morning. Even if one left early, it would take at least 2 hours, but Bai Lian had returned too quickly. It's nothing. Bai Lian stood at the car door with a languid yet sharp air about her, and gestured for Jiang He to get into the back seat first. Let's go to the library. Her backpack was already in the car, so there was no need to return to Purist Street just to pick it up. There was some distance from the city wall to the library. Taking bus route 12 would require a detour along the Ring City Road past Purist Street to get to the library. Ming Dongheng took a shortcut through the middle ring to drop off Bai Lian and Jiang He at the library. Ming Dongheng sat in the car, watching the backs of Bai Lian and Jiang He. After some thought, he reported to Jiang Fulai, Miss Bai has come out. On Saturday, the library had more people than usual. When Bai Lian arrived, the second floor was already half full of patrons. She and Jiang He found an empty spot and sat down. As soon as she turned on her phone, she saw a message from Jiang Fulai. Jiang teacher. Back already? Bai student. Tired, nothing more was said. Bai Lian scrolled down further, seeing that Lance had also messaged her. Lance. Myopia can really be Lance. Goodness, this is unbelievable. Bai Lian. Lance never minded Bai Lian's reticence. I am coordinating with my assistant to find time. Bai Lian. The two had intermittently exchanged medical knowledge over time. Bai Lian's mind was filled with thousands of years of uninterrupted traditional Chinese medicine, discussing many pharmacological aspects that amazed Lance. Meanwhile, the surgical videos sent by Lance also made Bai Lian realize the horror of Western medicine. In their respective fields, both held a kind of proud solitude that overshadowed all others. Initially resistant, Bai Lian's attitude had turned into one of reverence. She even somewhat admired those who had developed Western medicine to its current glory. She wished she could too. Lance was referring today to Bai Lian's suggestion from a few days ago that acupuncture could cure his myopia. Due to his profession, Lance couldn't use laser treatment, and was planning to arrange some time for her to treat his myopia. Bai Lian was very straightforward. I don't have a medical license. Lance seemed to take a moment to check what a medical license was, as his response was a bit slow. Lance. Bai Lian didn't look any further, and kept scrolling until she saw the Jiangjing brother who had competed with her. Bai Lian. Spamming. With just a question mark, the Jiangjing brother at the award ceremony was startled by her message, and dared not post another word afterwards. She replied one by one until she reached the back and saw the documents sent by Director Chen. Bai Lian slowly sat up straight. It was a document. Chapter 175. 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _2 Director Chen is not a detective agency after all, and the information he could obtain was limited. There was even less about Yang Lin, only her address, family information, and some records at the police station. Bai Lian looked slowly from the top down. There was no news about Yang Lin's mother. Director Chen had specifically noted in the mother's column that her mother was driven away by her father when she was 5 years old. And Yang Lin's father had multiple detention records, either for causing trouble while drunk or for gambling. Bai Lian's fingertips slowly scrolled down, flipping to a very old record. Yang Lin had called the police when she was 9 years old. Bai Lian sent a screenshot of this record to Director Chen. Frowny face. Image. Director Chen replied very quickly. Frowny face with such cases. Had be detained for a few days, and once back, he would become even more abusive. Director Chen. Frowny face. Now that she's turned 18. I suggest she relocate her household registration and distance herself from him. Bai Lian was silent for a long time. 1. As Bai Lian was pulling books out of her backpack, she asked Director Chen about the relocation of the household registration. Meanwhile, Rin Qian received Ji Mulan and Su En at the Rin family household. Su En's visit this time was for the major tourism business. He was from Jiangjing and reaped the benefits of Jiangjing, but he had no clear idea about the power dynamics in Xiangqing. I understand what Mr. Su means. Ren Qian never brushed off Su En. You're probably talking about Boss Lu. Boss Lu. It was another surname Suen hadn't heard of. He looked towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan hadn't been back to Xiangqing in over a decade, and was even less clear about the situation. Ren Qian set down his teacup and solemnly said, "His main business is on Bacter Street. The manager of Qinglong Bar is very familiar with him. Does Mr. Su understand what I'm saying now?" Xiangqing turned a blind eye to Bacter Street. One reason was that the place was on the border, not within their jurisdiction, and the second was the intricate web of powers there. A bar with the most comprehensive information in Asia, a world-famous fighting arena, an auction house on the underworld that no one dares to provoke. Ren Qian could manage a city well, knowing whom he could provoke and whom he couldn't. He had a list in his heart. "I see," Suen furrowed his brows. "Qinglong Bar, do you have Boss Lu's contact information?" He had actually guessed as much. Since he couldn't go it alone, he also wanted to collaborate with this Boss Lu, especially with the backing of people from Qinglong Bar. Suen didn't expect that little Xiangqing could offer him such a big surprise. By his side, Ji Mulan naturally hadn't heard of any of this. But she didn't ask, just looked at Suen and he patted the back of her hand. "Mr. Su, Ren Qian was still due at a ceremony later today. I need to attend the launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, so I won't keep you both any longer." Suen stood up, surprised that Xiangqing even lacked a calligraphy association. But then he thought about it, considering Xiangqing didn't even have a high-speed rail yet, and he felt he could understand. He politely took his leave from Ren Qian. Only once they were outside did Ji Mulan ask Suen about Qinglong Bar. Bacter Street. Suen took out his car keys, opened the door, and turned his head to explain to Ji Mulan. "It's a complex border area. For Qinglong Bar to be established there, the forces behind it are no less significant than the several big families in Jiangjing. It's normal that you don't know." "The several big families in Jiangjing?" Ji Mulan settled into the passenger seat, looking rather silent. The launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was an important event. Ren Qian wore a dark-colored formal suit and called the Secretary General to confirm. "Did you inform Mr. Chen?" "Mr. Chen said he is working on a case." The Secretary General was very respectful. "And doesn't have time." Ren Qian wasn't surprised but felt a sense of regret. Ren Wanxian had also dressed meticulously in a design gown, accompanying Ren Qian to the vicinity of Xiangqing Building. When the two arrived, it was already 9 o'clock. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Qiu Xuezheng were standing at the entrance. The Secretary General and Director Su dared not be negligent, standing at the entrance accompanying the two of them. Ren Qian was startled, wondering why these two elders were outside to receive him. "Teacher Qiu, why are you two outside?" Qiu Xuezheng was in high spirits, having especially worn a gown with dark red helical patterns for the day, smiled at Ren Qian. "Waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone." Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian looked at each other in confusion. He thought Qiu Xuezheng was waiting for him, but didn't expect they were waiting for someone else. Qiu Xuezheng, however, didn't say much, only occasionally glancing down at the time. Then, his gaze turned towards the street corner. The launch ceremony was to start promptly at 9:30. It was 9:10. Bai Lian had not yet arrived. Because Bai Lian had made a good impression on Qiu Xuezheng, he didn't think she was someone who would be late. But as the start of the launch ceremony neared, and there was still no sign of Bai Lian, Qiu Xuezheng couldn't help but send Bai Lian a message. "Frowny face, where are you?" Chapter 176. 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _3 The other side did not reply. 9:20. Qiu Xuezheng finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he took out his cell phone to give Bai Lian a call. The library. When Jiang Fulai arrived, only Jiang He was sitting at his seat, flipping through a book in a sullen manner. He simply reached out and knocked leisurely on Jiang He's desk. Jiang He looked up, somewhat expressionless. "Bathroom." Jiang Fulai withdrew his hand, his gaze always carrying a nonchalant aloofness when he looked at people. Bai Lian had gone to the bathroom without her cell phone, which lit up on the desk. Jiang Fulai immediately spotted Teacher Qiu's call. He was the one who single-handedly facilitated the matter with the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. And he knew who Qiu Xuezheng was. Bai Lian was supposed to attend the Calligraphy Association today, but hadn't gone. Jiang Fulai glanced at the incoming call and directly cut it off. "Why are you here?" Bai Lian, who had just finished washing her hands, came out, wiping her fingers with a paper towel in a leisurely manner, and spoke in a lowered voice. Jiang Fulai didn't speak. He just coolly glanced at Jiang He. Jiang He angrily made room for him. Jiang Fulai sat down, his hand lightly resting on the desk, and spoke indifferently. "I was driven out by the people at the institute. Deep in the mountains of Xiangqing, CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute. Hewen was observing particle collisions, using machinery to search for the decay products of strange atoms when he suddenly sneezed and muttered, 'I hope it's not someone thinking of me.' No reply to WeChat messages and no answer to phone calls. Qiu Zizheng's brow furrowed. 9:25. Director Su didn't dare to urge Qiu Xuezheng and couldn't help but look towards Ren Qian for help. Ren Qian took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Teacher Qiu, let's go in and wait. It's almost the auspicious time." "All right," said Qiu Xuezheng, holding his cell phone, but his frown did not relax. As he stepped over the threshold, the receptionist came forward with the sign-in book and handed it to Qiu Xuezheng and the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. "Director Su, we'll still need your help with the Calligraphy Association in the future," Ren Qian said smilingly to Director Su. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was the bridge for communication with Beijing and Jiangjing. Director Su wanted to ingratiate himself with the Ren family, and Ren Qian also wanted to get on good terms with Director Su, a mutually beneficial relationship. His name was further down the list. Qiu Xuezheng scanned it and saw that everyone on the first page had arrived, and almost everyone on the second page had too, except for one unchecked box. Suddenly realizing something, Qiu Xuezheng flipped back to the first page and looked down the list of names. Bai Lian's name was missing. Why is there one person missing? Where's Bai Lian? Qiu Xuezheng asked the receptionist coldly. The director of the Culture Bureau, who was looking out the door, was startled by the question. What happened? He hadn't examined it closely before and now took the sign-in sheet from Qiu Zizheng's hand. Indeed, Bai Lian's name wasn't there. Director Su was taking care of people involved in the opening ceremony, being Xiangcheng's chief planner for this event. He hurried out from the commotion and quietly told Qiu Xuezheng to lower his voice. Ren Qian also faintly heard the name Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian lowered her head, sipping at her tea, masking the contempt in her eyes. The Secretary-General calmly glossed over the incident. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian for a while, holding his teacup, and ultimately chose not to meddle too much. The media journalists are all here. Director Su glanced at the lobby, gesturing for Qiu Xuezheng to speak more quietly, then explained. I didn't know Bai Lian was one of yours. I was the one who crossed out the name by mistake. Let's talk about this later. Qiu Xuezheng suddenly knew why Bai Lian wasn't answering the phone or responding to messages. She was someone who had never intended to compete, who went to Jiangjing for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association slot only to return and have her name crossed off by some inexplicable people. Did she come by this morning? Qiu Xuezheng asked just one question. Director Su hesitated, glanced at the Secretary-General, and then nodded. Qiu Xuezheng took a deep breath, restraining his composure, resisting the urge to smash the sign-in sheet into Director Zu's face. He pulled out his phone and turned to leave the place. Teacher Qiu. Director Su was panic-stricken. Qiu Xuezheng was the second most important figure for this opening ceremony, next only to Ren Qian. The Calligraphy Association's future talent acquisition would largely depend on Qiu Zizheng's reputation. How could he leave? Both Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian saw Qiu Xuezheng leave, and at this point, they could no longer pretend not to notice. Ren Qian stepped out. Why is Teacher Qiu leaving? Director Su was also frustrated. Director, isn't Teacher Qiu being too frivolous? I said I accidentally crossed out a name, and if he still wants someone to come in, I could in a few days. Frivolous? The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau interrupted, glaring at Director Su, then verbally lashed out. Cross out just like that? With just one stroke, you crossed off an applicant's name, and you think you have such insight. Chapter 177. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _1 When Qiu Xuezheng left, Minister Su had a vague sense of unease in his heart. Just as the director finished speaking, darkness seemed to fall before his eyes. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The applicant? Minister Su turned to the Secretary General and Ren Wanqian a few steps away. Miss Ren, didn't you say that Bai Lian was just a relative of your family? How did she become the applicant? Minister Zu's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had finally gotten this opportunity, only to offend the most important person here because of a single remark from Ren Wanqian. Ren Qian, who had been observing with a cold eye, moved the corners of his lips slightly, finding it fantastical. She is the applicant? In his eyes, Bai Lian was someone completely unrelated to the Calligraphy Association. So how did she suddenly become the applicant? Why hadn't the Ji family let slip a word? Mr. Ren, said the director, his face cooling, probably understanding the situation. Let's postpone today's commencement ceremony until Miss Bai arrives. He didn't exchange further words with the Ren family. He left promptly, following in Qiu Zizheng's footsteps. Miss Ren, you really have caused me a disaster this time. Minister Su gave Ren Wanqian a look. The stir-causing commencement ceremony was thus put on hold. Ren Qian held his forehead, glanced at Ren Wanqian, who was looking downside, and said to the Secretary General, "Look into this." Before lunchtime, Bai Lian finally answered Qiu Zizheng's call. They agreed to meet at the coffee shop on the first floor of the library. Qiu Xuezheng hadn't been to such a place in many years, and upon entering the coffee shop, he saw Bai Lian sitting by the window. Next to her sat a stranger, whose face he couldn't see, but whose silhouette was somehow disturbingly alarming. By classmate, Qiu Xuezheng sat across from Bai Lian, not daring to look at the person next to her, and apologized. I just found out about today's incident, and it's related to me as well. He and the director had already investigated the matter thoroughly. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian, a quantum mechanics book in hand, and upon hearing this, his long, narrow phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Russell, his pale, slender fingers turned a page. Even without saying another word, the nearly 70-year-old Qiu Xuezheng felt an inexplicable pressure. Old Mr. Ren also said he wants to personally apologize to you. Bai Lian sat leisurely inside, one hand lazily propping up her chin, quietly listening to Qiu Xuezheng finish, her long eyelashes casting a subtle shadow. It's her, huh? Qiu Xuezheng looked at Bai Lian, clearly tense. No need to apologize. I could continue, but then remove those two names from the list, Bai Lian said, turning her head to look outside the window, her voice neutral. Ah. Qiu Xuezheng didn't know about the conflict between Bai Lian and Ren Wanqian, but Ren Wanqian was, after all, his prized disciple. Hearing Bai Lian's words gave him pause. This was beyond his expectations. Minister Su is already making arrangements, but Wanqian, after all, she is Ren Qian's granddaughter. Qiu Xuezheng considered both sides. Bai Lian, although a student with decent calligraphy skills, also needed a stroke of luck. Bai Lian's phone vibrated. A message from Ji Xiaojun, inviting her to have a meal together. Bai Lian didn't want to talk more with Qiu Xuezheng and stood up, nodding slightly to Qiu Xuezheng. Teacher Qiu, I only have one request. If met, I'll continue. Qiu Xuezheng stood up, wanting to follow. At the seat, Jiang Fulai closed his book and looked up, glancing over at Qiu Xuezheng. Those pale, shallow phoenix eyes, with just a fleeting glance, made Qiu Xuezheng stop dead in his tracks. At Ji Xian's home, an old 6-story building, the elder on the first floor brought a basket of eggs for Shinqing. Holding her hand, "Little Shin, you and Xiaojun need to look out for us. We've lived here all our lives, we really don't want to leave." "I know, Auntie." Shinqing took the eggs, her tone calm. "Don't worry, we don't want to demolish either." "That's good to hear." The elderly woman, thin and bent over, descended the stairs. Mostly solitary elderly people lived in this part of the neighborhood. Some had children who went out to work and were seldom home. Some had gone away for good after succeeding academically, and others were like the old couple on the first floor, with no descendants. In the entire old neighborhood, only Ji Xiaojun was the sole intellectual. Whenever there was a problem, everyone liked to come to him for advice. Ji Xiaojun, sitting in the living room, frowned at the eggs Shenqing was holding. Why are you still accepting people's eggs? It's not easy for them without children. Shenqing put away the eggs and glanced at him. Then you can go downstairs tomorrow and drink the dew. There was a knock on the door. Shenqing closed the fridge door. That must be Alien and Dad. You go answer it. Chapter 178. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _2 Ji Xiaojun quickly rose from the sofa and opened the door. It was indeed Bai Lian and Ji Heng. There was also a child with Bai Lian. Hey! Ji Xiaojun recognized him. It was Jiang He whom he had seen that night, and he made way. Kid, you're here too? Jiang He nodded. He didn't talk much. Shenqing had never seen Jiang He before, so when she encountered such a delicate-looking child for the first time, she didn't know how to interact with him, and washed a plate of grapes for Bai Lian and Jiang He to eat. Going fishing this afternoon? Ji Xiaojun noticed that Ji Heng had brought a fishing rod. Ji Heng set the fishing rod down. Xiaochen found a good spot for fishing. We'll try it out this afternoon. Okay, I will come too, and I'll let Yongkuan eat here tonight. Ji Xiaojun didn't have many classes these days, and was annoyed with the headache brought by the demolition issue, and he also enjoyed fishing with Ji Heng. Having said this, he went to the kitchen to join Shenqing and help out. Ji Heng originally wanted to take a smoke break, but catching sight of Jiang he resisted the urge. The living room in Ji Shan's house was small and not very well ventilated. The old-style phone rang once. It was Ji Xiaorong calling. Holding his empty pipe, he picked it up. Dad. The voice from the phone, Ji Xiaorong's, was calm. Is Alien there? She is. Ji Xiaorong paused. Ask her if she wants to come to the Ren family. Hearing this, Ji Heng frowned, glanced at Bai Lian, and knew the intention behind Ji Xiaorong asking him this question. He didn't ask Bai Lian and directly replied, she won't come. He hung up the phone. Did you hear that? At the Ren family, Ji Xiaorong placed his phone on the table and looked at Ren Qian. She's not coming. Next to him, Ren Qian managed to show a good expression to Ji Xiaorong for once. It's like a temple being flooded. Xiox's mistake caused such an awkward situation between our two families. Ji Xiaorong looked at Ren Qian, but didn't respond. Wanxian. Ren Qian then turned to Ren Wanxian. Regardless, you need to apologize to your cousin and try to get her to forgive you. Ren Wanxian said nothing and got up, heading straight upstairs. This time Ren Qian didn't stop her. Instead, he continued speaking with Ji Xiaorong. Xiaorong, this matter isn't bad for Bai Lian. Teacher Cho said she's unwilling to go to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, but as her parents, you should persuade her more. It's not good for her to be stuck in Xiangqing all the time. The opportunity at the Calligraphy Association was too rare. Even Ren Qian thought that he had misjudged before. Acknowledging that Bai Lian was indeed extraordinary, Ren Qian recalled the recent estrangement with the Ji family due to the Chen family incident, followed by the ugly dispute with Bai Lian caused by Ren Wanxian. His heart immediately knotted up. Well, see what she wants. Ji Xiaorong wouldn't make decisions for Bai Lian. Having said that, he went upstairs to find Ren Wanxian. After Ji Xiaorong went upstairs, Ren Qian furrowed his brows and looked at the Secretary General. What's going on with you and Wanxian? It has nothing to do with the young lady. The Secretary General lowered his eyes. It's entirely my fault. Enough, I know Wanxian better than you. Ren Qian massaged his temple, feeling a severe headache, knowing full well that this matter must have been instigated by Ren Wanxian. Where's Bai Lian's information? He knew that after Bai Lian attended the Lanting Award event, he had people check out Bai Lian's background again. The Secretary General pulled out a sheet of freshly printed paper and handed it over to Ren Qian. It's all here. Ren Qian finished scanning the information. Bai Lian was registered under Ji Heng's household, with information clear and detailed, nothing more. As ordinary as it gets. Ren Qian glanced through the straightforward information and put it away after he was done. Bai Lian is at her uncle's place? Yes, her uncle lives in Yongfu residential area, building 7, apartment 601. The Secretary General had anticipated what Ren Qian was about to do and recited an address. Ren Qian was quite satisfied with the Secretary General's efficiency, pressing the bridge of his nose. Prepare yourself, you and Minister Su should have a good talk with Bai Lian. At Ji Shan's home, the door was left ajar. When the Secretary General and Minister Su arrived, Ji Heng had already taken Ji Xiaojun out for fishing. Bai Lian was watching Jiang He play with a puzzle. Mr. Secretary, Shen Qing brought out new teacups and brewed tea for them. She then glanced at the cramped living room, unsure where to put her hands and feet. Please have a seat. She patted the sofa again and again. The Secretary General looked indifferently at the somewhat yellowed sofa cushion, didn't speak, and did not sit down. Minister Su, seeing Shen Qing's demeanor, felt much more relaxed. He took the tea Shen Qing brewed, casually putting it aside and smiling, "Thank you." Bai Lian leisurely helped Jiang He place a puzzle piece before standing up. Without looking at them, she pressed Shen Qing down to sit on the sofa. "Auntie, please sit." Chapter 179. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _3 Bai Lian didn't sit down but just leaned against the back of the sofa and looked up. Is there something? She used to be quite polite to the Secretary General. But during the last 2 encounters, her attitude was very perfunctory, without a hint of manners. First, I apologize to you on the young lad's behalf. The Secretary General fully played the part, wanting to reconcile with Bai Lian. His demeanor was gentle, and after a slight pause, he still sat down on the yellowing sofa cushion. I also apologize to you. We're all family after all. She now realizes her mistake, and has been grounded by the Sir. Can we consider the matter settled, Miss Bai? Minister Su also hurriedly spoke up. Miss Bai, I'm sorry. He stood up and bowed deeply to Bai Lian. Absolute sincerity. Bai Lian languidly leaned on the sofa, with one leg propped up, holding a mobile phone in her hand, her sky-blue skirt hem half-pressed on the couch. Upon hearing this, she tilted her head, smiling but not really smiling, like a white tiger startled by an intrusion. Settled? With her response, Minister Zu's heart sank. He thought that with Shen Qing like this, it would be easy to fool this family, but it turned out Bai Lian wasn't so easily fooled. Miss Bai, Teacher Chiu is already considering terminating the apprenticeship with the young lady. The Secretary General squinted at Bai Lian, neither humble nor arrogant. The young lady has also been punished by being made to kneel by the Sir, and her promotional video was replaced by you. She has already received plenty of punishment, while on the other hand, you haven't lost anything, have you? It's better to spare others when you can, so that future meetings will be more pleasant. As the Secretary General spoke, Minister Su sat on the side. He did not interrupt. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jiang He had been piecing together a puzzle all this time without lifting his head, but Shen Qing couldn't help but grip Bai Lian's arm and looked up at her. Bai Lian's eyes did not change. She just gently patted Shen Qing's arm, and then spoke slowly. It's better to spare others when you can? Why should I have such a thing? You and the young lady are relatives. The Secretary General held back his anger. Knowing that Ren Qian wanted to court Bai Lian, you. Stop, Bai Lian laughed, extremely indifferent, lazily raising her hand. I'm not relatives with your young lady. The Secretary General could no longer keep up his act, and his face turned cold in an instant. He had intended to have a good talk with Bai Lian, and to help each other in the future. He had not expected that she wouldn't give any face, and was just as stubborn as before, really thinking that with the Orchid Pavilion Award, she could have the world at her command? Miss Bai, I have already been dismissed and have apologized to you. Isn't that enough? Minister Su had never seen someone like Bai Lian. After coming here, facing Bai Lian, who lived in the cramped old neighborhood, he truly couldn't harbor any other thoughts. You shouldn't be too excessive. Bai Lian chuckled lightly. You apologize and I have to accept it? Realizing Bai Lian was not joking, The Secretary General turned to leave. Halfway through, he turned back and sneered at Bai Lian. Miss Bai, don't be naive enough to think that just with calligraphy in your background, you can make a name for yourself in Jiangjing, right? Minister Su did not speak to stop him. The Secretary General glanced at Shen Qing and sneered. Really thinking that old Master Run had no temper, huh? To be in his position, Ren Qian was not someone to be easily manipulated. The Secretary General almost ridiculed her. Bai Lian, you can prevent the young lady from entering the Calligraphy Association, but have you forgotten who Xiangqing belongs to? Forgotten that Xiangqing bears the Ren surname? What if we don't agree to the start-up ceremony of the Calligraphy Association? Or perhaps, the Secretary General's voice was almost soft. I remember you transferred to Xiangqing, right? Secretary, wait. Shen Qing broke free from Bai Lian's hand, quickly standing up, almost crying out. The Secretary General sneered and without stopping, simply reached out to open the half-ajar door. At the doorway stood a tall and indifferent figure, a knee-length black overcoat. His features were cool and detached, not looking at the Secretary General, but slightly turning his head to look at the person behind him. When did I not know that Xiangqing suddenly changed its surname to Run? Chapter 180. 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _1 The Secretary General and Minister Su did not know Jiang Fulai, but even without recognition, they felt a tremendous pressure upon opening the door. It weighed down on them so heavily that they didn't dare lift their heads. Following behind Jiang Fulai, Ming Dongheng, who had lived for so many years, had never felt such a strong sense of oppression, not even when Jiang Fulai once told him, "You might as well not bother going to university." Xiangqing is surnamed Ren? Ming Dongheng had no idea how they dared to make such a claim. He reached out and with one hand each, he lifted the Secretary General and Minister Su and threw them out. You go in first, I'll handle this. Having Jiang Fulai handle this matter would likely strip a layer of skin off the entire Ren family. After Jiang Fulai entered, Ming Dongheng glanced down at the Secretary General and Minister Su. Qin Yangkun's men? Only after Jiang Fulai had left did the two men feel relieved. However, before the Secretary General could catch his breath, Ming Dongheng's next words made his blood run cold. As Ren Qian's right-hand man, the Secretary General naturally had received information about Director Qin. Even though Ren Qian and his people always called him Lord Qin, it didn't mean he didn't know Lord Qin's real name. Seeing the Secretary General's reaction, Ming Dongheng knew he was correct and couldn't be bothered with him. I will have Qin Yongkuan communicate with you. After saying that, he went back inside and closed the door, leaving the two men outside. Minister Su, who had just been transferred here, naturally had not heard the name Qin Yongkuan. Only after Ming Dongheng and Jiang Fulai had gone inside did he look up at the Secretary General. Who are those two? And who is Qin Yongkuan? Prejudice led him to look down on Bai Lian. Just as he had finished speaking, he saw that the Secretary General had turned deathly pale. Qin. Lord Qin. The Secretary General's finger trembled slightly, and he suddenly realized they had acted arrogantly in the wrong place today. We must hurry back and find the master. With the demeanor of those two individuals, the Secretary General had no doubt that the Qin Yongkuan mentioned by Ming Dongheng was the one of the same name. Considering the Ji family's people, he initially thought today's matter would be easy to resolve, but now how could it be related to Lord Qin? He almost sprinted downstairs. Behind him, Minister Su belatedly realized that something seemed amiss. Following down the stairs, once he reached the bottom, he turned back and looked at the nearly dilapidated building in a daze. Who exactly is Qin Yongkuan? The Ji family. Shen Qing was being tugged at her sleeve by Alien. Alien, please let me go to the secretary and talk again. Don't hold on to me. She looked urgent. The Ren family's status in Xiangqing was well established in people's hearts, and being located in a remote area, they might as well have been the emperor. Shen Qing couldn't comprehend everything, but the mention of the school had thrown her into panic. She was aware of Bai Lian's seriousness about her studies. Ji Heng often said Bai Lian would study until 1 in the morning, determined to work hard for a place at university. What's the rush, Auntie? Alien was strong and forcibly made Shen Qing sit down. comforting her. If worst comes to worst, I can switch to another school. The best school in Xiangqing was number 1 middle school. What good would changing schools do? Xinqing opened her mouth. You child, stop pulling me. What do you know? Are you just like your uncle? So stubborn you can't see sense. Why are you causing trouble with the Ren family? At this rate, you'll miss the secretary. She had spoken only halfway, when she suddenly felt a chill throughout the hall and shivered. Looking up, she caught sight of the tall figure entering leisurely. With his head slightly lowered, fine black hair slightly droopy, his skin pale and cold, and his light-colored eyes devoid of any superfluous emotions, his black coat was casually open, emanating a frosty demeanor, making even this old hall seem to take on a different elegance. Almost instantly Xinqing recognized him, the young man she had seen at the police station last time. Alien was contemplating how to stop Xinqing from leaving when, without a word from anyone, Xinqing quieted down on her own. She touched her chin thoughtfully. He was quite useful. Don't worry, said Jiang Fulai, glancing at Jiang He playing with a jigsaw puzzle on the floor, to Xinqing. It will be all right. Really? Xinqing was somewhat hesitant. Her eyes, those of an ordinary citizen, always saw the Ren family as an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Fulai replied with ease. How could Xiangqing possibly be surnamed Ren? Xiangqing belongs to the people. Bai Lian nodded in agreement. That's right. Ah. Xinqing felt something was amiss but also thought it made sense. You're right. Alien, let go of me. You're hurting me. She rubbed the hand that Bai Lian had been squeezing painfully, and went in to make tea for Jiang Fulai. She also got a new cup for him. Chapter 181. 068 Ren Qian suspended. VIP member. _2 You didn't lie to me, did you? Xinqing handed the teacup to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai sat on the sofa, taking the new cup emblazoned with Durunduo Supermarket, and gracefully blew on it before taking a sip, of course. When it came to bluffing, Jiang Fulai had a knack for it. Just by sitting there he was as formidable as an army of thousands, so much so that even if he told Xinqing the sun in the sky was square, she would feel there was some sense to his words. Good. Xinqing's eyes darted around, as she started to inquire more about Jiang Fulai. Xiaojiang, where are you from? Bai Lian was listening on the side and it was giving her a headache. Auntie, we still need to go make some checks outside. She picked up Jiang He, so we'll be leaving now. Hey, Xinqing yelled from inside the door. He, remember to come play with your sister next time. Jiang He, being held by Bai Lian, struggled to turn back to look at Xinqing. It wasn't until they reached the downstairs that Bai Lian set him down, and Jiang He stared at the several excavators that had just entered the neighborhood for quite a while. Bai Lian didn't go to the library in the afternoon. Ming Dongheng drove to the address she mentioned. It was an old district in the east of the city. He parked the car, and as he looked up he saw a dilapidated small quadrangle and was taken aback. This is... Jiang Fulai also got out of the car and stood in front of the gate, looking at the partially hanging sign. Xingyi Martial Arts School. The quadrangle was quite large, probably about 5 or 6 acres. But it was almost suburban, with hardly any passers-by. The gate was made of thick red elm, and the 4 door studs had nearly faded, but one could still make out the peonies. The bronze door rings had revealed their true color. Bai Lian stepped onto the stairs and gently tapped the door ring 3 times. No one came to open the door. Are you looking for Master Jean? A man passing by on an electric scooter wiped his sweat with a towel and grinned. He should have gone to work on the construction site by now. Probably won't be back until 10 tonight. Bai Lian already knew from Mao Kuan that this martial arts school had closed down. But she had never expected that the owner of the martial arts school would be on a construction site. Thank you. She lowered her hand and thanked the man. I want to start the calligraphy association next door. Bai Lian descended the steps step by step, sharing her idea with Jiang Fulai. This martial arts school is quite extensive. I've looked it up online. The calligraphy association wouldn't need much space. Jiang Fulai looked up, glancing at the tightly closed door next to the martial arts school. Almost from the moment Ming Dongheng had driven here, he had guessed what Bai Lian had in mind. He led Bai Lian around the area, pointing across the spacious front of the martial arts school. "We can apply for a bus stop here. Transportation is always the most important thing, no matter what." Bai Lian had initially handed the Calligraphy Association entirely over to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, but today she changed her mind. Leaving it to them, the people of Xiangqing might not have equal opportunity to learn calligraphy. She decided to do it herself. And there was the martial arts school. Bai Lian looked up, her gaze falling upon the hanging sign. She remembered Mao Kuan saying that most children these days learn taekwondo or judo. And Ning Xiao mentioned that Muay Thai was also popular. She withdrew her gaze. A martial arts school? Bai Lian was not used to typing on a computer, so Jiang Fulai sat in the car, pulled out his laptop, opened a document, and began typing on the keyboard one-handed to help her draft the business plan. What else? The laptop rested casually on his knees, his pale fingers against the black keyboard. Occasionally, he would turn his head and listen attentively to Bai Lian's ideas. After finishing, he also sent it to Jiang Shijue to brainstorm. When Jiang Shijue, who was decisive in financial circles, thought Jiang Fulai had sent him some crucial document, he interrupted a meeting to return to his office to check, only to find a regional calligraphy association and martial arts hall plan. And in a situation where Qiu Xuezheng, the adversary, was at his wit's end, he soon received a business plan that could be described as perfect. At the Run family home, Ji Xiaorong looked at the gift thrown outside by Run Wanxian and couldn't help pressing his forehead. He was used to it by now. Whenever Run Wanxian lost her temper, she liked to throw things around, regardless of whether they were gifts from him or from Ren Qian. She had tossed them all into the trash can. But Ren Qian's way of raising a daughter was to pamper her with wealth. He saw no problem with it. Ren Wanxian was raised by Ren Qian, and it was not Ji Shaorong's place to intervene. Sometimes when he said too much, the Secretary General would accuse him of trying to take advantage of the Ren family. Not even Ren Jiawei could intervene. Ji Xiaorong picked up the gift with a heavy heart. On his way downstairs, he saw the Secretary General coming in from outside. They never got along, and their antipathy had become even more evident in the recent years. But today the Secretary General did not have the time to mock him. He went upstairs with a pale face to find Ren Qian. As soon as he entered the study, a teacup came smashing his way. Chapter 182. 068 Ren Qian suspended VIP member. _3 Xiangqing belongs to the Ren family, and you dare to say that? Ren Qian couldn't believe what he was hearing from the Secretary General. That Mr. Su is a fool, but you've been in this position for so many years and still can't see clearly? The Secretary General had never made such a big blunder before. Mainly because of those people from the Ji family, he had never taken them seriously. Old Master Ren, I had no idea they actually knew Mr. Chen. Whether they know Mr. Chen or not, I'm asking how you dared to utter those words? Ren Qian had never been so furious, and after some time he collapsed into his chair, looking a decade older. I am now suspended for half a month. The Secretary General's head was buzzing. Go tell Wanxian. Ren Qian had done nothing wrong all these years and wasn't afraid of being investigated. Tell her that she won't be able to join the Calligraphy Association. As for Minister Su, he had committed too many wrongs, and there was no one left to save him. Ren Wanxian was unaware of the Ren family's troubles. She had already received notification from Qiu Xuezheng that Bai Lian was going to start a separate calligraphy association in a place where birds don't even bother to poop. Ren Wanxian was initially upset about not being able to join the calligraphy association, but upon hearing this news, she suddenly lost interest in joining. Senior brother, do you still want to join the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association? Jiangjing. Xiangqing belongs to Beicheng, and the vice president had already announced the news about the founding of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association in the Beicheng Writers Association, encouraging everyone to join as members of Xiangqing. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association is hosted by the first prize winner of this year's Lanting Award. This news shook many people in the Beicheng Writers Association, and lots were tempted. I recall that you are also from Xiangqing, right? Jian Rong had ideas of his own. Looking at Qiu Boqing, Xiangqing was ordinary, But this Bai Jian was truly attractive to Calligraphy Association members. The team leader helped me sign up. Jian Rong was holding a registration form. I advise you not to go. I'm already trying to find a way out. Qiu Buqing pursed his lips, addressing Jian Rong and others around him. Giving you all a heads up, you know what kind of place Xiangqing is. Although she ranked first, she joined only the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, not the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association. And the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association is situated in a suburb. The vice president will surely have to send a few people down there. I suggest those of you with connections start looking now so you don't find yourselves being dispatched there. Joining a newly established junior association, especially one not part of the traditional calligraphers association, will make it difficult to leave once you're in. As he spoke, Qiu Buqing also sent an application report to Qiu Xuezheng. Everyone looked at each other, knowing the reputation of Xiangqing. Those who wanted to go were mostly tempted by Bai Jian's fame, but what use would that fame be if Bai Jian didn't join the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association? Without joining the Calligraphy Association, it's impossible to find top-tier teachers. How can they progress without that? One's career would surely stagnate at that point, with no further development possible. Who isn't striving for the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association? Who wants to be sent to the hopeless Xiangqing? Poor and nameless. There were no famous teachers, and the only person of note, Qiu Xuezheng from the Beijing Writers Association, was average at best. She performed exceptionally this time, but without joining the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association, how can she develop without a teacher's guidance? I'll mention it to my grandfather, and ask him to talk to the vice team leader. I'm going to apply to withdraw. Jian Rong frowned, abandoning the idea. I have a third-class award, which meets the application criteria for the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association. I'll find a better teacher to instruct me. Brother. Just as he got up, a male student approached from behind. You're not going, are you? Can you give me the application form? You. Jian Rong looked at the student, recognizing him as his uncle's son. Jianzhe? Why would you go to Xiangqing? His gaze toward Jianzhe was akin to looking at someone with an intellectual disability. Everyone was looking for connections to avoid being sent to Xiangqing. Yet here was someone volunteering to go? My female buddy. Jianzhe scratched his head. I want to check out that rock at Xiangqing No. 1 High School. You were chosen by the vice team leader, so it would be awkward for you to withdraw, but it's different for me. Grandfather would certainly not refuse. Mainly because it was only today that Jianzhe saw the work and realized Bai Lian wrote in the Liang style. And the style he studied was also Liang. Whatever suits you. Jian Rong gave Jianzhe a glance, handing over the registration form. Then you talk to grandfather yourself. It wasn't me who pressed you. Watching Jianzhe take the registration form, Jian Rong felt as if he had shed a burden, feeling much lighter. Jianzhe, holding the registration form, called his grandfather again. The Jian family valued Jian Rong highly. When they heard that Jianzhe was taking Jian Rong's place in the dismal location, Grandfather Jian naturally agreed readily, without asking any further questions. Chapter 183. 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _4 Jianzhe submitted the list and flew back to Beijing the next day. After taking a train transfer, he arrived in Xiangqing dusty and disheveled on Monday afternoon. No one from the Jian family came to pick him up. He wasn't surprised at all, as he never considered himself to be the chosen one by fate. Jianzhe arrived alone at the Calligraphy Association venue, where Qiu Xuezheng was sweeping the floor outside. Seeing him, Qiu Xuezheng looked up and smiled. Jianzhe, right? Come in first. We have a members' meeting at 6 o'clock. Bai Lian quietly set up a calligraphy association without any opening ceremony or press conference. She personally invited local calligraphers who hadn't taken any exams to join. She wrote the signboard Xiangqing Calligraphy Association with her own hand. Beforehand, Jianzhe had heard from Qiu Buqing that the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was desolate and rundown, but upon arrival, he found that while the items here were old, they were very quaint. He held up a teacup and took a sip. Where did this tea come from? Jianzhe looked up at Qiu Xuezheng, feeling quite strange. This tea. Why does it taste so much like Old Patch's tea? Why do I know it so well? Because his grandfather sent a tea cake to Jianrong when she was shortlisted for the Lanting Award. And she had boasted about it for a year, even letting Jianjia try it, and he remembered it distinctly. He even felt that the color of this tea was much better than the one Jianrong had. Here, Qiu Xuezheng pointed to a big jar behind him. Brought by student Bai. Do you like it? Take some back with you later. We have limited funds here. Only these things, he sighed. Jianjia stared dumbfoundedly at the large jar placed behind him, and then glanced down at the tea in his hands. That time, Jianrong had boasted about that tea cake for a long time. With so much of it, could it really be Old Patch's tea? It was almost 6 o'clock. Bai Lian arrived with Jiang He. She wore her school uniform, carried a bag, tied up her hair, and stepped into the Calligraphy Association hall against the setting sun. Everyone's here. Qiu Xuezheng let a few old teachers out and then said to Bai Lian, "Today is the first general meeting of all members. Although there are not many people, starting the association will be difficult." Jianjia sat next to Bai Lian, looking at the few scattered people sitting around the octagonal table. He was beginning to understand what Qiu Buoqing meant. "Teacher Qiu, wait." Bai Lian was looking down at her English reading when she heard Qiu Zizheng's words. She lifted her head slightly, her arm lightly resting on the table, legs crossed, the other hand propping her chin as she looked outside. "There's one more person." "Who?" Qiu Xuezheng was startled. He hadn't received any other applications. Just as he was saying that, a tall figure slowly appeared at the doorway in the twilight, holding a cell phone and casually walking along the stone path. Qiu Xuezheng immediately recognized him as the man who had sat next to Bai Lian at the coffee shop. Jianjia, who was leaning on the table and talking to Bai Lian, straightened up abruptly as he felt the gaze. There were others sitting around the octagonal table who were previously chatting merrily, but they all became tense for some reason upon seeing Jiang Fulai. Jianjia moved halfway off his seat, thinking to make room for this big shot. However, before he could stand up, Jiang He, sitting on the other side of Bai Lian, got up in a familiar way and sat down expressionlessly on a stool set to the side. "Jianjia." Jiang Fulai casually pulled out the chair next to Bai Lian and sat down nonchalantly, greeting everyone at the octagonal table. "Just carry on, I'm just here to listen." He acted as if he was just casually listening. But facing him, how could Qiu Xuezheng be casual? "It's like this, we have a total of 7, 8 initial members." Qiu Xuezheng read from the notebook one by one, and when he got to the end, he hesitated as he looked towards Jiang Fulai. "May I ask?" "Jiang Fulai, the Fulai from Turkic language." Jiang Fulai lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, leaning back lazily in his chair as he announced his full name. Qiu Xuezheng nodded, added the name, and asked, "Is this your first time joining a calligraphy association or a second time?" "Second time joining." Qiu Xuezheng looked surprised again, as he had thought Jiang Fulai, like Bai Lian, was joining for the first time. After all, Jiang Fulai had an aura of elite about him, more like someone in finance or politics, and didn't quite fit the artistic image. Second time joining, he took a sip of tea to ease himself before continuing to write on the paper. "Which calligraphy association were you previously in, and do you have a rank?" "Traditional Calligraphers Association ranked." Jiang Fulai started lazily, then thought for a moment. "Special grade member, I guess." Qiu Xuezheng, about to take note of Jiang Fulai's information, paused with his pen in shock and looked up. Chapter 184. 069 Practices with a bunch of iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update. _1 at the 8 Immortals table, except for Bai Lian, everyone's gaze subconsciously converged onto Jiang Fulai's face. His face, like Bai Lian's, was too deceptive, not the kind that seemed to belong to someone who would be good at calligraphy. Who would have thought that he would casually mention the Traditional Calligraphers Association? Even a special grade member? There are only 5 total special grade members in the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Besides the president, each of the rest lives a reclusive life. Often only their works are seen, not the person, And even members of the Calligraphy Association hardly see these high-level members. They were now looking at one of them. Next to him, Jianzhe felt like he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but lean in to look at Jiang Fulai. And when he encountered Jiang's light, indifferent eyes, Jianzhe immediately averted his gaze. Is there a problem? After a long silence, Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow. Ah no, Qiu Xuezheng was shocked as well. Having weathered many storms, he slowly recovered from his amazement. No problem. His trembling pen tip inscribed the words special grade behind Jiang Fulai's name. You want to take the exam? Bai Lian turned her head, not understanding the rules here. She slightly tilted her head, quietly asking Jiang Fulai. She was dressed in the simplest school uniform, her profile clean and shallow, her eyebrows and eyes as delicate as a snow-topped floral arbor, the overhead lighting casting a hazy, gentle aura around her. Not only do members need to be ranked, but the associations do as well. Jiang Fulai held a purple clay teapot, leisurely pouring tea into her cup as well as his own. We only have 8 people now, just a junior association. Every year in June, rankings are conducted for major calligraphy associations. Associations are categorized top-down into special grade association, senior association, intermediate association, and junior association. The entire country has just one special grade association, which is the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and this is one of the reasons that everyone wants to join it. Senior associations are distributed across the 4 major cities. Bai Lian, never having participated in a grading, is currently just a junior member, despite having won the Orchid Pavilion Award. This is the membership fee, there's no password. Before leaving, Jiang Fulai handed a card to Qiu Xuezheng. She wants to set up a good calligraphy school. This is the startup funding. Additionally, I've already had someone prepare a plan. Someone will contact you. Sitting at the 8 Immortals table, Qiu Xuezheng looked at the International Bank Vermilion Bird Bank's black card placed in front of him. He questioned his life. Teacher Qiu, Jianzhe said, looking at the departing figures of Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, then back at the black card. We shouldn't have difficulty becoming a senior association in the future, right? Qiu Xuezheng was also in a daze. Should be able to, I guess. He felt certain that Bai Lian would be able to make it to special grade member. With 2 special grade members to support them, they should be able to achieve senior association status, right? As for a special grade association, that would only appear in Jiangjing, something they hadn't really considered. Of course, Jianzhe and Qiu Xuezheng at the moment didn't know that these 2 were not only extraordinary themselves, but they were most remarkable when teaching. Especially Bai Lian, who could even replicate Liang Zuan's teaching methods perfectly in calligraphy. Qiu Xuezheng took a deep breath and took out his phone to send a message to Vice President Qian. If they don't want to come, then don't force them. On the other side, when Vice President Qian said that he would not send anyone to Xiangqing, both Jianrong and Qiu Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Qiu Buqing, who originally thought that Qiu Xuezheng would pressure him. He didn't expect not to receive a single word from Qiu Xuezheng. Meanwhile, Yongfu residential area. A man in a shirt, with a cigarette clamped in his hand, tattoos peeking through his tank top up to his neck, followed by 4 large excavators. No one here is signing? Boss Lu, mainly because of a painter. His subordinate carefully lit his cigarette for him. The household at 7 Building 601 Ji Xiaojun. He's educated and highly respected here. He seems to have noticed the loopholes in the contract and has prevented people here from signing. As he spoke, the subordinate also handed a stack of files to Boss Lu. Yongfu residential area is located in the development zone. A piece of cake everyone wants to get their hands on. Here live ordinary people, and the agreement for demolition provided by Boss Lu had loopholes. It was originally thought that deceiving these solitary elderly would be quite easy, but unexpectedly, not a single person had signed. Upon investigation, 7 Building 601 was the cause of it all. Everyone in the residential area followed the painter's advice. Let's go, Boss Lu said, biting his cigarette and glancing at the files. Just an ordinary painter. A housewife full of pretense. It was nearly 8 o'clock. When they arrived, Ji Xiaojun was washing dishes, and Shenqing, upon seeing Boss Lu with his tattoo of a ferocious python and bared arms, involuntarily stepped back. Old Ji. Chapter 185. 069 Practices with a bunch of iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update, _2 Xinqing Ji Xiaojun, right? Mr. Liu sat down in the chair his subordinate had moved over, tilting his head slightly. The subordinate immediately handed Xinqing a card. Mr. Liu, clenching a cigarette between his teeth, smiled. There's 1 million in here. As long as you get the people here to sign the relocation contract, the 1 million is yours. They had conducted a thorough investigation. Ji Xiaojun was known for his integrity, but Xinqing was a petty bourgeois. 1 million. Enough to buy a soul. 1 million. Xinqing's eyes widened upon hearing this, staring at the card. For an ordinary person, this was a fortune. Xinqing had never seen so much money. Without even blinking, Ji Xiaojun returned the card to Mr. Liu. We won't do such a thing. Mr. Liu laughed. He looked deeply at Xinqing and then waved his hand. Let's go. After the men had left, Ji Xiaojun slammed the door shut and frowned at Xinqing. Don't even think about it. Tuesday. Yang Lin had been coming to school regularly these past few days. Bai Lian took out the books one by one, pondering how to discuss the matter of moving the household registration with her. Unlike the others, Yang Lin always avoided contact with people. Lian, Xiaohan twirled her finger in front of her, looking at Bai Lian. That. Bai Lian looked up, her eyes reflecting the morning sun, appearing rather charming. Speak. Oh, Xiaohan said, looking at Bai Lian. I'm a self-media practitioner. Of course, I'm still at the starting stage. I want to post your school anniversary video on my account. Can I do a little blurring? Zhang Xiais, who had just arrived in the classroom, felt dizzy. He strode in with long legs. Xiaohan, can you talk slower? Who can understand you? I didn't even catch a breath. He had barely finished speaking. Bai Lian leaned back. Go ahead, post it. She had no objections to this matter. She wasn't very clear on self-media, but it was hard for her to refuse Xiaohan's request. Zhang Xiais, you're so nice, Xiaohan exclaimed, about to hug Bai Lian. But she was stopped by Bai Lian with a finger, which lightly touched Xiaohan's forehead while her other hand casually pulled out a book, tilting her head slightly and giving Xiaohan a lazy smile. Speak properly, no touching. Oh. Xiaohan's ears turned a tad red. Then, as if remembering something, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiais. Idiot. Zhang Xiais. The day's classes ended. Bai Lian didn't head to the milk tea shop after school in the evening. Instead, she went to the calligraphy association with Jiang He. The application for the bus stop sign had already been approved, and now they were planning the route. Sis, Jianzhe was moving chairs in the courtyard. Seeing Bai Lian come over, his eyes lit up. Come check out our classroom. The calligraphy association was right next to the gym. Though smaller than the gym, it covered a good acre, and the surrounding rooms had been planned by Qiu Xuezheng as classrooms, offices, reception rooms. Jianzhe showed Bai Lian a 30-square-meter classroom. In a couple of days, when the equipment arrives, kids from nearby can come and learn. Not bad. Bai Lian put down her backpack, then unzipped it and handed Jianzhe a bag of things inside without much effort. Seeing how easily Bai Lian handled it, Jianzhe caught it with one hand. But as he took it, he nearly fell to the ground, swiftly bracing himself against the wall. Jiang He sat on a nearby stool, swinging his legs, expressionless as he watched Jianzhe. What is this? Jianzhe looked down in shock at the dozens of silver metal pieces inside, each the size of a quail egg. Just these few pieces, dozens of pounds? For practicing calligraphy, Bai Lian raised her hand, revealing a crimson ribbon on her wrist and a piece of iridium the size of an egg. You should hang one on yourself daily. She had requested these from Mao Kuan a few days ago, and Mao Kuan was quick. Of course, Miss Bai was still unaware of the price tag attached to her quail egg-sized item. Jianzhe nodded absent-mindedly. On the outskirts of the city, an abandoned warehouse. Mr. Liu, holding 2 cards in his hand, slowly crouched next to Xinqing, narrowing his eyes. You like money, don't you? 2 million, and you're still not willing? He couldn't understand why with 2 million offered, Qing would say she was unwilling. The profile of Qing described her as greedy for petty gains, vulgar, selfish, and mercenary. He could obviously tell that she was extremely greedy for money. After glancing at the bank card, Qing looked up after a long while, smiling obsequiously. Mr. Liu, the elders in our community. I thought we were of the same kind, but you truly disappoint me, Mr. Liu said with a smile. He stood up, his foot crushing hard on Qing's right hand, and gently tossed the 2 bank cards aside. Chapter 186. 069 Practices with a bunch of iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update. _3 Qing felt the pain at her fingertips, her features twisted together in an instant. President Liu took pleasure in Qing's painful expression before he stepped back and with a turn of his head said, "You guys come here." 5 minutes later. "I didn't expect you to be so tough," he said as he watched Qing collapse to the floor, lighting another cigarette. "And now?" Qing lifted her head again and spat at President Liu with blood in her saliva. "You even cheat the elderly out of their money, and you call yourself a human being, huh?" President Liu slowly wiped the spit off his face, his smile unwavering, but his gaze was like a venomous snake hidden in the abyss, much like the python trailing up to his neck. Teach her a good lesson. 9 o'clock in the evening. Ji Mulan, who had just finished taking a bath, received a phone call, almost dropping the towel in her hand. "What?" She hung up the phone, quickly changed her clothes and scrambled for her coat. "What's wrong?" Suan had just finished a meeting when he saw Ji Mulan grabbing her coat and heading out the door. "My brother," Ji Mulan said with furrowed brows, grabbing her car keys. "He's in the hospital right now. My sister-in-law is in emergency. They need panda blood, and I'm the only match." She didn't have a high opinion of Qing, the kind of petty bourgeois who fawned over others for personal gain. But the call was from Ji Xiaojun. Emergency? Suan quickly followed her, taking her car keys and handing them to his assistant since he couldn't drive after drinking that evening. "Don't panic, I'll go with you." Ji Mulan felt much calmer following behind Suan. They arrived at Xiangqing Central Hospital. Standing at the entrance, Ji Xiaojun rushed towards Ji Mulan as soon as he saw her, pulling her forward without a word. "Brother, slow down." Ji Mulan stumbled. "What exactly happened?" Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. He simply handed Ji Mulan over to the nurse with a deep look. "She is panda blood. Please get ready." The nurse rushed Ji Mulan to draw blood, not forgetting to hand the critical condition notice to Ji Xiaojun. "The patient's condition is very bad." With shaking hands, Ji Xiaojun signed his name on the paper. In just half an hour, 3 critical condition notices had been issued. "You have to hold on." Suan patted Ji Xian's shoulder for comfort, then inquired, "What happened to Aunt Alien? If you need any help, just say so." After signing the critical condition notice, Ji Xiaojun slumped down against the wall to the floor, without saying a word. Ji Mulan came out soon after having her blood drawn, looking somewhat pale. "Where are Qing's family members?" The nurse hurried in and out with the blood bag, her urgency clear. "The blood isn't enough, and the patient's condition is complicated. She has panda blood. We can't perform the craniotomy. It's best to transfer to an affiliated hospital of Beijing University or somewhere bigger. We've already helped to apply for a consultation with higher-level hospitals, awaiting their feedback. I suggest you also try to contact hospitals yourselves and quickly. Transferring hospitals isn't simple. It requires advanced applications and connections." Xiangqing Hospital had already responded to Beijing, but Qing's condition was indeed complicated, plus she had panda blood. There was no word from the hospital in Beijing. Suan patted Ji Xian's shoulder to comfort him, and then signaled his assistant to make calls to help contact hospitals for Qing. Suan was from Jiangjing. Usually he only knew the chief physicians in Jiangjing. The assistant sent the medical information Ji Xiaojun provided to a doctor, who after reading it said directly, "Tell President Su, it's too far. The patient can't endure the journey, and this operation. I'm afraid only the director could do it. I wouldn't dare to operate." Everyone clearly heard the conversation via the assistant's speakerphone. Ji Mulan involuntarily tightened her grip on her coat, a little dazed. Although she didn't like Shen Qing, she didn't want to watch her die on the operating table. Is it really that serious? You can't contact that director either? Ji Mulan looked towards Ji Xiaojun and then softly inquired of Su En. Su En's assistant, adjusting his glasses, looked towards Ji Mulan. He knew Ji Mulan. The old lady never recognized her, rumored to have been married and had a problematic daughter. Su En wanted to bring the daughter back home, but the old lady had sarcastically dismissed the idea as wishful thinking. Nevertheless, the assistant treated Ji Mulan straightforwardly and told her the truth. Madam, that's the director of Jiangjing Hospital, and appointments with him are scheduled until next year. President Su? Even Miss Su would have a hard time seeing him. Ji Mulan didn't know about the situations in Jiangjing, but upon hearing that even Yajun couldn't meet that director, she could roughly understand the gravity. After a long silence, Su En looked at his assistant. Call the young master, he's at Jiangjing University, he might know some people. The assistant hesitated, knowing that disturbing the young master would trigger criticism from the old lady, but in the end he went to make contact anyway. Thank you. Ji Xiaojun sat on the ground, his eyes hollow as he looked at the emergency room. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Where are Shen Qing's family members? We're short of blood for the patient. Ji Mulan quickly stepped forward. The nurse glanced at her and shook her head. You can't draw any more. Ji Mulan had already been drained of quite a bit of blood, her head buzzing. She remembered that Bai Lian had blocked her number, and asked Su En to make the call. Hurry, alien. Alien also has Rh-negative blood. Chapter 187. Mysterious Surgeries Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's True Nature _1 Bai Lian arrived at the hospital after 10 o'clock. She had already changed out of her school uniform, and was wearing a white house dress, her face expressionless, ignoring everyone as she went with the nurse to have her blood drawn. The nurse carefully inserted the needle into her arm, and the dark red blood climbed up the transparent tube. Halfway through, the nurse was about to remove the needle. Bai Lian's arm was still on the table, the faintly visible greenish veins just beginning to show as she had kept her eyes downcast. She only then slightly lifted her gaze, revealing depths that were extremely deep and cold, and then spoke her first words. Continue. The words seemed to shatter into ice, one by one. The nurse knew that drawing more blood would harm the donor's body, but the look in Bai Lian's eyes startled her, and she shakily drew 2 more tubes. Finally, mustering her courage, she spoke up. You really can't draw any more. Thank you. Bai Lian lowered her sleeve and stood up. The call was urgent. Bai Lian hadn't told Ji Heng. She had come alone. Outside, Ji Xiaojun was intermittently talking to Su En about something, and when they saw Bai Lian come out, both involuntarily stopped their conversation. How is Auntie? Bai Lian stood in front of Ji Xiaojun, looking at the emergency room where resuscitation was underway. Ji Xiaojun was burying his head in his knees, silent, while Su En stepped in to explain. Your auntie accidentally fell down the stairs. Stairs? Bai Lian nodded. Su En made an affirming sound. Bai Lian didn't ask any more questions, nor did she know whether to believe him. Shen Qing's family. Where is Shen Qing's family? A nurse came out from the emergency room holding a form. Have you contacted the hospital? The patient needs to undergo craniotomy surgery as soon as possible, or there is a risk of evolving into a vegetative state. Ji Xiaojun abruptly got to his feet. Su En quickly turned back, urging his assistant. Have you contacted the young master? The assistant returned with the phone in hand, just as helpless in response to Su En's prodding. The young master is also trying to find a way, but the director is not someone who can be approached by just anyone. So what do we do now? Ji Mulan was somewhat panicked. Bai Lian, understanding the meaning of vegetative state, lifted her eyes, more composed than anyone present. Give me the diagnosis. The nurse was taken aback. She instinctively handed the diagnostic report to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced over it quickly. Many of the technical terms she had never heard of. titanium mesh implantation in the skull, cerebrospinal fluid leakage. Without examining it closely, she simply took out her phone and snapped a few photos. She opened WeChat and sent them to Lance. Bai Lian, help me look at this. After sending, she handed the diagnostic report back to the nurse. Next to her, Suen's assistant looked at Bai Lian's actions with surprise. Was she going to post it online for crowdfunding, or ask for medical advice on Qiandu? The people from the Ji family seemed pretty unreliable. Ji Xiaojun wiped his face and, after signing the necessary documents, looked at Bai Lian with a calmness that bordered on a whisper. Alien, you still have school tomorrow, you should go back and rest. Don't worry about your auntie, she'll be all right. He almost muttered the words. Suen and the assistant moved aside to discuss affairs related to Jiangjing Hospital. It was only then that Ji Mulan asked Ji Xiaojun. It wasn't a fall down the stairs, was it? Why don't you tell the truth to Suen? Yongfu residential area. It must have been that President Liu. I've already called the police, but there's been no response. Ji Xiaojun tugged at his lips, looking at Ji Mulan with an expression that was both calm and crazed. So, do you think Suen would confront them? Or did you really think that with your relationship with him, he would be willing to antagonize someone with such a deep background for our sake? And then drag Dad and Alien into it too? Ji Xiaojun had long known that President Liu was not a good person. But what he hadn't expected was that Shenqing would get caught up in it. One Shenqing was enough for him. He didn't want to drag the whole Ji family into this. Calling Ji Mulan and Bai Lian was solely because of their blood type. What? Ji Mulan's mind was in a whirl, immediately recalling the person Suen had mentioned. She stood still for a while. Her heart was a mess. It couldn't be that President Liu, could it? Jiangjing, Suen's family home. Madame Su sat up from bed, draping a coat over her shoulders as she left the room, her cold gaze sweeping over the butler. Suen is confused, and so are you? Don't you know that he's currently focused on an experiment at the Ma Institute? And you disturb him for such a trivial matter. The butler lowered his head, a wry smile on his lips. It was the sir's request. Suen. Madame Su scoffed. He's gone mad over a woman, running off to a place like Xiangqing. Has he achieved anything remarkable? And now, he's even interfering with his son's critical future? Chapter 188. Mysterious Surgeries Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's true nature _2 For the sake of a nonsensical woman. To disturb the development of the Su family's future heir. If Suen had been in front of the old lady, she would have beaten him to death with her walking stick. The butler did not utter a word, daring not to speak a sentence. Intercept Suen's calls for me, the old Mrs. Su said, her eyes lowered, her hands twirling the Buddha beads. If I hear he's called the young master again, you all pack your bags and get out. Whatever Ji Mulan is, whatever the Ji family is, whatever stepdaughter, old Mrs. Su wouldn't acknowledge any of it. Even if Suen were to marry her, she wouldn't let that woman set foot in the Su family's house. Rest assured. The butler bowed and withdrew. He set about arranging the matter. At the hospital, the assistant, unable to get through with the phone, looked helplessly at Suen. Suen, without having to think, knew who had interfered with this matter. He rubbed his forehead. Find another way. He went downstairs and paid a significant amount for Shenqing's surgery, and also upgraded her to a VIP ward. As for the rest, they could only leave it to fate. The craniotomy hadn't yet been done. And Ji Xiaojun was there, keeping vigil through the night. Suen and Ji Mulan went back first. On the way, Ji Mulan brought up the matter with CEO Liu. That CEO Liu my brother mentioned. Yongfu residential area? Suen gasped in shock, sitting up straight. That same CEO Liu, whom Suen had been trying to get involved with, but had never managed to meet. Listen to me. Suen's mind worked quickly as he looked gravely at Ji Mulan, repeatedly urging her. You must persuade your brother not to report to the police anymore. Act as if this never happened. Get them to sign the agreement as soon as possible. Otherwise, the whole residential area will be in trouble. I will do my best to help you find a doctor. If that CEO Liu were just an ordinary businessman, it would be okay. But you also know he's supported by that bar on Bakhtur Street. A player on the international boundaries, ruthless. Not only Xiangqing, I can't afford to offend him either. Ji Mulan had never heard Su En speak with such gravity. From Xiangqing to Beicheng, then to Jiangjing. Ji Mulan always thought she had seen far enough, only to realize that she had barely seen 1% of the world. I'll talk to him tomorrow, she said, slowly lowering her head. Purist Street. When Bai Lian returned, it was already 12 o'clock. Lance, the little old man, was on a different time zone from her. It was still morning there, and his replies came quickly. Lance, look at this, such a beautiful CT image of a cranial trauma. Lance, I can almost see a standard paper being produced by my student. Lance, Bai, where did you find such a textbook-like cranial trauma image? Lance, oh my God. And it's the rare Rh-negative blood. This surgery needs to be absolutely flawless. The success rate is virtually 0%. Such a shame. The cranial repair was a minor issue, but because of Shenqing's rare blood type, it increased the risk from 50% to 99.9%. Because the repair process could not afford even the slightest mistake. Bai Lian gently closed the door, looking at Ji Hung in the center room, who had not been awakened, and let out a slight breath of relief. Unable to sleep, she sat at the desk, pulling out physics problems to calm herself. When she saw Lance's reply, she had just finished a major problem. She glanced at it and replied to Lance with 3 words. My aunt. There was a pause from Lance's end, no messages, probably looking up what aunt meant. After 10 seconds, Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance. Look at this heartbreaking news. Lance. Note that although the skull is severely damaged, it's not to the point that surgery cannot be attempted. Lance. Of course, a 0% success rate. That's for other doctors. Bai Lian got his point directly. What about you? Lance. Mind your words, you're talking to Lance, the top surgical hand in the field. Lance was very arrogant. 100%. Bai Lian did not doubt Lance's medical skills. Medicine knows no borders. After exchanging information for so long, they both were well aware of each other's medical expertise. Lance had realized the breadth and depth of Chinese medicine, and Bai Lian had reconciled with Western medicine, understanding that it had almost replaced Chinese medicine domestically in just a few hundred years for good reason. She realized the essence of the issue was not to resist Western medicine, but to promote Chinese medicine. Learning that Lance could perform the surgery, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lian, can you come? Lance did not hesitate on his end. He had been curious about Chinese medicine, and wanted to try acupuncture with Bai Lian to see if it could cure his myopia. Now it was just a matter of arriving a few days earlier. Lance, then you have to give me acupuncture. Bai Lian. 1 Lance. I'm on my way. She sent the Xiangqing address to Lance. Chapter 189. Mysterious Surgeries Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's True Nature _3 Finally, they all let out a sigh of relief. Lance was abroad, and even if he took a flight right now, he wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Bai Lian hardly slept that night. The next day, it was rare for her not to ask Ji Hung any questions, and she left the house with her backpack at 6 in the morning. At 6:30, on the first floor of Xiangqing Hospital, a group of people was talking to the nurse at the front desk, led by an old lady leaning on a walking stick. She stared at the shiny nurse's station, hesitant to speak, and it took her a long while to step forward carefully and ask, Nurse, we are all here to donate blood for Shenqing. Where can we give blood? Behind her were construction workers with safety helmets, a middle-aged couple who had started selling breakfast early and hadn't even taken off their aprons, and underage kids who had come with their parents. Yes, nurse, where do we go? The worker took off his helmet, revealing his dark face full of urgency. I heard she was seriously hurt. Hurry, nurse. Someone directly rolled up their sleeve. Take mine, I have a lot of blood. About 100 people all surged forward. It was quite a sight. Yongfu residential area was an old community where people had lived for decades, especially the older generations who knew each other very well. Grandma, your blood can't be taken. The nurse at the station had never encountered such a situation, and was somewhat flustered. She stood up and then shouted, "Everyone wait, don't make noise, line up, and I will inquire about the situation." The line immediately formed. An orderly queue from the nurse station stretched very long, all the way to the hospital entrance. Bai Lian had intended to go directly to the elevator. Hearing the name Shenqing, she paused in her steps, turned her head, and looked back at the long line of people at the door through the crowd. After a long moment, she stepped forward and approached the old lady in front. "Grandma, I am Shenqing's niece. Are you all here to donate blood for her?" The old lady was a resident from Building 7, ground floor. Squinting at Bai Lian, she recognized her immediately. Excitedly grasping Bai Lian's hand, she said, "I know you, young lady. How is your aunt now?" "Don't worry, we've been looking for people in the community, and they will all come to donate blood soon." "It's okay," Bai Lian steadied her, then said softly to the people behind her, "My aunt needs panda blood. If any of you have panda blood, on behalf of my uncle and aunt, thank you in advance. If not, you can go back. Don't worry, my aunt will be fine here." "That's good." The old woman let out a sigh of relief, clutching Bai Lian's arm. "That damn Lu Zong." Bai Lian hesitated for a moment, lowering her lashes. "Lu Zong?" "Yes, the one who wants to buy our community. A fierce and evil-looking man." The old lady grumbled while tapping her cane. "Such bad karma, our community." Bai Lian nodded, her dark pupils reflecting the hospital's cold floor. She turned and headed for the elevator. At the hospital entrance, another dozen or so people who had just finished moving goods came in. They were sweating profusely, wiped their brows briefly, and asked, "Where can we donate blood for Shenqing?" "Young folks right here. They say they need panda blood. Does anyone know their own blood type? It's quick to get checked." In the ICU, Ji Xiaojun stood outside the window. Not far away, Ji Mulan and Su En had also arrived early. A doctor, having received Su En's earnest request, held the medical records and was explaining to Su En and Ji Xiaojun. "With our current technology, we can only observe in the ICU. You are aware of Ms. Shun's condition. Her blood type is rare, and there are very few who dare to take the risk of operating in the country. It's just a matter of days now. You must be prepared for her brain death." As for what preparations, the doctor's meaning was very clear. Ji Mulan looked toward Su En. Su En gave a wry smile. "I can't get in touch with that dean." Ji Xian's gaze calmly shifted towards the ICU, the depths of his eyes brewing a storm. "Uncle." Bai Lian stood beside Ji Xiaojun, dressed in her school uniform, her hair tied up messily at the back of her head. Her eyebrows and eyes drooped, speaking almost as calmly as a light breeze. "That Lu Zong is still in Xiangqing, right? My aunt ended up like this because of him?" That sentence made everyone present shiver. Ji Xiaojun quickly turned his head, looking at Bai Lian with great nervousness. "Who told you this?" "What Lu Zong?" "Alien, you're just a student. Don't get involved in this matter, just focus on your studies. Your aunt is fine now." Bai Lian silently watched Ji Xiaojun for a while, did not answer, and said almost nonchalantly, "I'm going to class." She turned and went downstairs. 7 o'clock. Downstairs at the hospital, Director Chen's car hurriedly stopped. He got anxious as soon as he received a call from Bai Lian and rushed over. He immediately spotted Bai Lian leaning against a tree. "Miss Bai." He got out of the car. Bai Lian placed her backpack at her feet. She wore an open blue and white school uniform, her arms crossed over her chest as she calmly leaned against the tree, watching the traffic with a tranquil gaze. A breeze passed, and her stray hair fluttered as if it were the low pressure before a storm. So oppressive it was hard to breathe. "You're here." Bai Lian extended her hand, slowly plucked a withered yellow leaf that had fallen on her arm. "There's a Lu Zong who wants to buy Yongfu residential area. Do you know him?" No matter when or where, Bai Lian was always languid and easygoing, and Director Chen had always thought she had a good temper. This was the first time he faced her tempest. He belatedly realized that facing such a Bai Lian, the pressure was no less than facing Jiang Fulai in a furious state. Director Chen responded very cautiously, "I don't know him." "That's good." Bai Lian tilted her head slightly. looking at Director Chen with a smile on her lips but frost in her eyes. The pressure she emitted was menacing. I want all his information. Chapter 190. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing, second shift. _1 Chief Chen didn't dare to ask at this moment how Director Liu had offended Bai Lian. Miss Bai, rest assured. Chief Chen's mind spun rapidly. It's just a background check. I will make sure to investigate thoroughly. Even his ancestors won't be able to escape. Bai Lian bent down, picked up her backpack, her eyelashes lowered, and she thanked him at an unhurried pace. Thank you. Chief Chen didn't dare accept Bai Lian's thanks. Such a small matter, and the several suggestions Bai Lian had given him had made him feel on top of the world recently. He stood still, watching Bai Lian leave, and waited until she boarded the bus. Only then did Chief Chen wipe the sweat from his brow. Unable to help thinking, would Bai Lian have torn him apart as well if he had known that Director Liu? After that thought, he shivered with cold. He immediately placed a phone call to look into the issues at Yongfu residential area, and that Liu surname, who truly seemed to have a death wish. Then he called Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xian's words were vague, only mentioning that Xinqing was currently in the hospital and sticking to the same story, that she had fallen down some stairs. Nothing more was said. Linking this to Bai Lian's reaction, Chief Chen almost instantly guessed. This matter must be related to that Director Liu. This Xiangqing, Chief Chen said as he dialed Jiang Fulai's number. Why is it always causing me such trouble? He returned to his car, his demeanor incredibly stern. This Liu surname he's done for. School. Pu Xiaohan saw Bai Lian, and originally wanted to share the news that her video had gone viral. But as her eyes lifted, she saw Bai Lian enter with a wrapping of coldness. Bai Lian gently placed her backpack on the desk. Her black hair gathered behind her head, and those black pupils seemed to swallow all light. The tranquil atmosphere spread outward from her at the center. Even the usually oblivious Zhang Xiai sensed something was off, and became quiet. The physics teacher came to class and found the usually lively class eerily quiet. That's how it should be. Everyone is doing very well today, Zhang Xiai's included. The physics teacher was very pleased. Zhang Xiai's, with his head lowered, was inwardly cursing. He was just scared. Pu Xiaohan passed Bai Lian a note during class, asking her what was wrong. Bai Lian held the note and wrote back briefly, stating that Xinqing was still in emergency care but in need of panda blood. Pu Xiaohan took the note back and, looking at the reply, took a secret photo of it with her phone after class. One big bowl per meal. The young lady who played the Guzheng yesterday. Her aunt is in emergency care. Are there any friends with Rh-negative blood nearby? Xiangqing. Praying hands, praying hands, praying hands. Picture. She hadn't yet shared the good news that her video had gone viral with Bai Lian. She gained 200,000 followers overnight, with views surpassing 5 million, and still rapidly increasing. Her comment section became active again as soon as she posted the video. Alien. Pu Xiaohan looked back down. Do you have your aunt's medical certification? Bai Lian, resting her chin on her hand, quietly gazed out the window. At the sound of the voice, she tilted her head. And sent Xiaohan the photo she had taken the day before. The photo contained Xinqing's information and the name of the hospital. At noon, Bai Lian didn't join them for lunch. She took her phone and left the school. In class 15, Pu Xiaohan gazed at Bai Lian's retreating figure and murmured, her aunt must be very ill. Zhang Xiai's also frowned, scratching his head. It's a pity I'm not panda blood, I'm type B. Pu Xiaohan, busy replying to messages from concerned people, felt annoyed and dismissed him. That suits you well. The whole class inquired, but not one was panda blood. The entire class 15 proceeded to ask other people and their families. At midday, the sun was beating down fiercely. Bai Lian had taken off her uniform and walked out of the school gate with her head down. She walked straight to the bus stop until a familiar car parked to the left of the school gate honked its horn, causing Bai Lian to halt. She looked up and saw the familiar car. Changing her path, she walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in. After fastening her seatbelt, She casually placed her coat on her lap and propped her elbow against the car window. Jiang Fulai watched her quietly, her complexion even paler from the excessive blood drawn the night before. Neither spoke, as Jiang Fulai started the car, and without asking where she wanted to go, drove straight to Xiangqing Hospital. At 12 o'clock, Bai Lian received a message from Lance. The two only communicated on WeChat, although Lance had called her that morning. His grasp on Chinese was mediocre at best, reading the text with difficulty and speaking rather laboriously, so they reverted to WeChat for communication. Lance had arrived in Beicheng. Chapter 191. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing second shift, _2 Lance. My assistant says there's no plane in Xiangqing, we don't know when we'll be able to get here. He then sent a location. They are now looking for a car to drive there. The plane. Bai Lian slightly lifted her face, her fingertips propping up her chin, suddenly turning her head to look at Jiang Fulai. She remembered that someone owned a private plane. It was parked at Damping City. Red light. Jiang Fulai stopped at the intersection. The temperature difference in Xiangqing was quite big, and with the sun at its peak, Jiang Fulai took the chance to look at her, his icy profile glinting with a cold light in the sunlight. Just say it, he said. He didn't even wait for Bai Lian to ask. The surgeon is currently in Beicheng and my aunt can't wait. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the door, her eyes squinting slightly. It would take until tomorrow even by train from Beicheng to Xiangqing, including the high-speed rail. Time was pressing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai nodded, started the car. Is he reliable? If not, I'll have someone come back from Jiangjing. Should be. Bai Lian wasn't familiar with the medical field or the current level of medical expertise, but she knew from their discussions that Lance's medical skills were definitely extraordinary. Jiang Fulai. He didn't know how to judge her should be. He had just come back from the laboratory and didn't know the specific condition of Shenqing. He planned to go to the hospital later to get a clear picture and make preparations just in case Bai Lian's should-be doctor wasn't reliable. The hospital. The intensive care unit. Ji Xiaojun was still outside. The consultation with the experts from Xiangqing Hospital was almost useless, and they could only try to report to a higher-level hospital. Suan had already gone back to his business, asking Ji Mulan to stay here with Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian arrived, the chief physician was communicating with Ji Xiaojun and Ji Mulan. The three of them stood at the door of Shenqing's ICU room. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept in a day and a night, looking utterly world-weary. Today both Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian brought a double dose of low pressure. Although the hospital itself had a low magnetic field and exuded a chilly aura, the chief physician couldn't help but rub his arms. I also told Mr. Su that she definitely needs to be transferred. It's not just that no one dares to operate here, but we also have problems with our equipment. What equipment is needed? Jiang Fulai also took off his coat, holding the black coat in his hand, 2 steps behind Bai Lian at an unhurried pace. He looked through the glass at Shenqing in the ICU before turning to the chief physician. Just say it. The chief physician was originally talking to Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai arrived, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and began to explain to Jiang. Our hospital is not equipped with ECT and DSA technology up to the required standard. Jiang Fulai took out his phone, quietly listening. Someone will bring it over this afternoon. Jiang Fulai looked at the chief physician, politely asking, anything else? Don't hold back. His voice was very light. Even if you need equipment from MTR Laboratory, it will be here by tomorrow. MTR Laboratory? While ordinary people might not know, the chief physician, being a doctor, was very aware that it was the only laboratory of the World Medical Association, gathering top-notch doctors from around the world. It could be said that almost all special new drugs started from MTR. The chief physician had graduated years ago and had never had the opportunity to visit the MTR headquarters, but his teacher was fortunate enough to have gone. Hearing Jiang Fulai's words, the chief physician's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but stealthily glance at Jiang Fulai. Could he really procure things from MTR just like that? Who was this man? Ji Mulan didn't know about MTR Laboratory and didn't recognize Jiang Fulai. She just watched him with squinted eyes as he came over with Bai Lian, wanting to say something but not daring to. Jiang Fulai indifferently swept a look at Ji Mulan, then lowered his head to send a message. After composing the message and showing it to the chief physician, he asked, "Did I leave anything out?" The chief physician looked down and was almost terrified to find that Jiang Fulai had noted down all the equipment he had mentioned verbatim. "No, that's it." Jiang Fulai's fingertips sent the message. He looked up and saw Bai Lian standing at the end of the corridor, concentrating on the messages on her phone. He walked over. Bai Lian was reviewing the information on President Liu that Chen Bureau had investigated for her. President Liu, Luan Yulin, was planning to dig a hole to acquire Yongfu residential area. Bai Lian, who could usually scan 10 lines at a glance, was reading very slowly today. She scrolled through every line, not missing a single word. When Bai Lian finished reading, Jiang Fulai spoke. "I'm going to clear a runway. Call me if there's any situation here." Runway. Bai Lian probably realized. Okay. Chapter 192. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing second shift. _3 She watched as Jiang Fulai left. Then, she took out her mobile phone to give Mao Kuan a call. The fighting arena. Mao Kuan took off his mask, wiped away some sweat, and lazily grabbed his ringing phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was startled. "Sis? Do you know Luan Yulin?" Bai Lian gazed out the window, the eyes beneath her lowered lashes swirling with devilish audacity. The tone of her voice seemingly had already torn Luan Yulin to shreds. Realizing the chill in Bai Lian's voice, Mao Kun's hand shook involuntarily. He sat on the ground and thought carefully. "I don't know him." Bai Lian nodded, her voice particularly calm. "I'll give you some information. Wait for me at Purist Street later." After hanging up, Mao Kuan immediately sent people to look for Luan Yulin. Lance was to arrive that afternoon, and Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi for leave that afternoon. The students of Class 15 were searching for someone with panda blood. Knowing about Bai Lian's aunt's situation, Lu Lingxi approved her leave and told her not to worry. 2:30. Su En's assistant rushed over in a hurry. Su En was very concerned about the Ji family's affairs, and the assistant, coming out of the elevator, said to Ji Xiaojun, "Quick, Mr. Su has contacted Jiangjing Hospital for you. There's a chief physician who says he has a 60% chance. Head out for Jiangjing now." "Thank you." Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting outside the intensive care unit, suddenly looked up. "I'll go find the chief physician." He stood up, feeling a bit dizzy, almost falling over. Caught by Ji Mulan. "Be careful." The assistant had already contacted the hospital and was there to notify Ji Xiaojun. "Mr. Su has already communicated with the hospital, and they will arrange everything to head to Jiangjing as soon as possible." Ji Mulan finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the assistant. "Thank you for your trouble." The attending physician had obviously also received the message from the hospital. He hurried over from his office. "Are you really going to Jiangjing?" He looked at Bai Lian, unaware of others, just now the man who brought up MTR Laboratory with Bai Lian. "Of course, Mr. Su has arranged everything. Although the success rate is not as high as that of the director, he is willing to give it a try," said Su En's assistant. "A surgery hard won by Su En. No need." On the side of the corridor, leaning against the wall, Bai Lian raised her head and slowly draped her school uniform jacket over her shoulders. "What do you mean no need? You go to school. Don't meddle in this matter." Ji Mulan's brows subconsciously furrowed. She was accustomed to being assertive and paid no heed to Bai Lian's resistance, and directly said to the chief physician, "Please arrange it." Su En's assistant turned his head back and saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against the wall. Realizing this was the stepdaughter who had diagnosed her condition on the spot yesterday, he looked at Bai Lian in surprise, somewhat doubting what he had heard. "Not necessary?" Bai Lian didn't zip up her jacket, ignoring Ji Mulan. She met the gaze of Su En's assistant, showing a demeanor that was nonchalant. "Thank you, but we've found another doctor." "Ah, who have you found?" Su En's assistant was slightly stunned. Bai Lian looked towards the elevator. He has already arrived in Xiangqing. Xiangqing was recently building a new expressway. It was a 6-lane main road. One section had just been constructed up to the city center, from Wallow Road to the roundabout. Both ends were blocked by iron fences, and the accumulated cement on the road was being cleared away one by one. At both ends of the road, there were 2 teams of men in black, preventing anyone from trespassing. Drivers passing this road couldn't help but look over. 2:35. A rumble echoed in the sky, and nearly every resident in the center of Xiangqing saw a white plane slowly circling at a low altitude against the backdrop of clouds. For so many years, Xiangqing had not even built a high-speed rail, and suddenly, seeing a plane hovering in the city center, crowds of people looked up in astonishment. The plane finally aimed for the road under construction, almost skimming over the houses on both sides, and slowly landed on this main thoroughfare. Rumble. The roar as the plane's wheels rolled over the highway stirred up a flurry of dust, and gradually, its speed decreased. Finally, it stopped in the middle of the road. The white fuselage bore no airline logos, the plane's door was opened by people, and the boarding stairs descended from midair, with an old man in a polo shirt and sunglasses being the first to step off. 2:40. Lance had arrived. Chapter 193. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _1 Xiangqing Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Assistant Su En's gaze shifted back and forth between Ji Mulan and Ji Xiaojun for a long time before he realized that Ji Mulan might not be able to make decisions for Bai Lian, so he focused on Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun stood in the middle of the corridor, looking travel-worn. His eyes were ancient and red. Listen to alien. His voice sounded exhausted. Unlike Su En, Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian had at least once lived in the Bai family. She wasn't the kind to joke around. This is insanity. Assistant Su En couldn't understand Ji Xian's thinking. A 60% success rate was considered above average in China, especially for a surgery on Xinqing. If Ji Xiaojun disagreed, all he could do was to relay Ji Xian's decision to Su En. Right. I heard they've invited a doctor, not sure who. The assistant was mid-sentence. The elevator ascended to their level, came to a stop, and the large elevator doors opened, revealing 3 people inside. The one in the lead was wearing a polo shirt and floral shorts, with sunglasses perched on his nose. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his eyes locked onto Bai Lian brightened. He took off his glasses and opening his arms, approached Bai Lian. Hello, Bai. Bai Lian wasn't accustomed to hugging people, so she extended her hand and shook hands with Lance very politely. Okay, Lance said in not quite fluent Chinese, already aware that people from China are conservative. You are truly too conservative. My aunt's chief physician. Bai Lian took Lance to the chief physician who was still standing aside. Please explain the basic condition of my aunt's health, as he will be the lead surgeon shortly. The chief physician looked at Lance in his floral shorts, and was momentarily stunned into confusion, hesitating greatly. Each of the seniors he knew was very serious. The image of this gentleman looked more like someone who would dance in a senior disco. Prepare the sterile room. Lance wasn't as friendly when he spoke to the chief physician. He just ordered, I've brought both my first and second assistants. If you want to observe, you can enter with 5 people. Also, a batch of equipment came with me and is being handed over downstairs. You have 1 hour to swap out the equipment. He reverted to English toward the end of his instructions. I need to ask for permission from the hospital director. The chief physician hesitated. He wanted to ask Lance a couple of questions. When he looked up, he saw the WMA logo on the polo shirt Lance was wearing. His spirit jolted, and he promptly took out his phone, decisively issuing orders, prepare the sterile room, and also call in 5 available staff from the rest areas. As the chief physician spoke, he glanced at the old man beside him wearing sunglasses. He couldn't help but think that this old man looked somewhat familiar. The entire corridor was quiet. The efficiency was high. In less than 5 minutes, nurses came up to remove the machines from Xinqing and wheeled her into the elevator. Soon, Several doctors with chief titles appeared at the entrance to the operating room. The situation was urgent. Lance donned sterile attire and entered the operating room. The red light came on. The hospital and Lance moved so fast that Ji Xiaojun hadn't recovered his senses before the surgery began. He looked towards Bai Lian. Alien, was that the doctor you mentioned? A Western doctor. Bai Lian leaned against the wall. Her deep dark eyes slowly said, his success rate is higher than 60%. There won't be any problems. Uncle, you should rest for a while. You will need to take care of her when Aunt comes out. Ji Xiaojun didn't want to rest, but, hearing that he needed to take care of Shenqing when she came out, he lay down on the bench outside the operating room. He couldn't sleep but kept his eyes shut. Ji Mulan and assistant Su En followed as well, exchanging surprised looks with each other. How come there were suddenly so many doctors around? Especially in the assistant's view. The Ji family had reserved the high-ranking wards in advance with the help of Su En. They shouldn't have this kind of network. They didn't know Lance, but they also knew that the surgery was likely to involve the old man wearing sunglasses and a polo shirt with floral shorts. Ji Mulan wanted to ask Bai Lian a few questions, but she dared not speak to Bai Lian. Since Shenqing's surgery was going to last over 5 to 6 hours, Ji Mulan and the assistant naturally didn't feel like waiting around. 10 minutes after the surgery began, the two entered the elevator and went downstairs. Once the elevator doors closed, Assistant Su En turned to Ji Mulan. Pausing, he asked politely, Madam, did you recognize any of those people just now? I don't know them. Ji Mulan was familiar with Beiqing but unclear about Xiangqing. What about you? Chapter 194. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _2 As Su En's assistant, he should know more than she does. The assistant shook his head. Ji Mulan also felt that Su En definitely did not know, as all of Su En's connections were in Jiangjing. On his way back, the assistant drove past Wallow Road. From afar, he saw a plane parked on the unfinished section of the 6-lane road and instinctively hit the brakes. Almost as if by magic, he blurted out, Why is there a plane here? Xiangqing, a place without even a high-speed rail yet, had a plane proudly parked in the city center. I have no idea. Could they be planning to build an airport in advance? Ji Mulan looked over, equally surprised. The assistant immediately called Su En. Ji Mulan was startled, thinking that such a matter also needed to be reported to Su En. Before she had finished thinking, she heard the assistant on the phone, explaining to Su En with a grave expression, It seems to be an Airbus ACJ 350. What? On the other end of the line, Su En was also shocked. Are you sure? They recognized the plane solely because of a rumor in Jiangjing, with virtually no information about the owner of the Airbus ACJ 350 to be found online, but almost everyone in their circle knew which family it belonged to. It's right here on Wallow Road. The assistant faintly saw the black-clothed men guarding both ends. Did you see anything about it online? With one hand holding the phone and the other on the computer's search page, Su En replied, Absolutely nothing. Leaning against the driver's seat, the assistant muttered, That makes sense. Who would dare post it online? I'll ask around to see if anyone else knows anything. Su En let out a breath. After hanging up the call, Ji Mulan turned to the assistant. Is this plane important? A private jet. Mr. Su heard a bit about it at a banquet. The assistant discreetly snapped photos of the plane's condition before reluctantly driving away. Madam, this is not just about a plane. It's about being able to use an unfinished road as a runway in Xiangqing, applying in advance for Xiangcheng's flight path. For others, it's as hard as reaching the heavens. With Ji Mulan's imagination, she couldn't fathom such a huge jet being privately owned. Of course, neither Su En nor his assistant knew about the flight path of this plane. It hadn't been applied for in advance but was instead a last-minute report, with all aviation procedures completed in less than half an hour. 6 o'clock. The operating room. The door opened, and Lance, dressed in blue surgical scrubs, raised his hands as he came out, with the chief nurse respectfully changing his gloves beside him. He earnestly looked at Bai Lian. The surgery has a 100% success rate and is nearing completion, but there's a tough issue. She has Rh-negative blood, and we still need a large supply of blood. Ding. The elevator doors open once more. Standing at the forefront was a tall figure with one hand casually in his pocket, his eyes downcast, his face unclear. As he faintly raised his head, his presence was as cool as moonlight. Don't worry about the blood supply. There are plenty of people downstairs. Lance looked at Jiang Fulai, initially hesitant to speak. Upon understanding Jiang Fulai's intention, he couldn't hold back. What? At least 50 people with Rh-negative blood. Jiang Fulai stopped, raising an eyebrow. Is that enough? Enough, of course it's enough. But how could there be so many people with Rh-negative blood, often dubbed panda blood? Lance didn't believe it. In his country, arranging emergency surgery involved calling one by one from a special blood bank, and it would be incredibly lucky just to get one person with panda blood willing to donate. How could such a small place have so many? Lance ran down to the first floor in disbelief. On the left side of the first floor, a temporary blood donation station was set up, and the queue of people stretched from inside the door onto the street. The small Xiangqing, with a hospital that lacks the facilities found in larger cities, had gathered dozens of panda blood donors in less than an afternoon. And there were more donors continuously arriving from surrounding cities. How is this possible? Lance turned back to Jiang Fulai incredulously. Never having experienced such an impressive spectacle, he blurted out in English. How did you find so many people in such a short time? While speaking, another woman from the neighboring city hurriedly arrived, dusty from travel. I saw it in a short video. Is there a lady Xinqing in need of panda blood? I had a major bleeding incident before, and it was a bunch of kind-hearted people who saved me. I hope this lady Xinqing will definitely be safe. Among them, there were contacts from the Yongfu residential area, relatives of classmates from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, and even more so, strangers who came after watching Pu Xiaohan's video. After hearing the explanation from the hospital, Lance stood there silently for a long time. Your country is really... Chapter 195. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _3 Of course, Lance wouldn't understand. That was the solidarity and tenderness ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. In the distance, every person who had just donated blood was gifted a care package. A man who had just finished donating blood was live streaming as he opened the care package. Family, I finished donating blood, and I'll live stream my drive home in a bit. The hospital says there are already a lot of people, so no one else should come, okay? They even gave me a bag of milk. He was halfway through opening it when he suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Ginseng? Tea cake? The barrage of comments also began scrolling rapidly, with sharp-eyed viewers identifying the brands. Old Spot Tea? A tea cake worth several thousand per piece? Blood ginseng? Just asking out of curiosity, are they really donating blood instead of worshipping the god of wealth? I'm going, today nobody can stop me or I'll lose it. 8:30 p.m. The operating light finally went off. Approaching 6 hours of surgery, even Lance felt extremely fatigued. He took off his blue sterile suit and walked out of the operating room. Ji Xiaojun, who hadn't fully fallen asleep, woke up immediately, moving his lips and looking at Lance. Lance removed his cap. The surgery was very successful. The patient should wake up in the next couple of days. Thank you, doctor. Ji Xiaojun looked at Xinqing being wheeled out, his voice choked with emotion. Once your aunt's condition stabilizes in a couple of days, you can take me to your classmate to record an appreciation video. Xinqing had turned the corner, and Ji Xiaojun felt much more relaxed as he urged Bai Lian to go home and sleep. All right, you go home first, you still have class tomorrow. He then turned to Jiang Fulai. Xiaojiang, thank you for today. Ji Xiaojun had heard from the doctors that most of the medical equipment was provided by Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's sleeve was slightly rolled up, and despite running around all afternoon, there was not a speck of disorder on him, from his collar to his shoes. Everything was impeccable and clean. That sharply defined face, which typically exuded a sense of pride and sharpness, now under the hallway lights, seemed somewhat scholarly and gentle. "You're welcome." Bai Lian couldn't help but glance at him. Jiang Fulai returned his gaze, calmly looking at her. "Is there a problem?" "You missed one word," Bai Lian said deliberately, pulling up her zipper to her chin undisturbed. "It should be, you have a problem." Chief Chen, who had just finished investigating Yongfu residential area, and Mr. Liu, stepped out of the elevator. "Oh my God, Miss Bai, when you talk about young Master Jiang, could you at least consider the setting and spare a thought for the feelings of us ordinary folks?" Why did he have to hear that remark? Chief Chen very stiffly, at a tenth of the normal speed, put his foot down without looking up, already feeling the icy glance from Jiang Fulai sweeping over him. Lance went back to the hotel to rest. Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian back to Purist Street. Sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Lian reverted to her usual lazy demeanor, resting her hand on her chin. "The nurse said you prepared gifts for the friends who donated blood today?" "Just something I grabbed casually." Young Master Jiang was very cautious, adeptly changing the subject. "When did you meet Dr. Lance? He seems to be quite impressive." Bai Lian's pale fingers tapped on her chin. A surgery that no one in Xiangqing, let alone Beijing, dared to touch was handled with ease by Lance. "Drop the seems to be." Young Master Jiang adjusted the steering wheel calmly, streetlights outside the window casting shadows over his cold and beautiful features. "I got him here by having people from WMA abduct him back." His tone was even, completely unfazed by the startling nature of his own words. By the time Bai Lian returned to Purist Street, Jiang Fulai stood at the entrance of the alley, watching her unlock the door and enter her house before he took out his cell phone to call Chief Chen. His indifferent voice sent a chill down Chen's spine. "What are you even good for?" Meanwhile, in neighboring Damping City, an elderly man with slightly gray hair just off the plane held his phone in the chaotic wind. "You don't need me anymore? I dropped everything just to rush to Xiangqing, and you're telling me the matter is resolved? How often do I get a chance like this, and you're saying I'm missing out on the opportunity to show what I can do?" "You can ask young Master Jiang yourself," Ming Dongheng coolly replied to him. The old man was at a loss for words, then turned around and boarded the plane again. "Never mind, the answer isn't that important. To just change routes and return to Jiangjing. That's what he would do." When Bai Lian came back, Ji Heng had not gone to sleep yet. He was sitting in the living room, embroidering by lamplight with his glasses on. She told him the news of Shen Qing's successful surgery. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept for 2 days, and now that Shen Qing's surgery was successful, Ji Heng didn't have to be scared and anxious anymore. He could take turns with Ji Xiaojun watching over Shen Qing. As soon as Bai Lian spoke, Ji Heng set aside what he was doing and headed to the hospital. After Ji Heng had left, Bai Lian went back to her room. She changed into a new outfit and left the house with her phone. 10 o'clock. At the dining table, Su En cursed Luan Yulin, that old fox, for not giving away a single piece of information. Instead, he had been forced to drink a lot. Mr. Luan, outside the Wanha building, Suan watched Luan Yulin get into his car, looking forward to working together. Luan Yulin had a face that seemed gentle, a stark contrast to the sinuous snake tattoo on his neck. "Mr. Su, I have to make another stop at Bakhtar Street, so we'll have to take a rain check on the drinks." Hearing Bakhtar Street, Su En's expression shifted slightly. After Luan Yulin's car drove away, the smile on Su En's face disappeared, and just as he was about to leave with a stern face, he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian across the street. "Why are you out here so late?" Su En approached, following Bai Lian's gaze to where she had been watching Luan Yulin leave. His expression changed slightly. "Were you looking for Mr. Luan?" Bai Lian shifted her gaze, clad in all black with a snug outfit, her sleeves and pants tightly cinched. A black belt embroidered with gold patterns tightly wrapped her clothing. 2 crossed wooden hairpins stably secured her hair at the back of her head. She looked like a rose mallow blended into the darkness of the night. Because Suan had been very concerned about Shen Qing's situation, and had made many arrangements beforehand, Bai Lian was relatively friendly towards him. "This is ridiculous. Your uncle's attitude was clearly telling you that he doesn't want to involve you. This Mr. Luan is not simple. Don't be rash, Suen, observing Bai Lian's casual demeanor, knew she wasn't taking his words to heart, so he spoke more sternly. His name is Luan Yulin. You might not have heard of him, but there are people from Bacter Street behind him, and it's said that he's also connected to the Qinglong bar. Mr. Su, Miss Bai probably hasn't heard of him. An assistant interrupted from behind Suen. The assistant looked at Bai Lian with a different explanation. The number of people who have leaped to their deaths because of him isn't 20. Then it's at least 10, yet he remains unscathed, exploiting the loopholes in the law. Don't you understand? So this is the trap he laid for my uncle and others? Bai Lian nodded, smiling faintly. Don't you? Suen was genuinely worried about her at that moment. Rumble, rumble. The sound of motorcycles suddenly roared to life at the street corner. A line of more than 10 bikes roaring past one by one. The noise startled Suen and the others. Screech, the leading motorcycle, stopped in front of Bai Lian. The rider took off his helmet, propping himself up with one foot on the ground, revealing a head full of blonde hair as he shouted at Bai Lian. Sis, we've been following him. Sis. Sis. More than 10 voices called out from behind, thunderous and deafening. Chapter 196. 073 But she is Bai Lian. Second update. _1 Xiaoqi. Give your helmet to your sister. Huang Mao called out to the person behind him. Xiaoqi took off the helmet and tossed the black motorcycle and the helmet to Bai Lian. Bai Lian didn't even look, she just reached out and caught them. The original owner knew how to street race. Almost the moment she touched the motorcycle, she knew how to drive it. She secured the helmet on her head with one hand and gripped the handlebar with the other. Her long legs straddled the bike, and with one foot planted on the ground, she glanced at Suen before flipping down the visor. Don't worry. As soon as she had spoken, she slowly bent forward, her gaze icy as she looked straight ahead. The black, streamlined body of the bike blended with her clothes, radiating an innate defiance and wildness. With the rev of the engine, rumbling loudly, the motorcycle shot off like a wild horse, hugging the turn and vanishing down the street in a flash. Elegant yet brazen. A gang of youngsters arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Only Xiaoqi remained behind, standing still for a while before slowly heading back to Bacter Street with his cell phone. He only gave Suen a brief glance, nodding at him politely. It took Suen a good while to come back to his senses. He could never have imagined that Bai Lian, who usually looked so gentle, even somewhat docile in front of Ji Heng, would be so adept at hugging a turn on a bike. By the time the motorcycle was out of sight at the street corner, the assistant finally found his voice and turned to Suen. President Su, this? He had never seen such a scene before. Even before coming to Xiangqing, Ji Mulan had mentioned that Bai Lian was tough and would do anything. But this was their first time seeing Bai Lian street racing. Just like those unruly youths from moments ago. It's no wonder they were the kind of people who needed Suen to arrange a school for them. Forget it, Suen said with a headache, pressing his temples. Don't tell Mulan about this. It's fine as long as she's meeting with President Liu. If we can't get this case, it's time for us to head back to Jiangjing, the assistant said, opening the car door for Suen to get in. They had come for Xiangqing's tourism, but now with Luan Yulin here, it seemed like their opportunity was gone. Reluctant to return with the information they had barely obtained, he felt somewhat discontent. Bar VIP room. Luan Yulin, with a cigarette between his fingers, used his polished leather shoe to lift the chin of an old lady kneeling on the floor. He smiled with a sinister softness. You lead the signing, or you know what I'm capable of, don't you? I really don't want to resort to such bloody measures. The old lattice gaze was fixed firmly on Luan Yulin's face. Break one of her hands, Luan Yulin said as he flicked off some ash and turned his head. Bang! The door to the VIP room was flung open. Bai Lian strode in with Mao Kuan and Xiaowu. Didn't I say, Luan Yulin turned to the door, his eyes dark and ominous, that no one should come in? The old lady lifted her head, immediately recognizing Bai Lian as the woman she had seen at the hospital that morning. Anxious, she blurted out. Youths, why have you come here? From the Yongfu residential area too? Luan Yulin squinted at Bai Lian, Mao Kuan, and the others. Take them all down too. Bai Lian didn't even look at Luan Yulin, but walked forward a few steps and helped the old lady up. Bang bang. The few men who came to grab Bai Lian didn't even touch her before being kicked to the ground one by Mao Kuan. Are you alright? Bai Lian eyed the old lady up and down, making sure she was unharmed, then instructed Xiaowu to help the lady to the side, to avoid any accidental injuries. Before being led away, the old lady looked at Bai Lian in surprise. When had Ji Xiaojun gotten such a fierce niece? Mao Kun's moves alerted Luan Yulin that something was amiss. He put out his cigarette and stealthily pressed his phone for a rescue call while asking warily, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Bai Lian reached for a bottle of unopened liquor on the table. Weighing it in her hand, she curled her lip at Luan Yulin. Her pitch-black, cold eyes, however, held no trace of a smile. Raising her hand, she smashed the bottle right onto Luan Yulin's head. Smack. Blood streamed down Luan Yulin's forehead as he suddenly looked up. "You dare?" Mao Kuan swiftly stepped aside. "What wouldn't I dare?" Bai Lian pulled out a tissue, looked down, and meticulously wiped her hands clean. As soon as her words fell, there was another bang. Luan Yulin was kicked so hard that he landed on the table, causing glasses to clatter and shatter to the floor. You're asking for death." Luan Yulin was pinned down by Bai Lian's boot on his chest. He could feel his ribs breaking. Spitting out blood, Luan Yulin realized that Bai Lian was just as dangerous as he was. He sneered, looking up at her. "That woman I beat up the other day, who is she to you? Haha, are you angry? So what, can you call the police to arrest me? Aren't you still powerless against me?" Chapter 197. 073, but she is Bai Lian. Second update. _2 Bai Lian slowly squatted down, her slender, pale fingers casually picking up a piece of glass. She pressed the glass against Luan Yulin's cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Gazing at Luan Yulin, Bai Lian calmly took the cigarette Mao Kuan handed her and spoke with an offhand air. "You really are ridiculous, asking me to call the police?" The blood on Luan Yulin's body slowly flowed toward her on the ground. She pressed harder with the hand holding the glass and even let out a light laugh. "Call the police, you say? Do you think you're qualified enough to have me call the police?" Her tone was tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Had it been anyone else, anyone at all, whether it be Lu Lingxi or Director Chen or their ilk, any of them might have talked to Luan Yulin about law and morality, but this was Bai Lian, the Bai Lian who had once slain countless pirates with her own hands. Did she need a reason to harm someone? Luan Yulin, who had always believed Bai Lian wouldn't dare to touch him, felt fear for the first time. He burst out. "Do you know who's backing me, huh? Back Street, Qinglong Bar." The glass Bai Lian was pressing paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Luan Yulin licked his lips, mistakenly thinking Bai Lian was scared. "You know about young Master Mao from Back Street, right?" "Child," the old lady came over, tugging at Bai Lian's clothes. "Let's just go." Before she could finish, Mao Kuan immediately jumped up, pointing at Luan Yulin in disbelief. "Damn it, when have I ever known you? Don't fucking frame me." Then he hopped in front of Bai Lian, almost in tears. "Sis, I really don't know him. Where did this jerk come from? Daring to frame his white tank top." "All right." Bai Lian stood up, looking disdainfully at his spineless state, and brushed off her sleeves carelessly, speaking unhurriedly. "Take him back and deal with him properly." Seeing Bai Lian's trust in him, Mao Kuan was particularly moved. Then he turned to look at Luan Yulin, as if he were looking at a dead man. Luan Yulin looked at Bai Lian and then at Mao Kuan, and after realizing something, his complexion turned deathly pale suddenly. The next day, Su En's temporary residence. Early in the morning, Ji Mulan shared with Su En the good news about Shenqing's surgery. It was actually a success? Su En, just learning of Shenqing's successful surgery, was quite surprised. "Do you know who did it? Which hospital's doctor?" The assistant recalled the old man in flowery shorts from the day before. "Luck." The assistant pondered briefly. That old man didn't look like a surgeon at all. Otherwise, the assistant wouldn't know how to explain it. He wasn't familiar with medicine, but judging by that old man's disco-era vibes, He really didn't seem like a serious surgeon. Su-en appeared thoughtful. Ji Mulan said nothing. That Airbus ACJ 350 yesterday. Su-en suddenly remembered the incident. The phone rang once. It was a call from the Su family's main house in Jiangjing, and the caller was old Madame Su. You didn't come to an agreement with Mr. Luen? You know him, Su-en replied, falling silent for a moment. The Ji family would have reservations. Su-en, you're truly blinded by that woman. On the other side of the phone, the old lady tapped her cane. With such a golden opportunity like Bachter Street, you want work with him? You've accomplished nothing in Xiangqing. Wait until you come back for the shareholders' meeting and see how they'll override you. And that woman and her daughter, don't even think about them stepping through the Su family's door. The old lady hung up the phone with a snap. Her voice was loud, and the assistant and Ji Mulan heard everything very clearly. The assistant bowed his head, acting as if he hadn't heard. Ji Mulan still sat upright, her expression unchanged. Don't mind it. Su-en patted Ji Mulan's hand, then knit his brows. The assistant glanced at Ji Mulan, worried. If Mr. Lun's case can't proceed, we truly have no other option but to return to Jiangjing. If Master Qin can make a move. I haven't even met Master Qin. Su-en held his forehead, his head throbbing, and spoke wearily. Let's not talk about this now. Later, I'll see if Miss Su can ask Master Qin for help on my behalf. Ji Mulan could not fail to understand the look in the assistant's eyes. Yet it was precisely because of Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing that she also felt uneasy. She couldn't advise Su-en to cooperate with Mr. Luen, could she? At that moment, a security guard brought someone in. Mr. Su, a classmate named Bai is here to see you. Alien. Su-en looked up, surprised to see the figure clad in blue and white school uniform, carrying a black bag. How did you find this place? He hadn't given Bai Lian the address. On second thought, it must have been Ji Heng who told her. Today, Bai Lian appeared carefree and casual, starkly different from the night before. I'll just ask something and leave. Bai Lian didn't sit down. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, holding a document in her hand, slowly rolling it up and tapping it against her palm. I remember you're also vying for the development rights to the Yongfu residential area. How much resettlement compensation would you offer them? Ji Mulan seldom spoke with Bai Lian these days. But at this moment, she was distraught over old Madame Zu's remarks. The tourism businesses in Xiangqing couldn't take off, and Su-en was too affected. Now Bai Lian had to touch on what was causing them pain. It was as if she was deliberately rubbing salt in their wounds. What are you doing here instead of going to school? You don't understand these things. What's the use of asking so many questions so specifically? Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her patience running out. She had explained the Bai family's business to Bai Lian countless times. Bai Lian hadn't absorbed a single word. It's fine, it's nothing that can't be mentioned, Su-en said. Although he felt a little sore, he still gave Bai Lian a number. I was planning to apply early to the authorities, but Mr. Luen got the jump on us and obtained the demolition rights first. It doesn't matter. Bai Lian didn't even acknowledge Ji Mulan, listening to the number Su-en gave, which was a bit more than Ji Shan's estimate. She stopped the tapping against her palm and with a lazy look in her eyes, she spoke in a particularly disdainful tone. From now on, it's yours. She handed the rolled-up document to Su-en. Chapter 198. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath _1. This is. Su-en reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he took the document Bai Lian handed over. He seemed to have some realization of what it was. Bai Lian didn't say a word, only waiting for him to take it, without looking at Ji Mulan. She calmly turned and left the room. Su-en reacted and followed her. Let me drive you to school. His place was quite far from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. No need. Bai Lian casually waved her hand behind her, brisk and efficient. There's a car waiting for me outside. She disappeared at the front door. Su-en's assistant approached, and he couldn't help but glance at the document in Su-en's hand. President Su, what Miss Bai gave you is. Ji Mulan also found it strange. Suan looked down, opened the document. On the outside of the folder was the official seal of the Xiangqing Demolition Authority. And on the seal was a line of red regular script. Yongfu Community Housing Demolition Permit. A permit? Wasn't it taken by President Liu? The assistant exclaimed as if a thunderclap had gone off above his head. Suan stared at that line of text, piecing it together with what Bai Lian said. He too was in a daze for a moment. In business, what counts is the differential in information. Suan initially possessed information far superior to others, but he hadn't expected someone like President Liu to emerge from Bachter Street and get hold of the demolition permit before anyone else. Suan then began to consider partnering with President Liu. After the incident at the Ji family, he thought he no longer had any chance to cooperate. But today, Bai Lian had brought the demolition permit to him. How did the certificate end up with her? Ji Mulan regained her senses too, as she too knew what the permit meant for Suan, but her mind was in turmoil. So does that mean you can plan for fundraising now? In Ji Mulan's eyes, Bai Lian had never been obedient or diligent, always up to no good except for serious matters. But wasn't it said that only if Miss Su found that Mr. Chen could there possibly be a chance? How did Bai Lian get it? How did she get it? Her mind was in chaos, for the first time feeling like she didn't understand Bai Lian. We can start fundraising now. Go inform President Liu, Suan exhaled, the frustration that had been building in his heart dissipating, instructing his assistant. Also prepare some nourishing gifts. We're heading to the hospital right away. Going to the hospital naturally meant visiting Shenqing. Ji Mulan was surprised by Suan's attitude. The fact that Suan could arrange a doctor and a hospital bed for Shenqing was already beyond Ji Mulan's expectations. Now that he had obtained the demolition rights, Suan should be 100 times busier than before. Yet he was going to see Shenqing right now? Zu's assistant immediately made arrangements. Looking up to see Ji Mulan's puzzled expression, the assistant paused briefly. Ji Mulan was unfamiliar with the situation in Jiangjing and the circumstances of Bachter Street. Of course, it was hard for the average person to understand. Before this, Ji Mulan, like most people, had never heard of Bachter Street. But Zu's assistant knew that Vermilion Bird Bank headquarters, Asia's largest auction house, fighting arenas, and the most well-informed bars were all on Bachter Street. Obtaining the demolition permit from President Liu of Bachter Street, both Suan and his assistant recognized one thing: Bai Lian was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Suan put the document away, and as he was about to go upstairs, he hesitated. Mulan, he said, looking at Ji Mulan, I think you've always been very gentle and accommodating to people, but your attitude towards Alien is problematic. She is your daughter. She might understand you, but constantly keeping a bad mood for family can chill hearts over time. Outside the Su family home, by the roadside, a silver-gray car lingered. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. Jiang Fulai, his left elbow resting on the half-lowered window, the morning sun spilling carelessly over his slightly cold face, looked at her as she got in the car, reached out, paused his Bluetooth earpiece and seemed surprised. That was quick. Went in and left. Bai Lian closed the car door, fastened her seatbelt, and then took out her phone, opening an app. The Calligraphy Association is recruiting now. You don't need to go there tonight. Jiang Fulai started the car, remembering this. I'll stop by on my way later. Bai Lian had plans to visit Shenqing at the hospital in the evening. Hearing this, Bai Lian had no objections. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she browsed the app methodically. As soon as she opened the app, a barrage of messages flooded in. She glanced at them. Most were internal messages, along with a few from people following her. Internal message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Chapter 199. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath _2 site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Whenever Bai Lian encountered a chemistry problem, she skipped it. She did the biology questions she knew but skipped those she didn't. She tackled every single physics and math problem without missing a single one, and sent the ones she couldn't solve to teacher Jiang. Her solutions were always easier to understand than Jiang Fulai's, and her handwriting was more standardized than his. Almost every physics and math question she answered was collected by the system as the correct answer. Can this thing be blocked? She looked at the incessant messaging alerts and while at a red light, showed her phone screen to Jiang Fulai. It's so annoying. She had already blocked messages from strangers. Every time she seriously worked on problems, the site's messages would suddenly pop up. She had been busy recently and had not logged into the app, so the notifications were even more frequent. Jiang Fulai glanced at it and immediately understood. I'll send you a plugin later. Who wouldn't be annoyed by site messages? Young Master Jiang had once written a blocking plugin specifically because of the site messages. When they arrived at school, Bai Lian got out of the car with her backpack and waved goodbye. She was tall, and the bulky school uniform looked unusually slim on her. Not far away, Zhang Xiais and the rest of class 15 just spotted Bai Lian. He was tall and smiling. Is your aunt okay now? Yes. Bai Lian tilted her head, glanced at him, and slowly spoke. That's good. Hee, I just saw Sister Yan's Weibo when I woke up early. She's coming back to Xiangqing for promotion. Good things come in pairs, Zhang Xiais nodded. He reached out, wanting to pat Bai Lian's shoulder in a buddy-like manner. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, which brought goosebumps to his arms. Zhang Xiais quickly withdrew his hand. My mom wouldn't be cursing me with voodoo dolls, right? Even that won't help me score 60. Jiang Fulai leaned casually against the back of the driver's seat. Only after the group of students disappeared into the school gate did he leisurely press his Bluetooth headset. Continue. On the other side, Director Chen hesitated. That Mr. Lu's VIP room, there's a surveillance camera. Now his family has come looking. Jiang Fulai. Miss Bai really didn't understand that there are things like surveillance cameras these days. He started the car, drove into the stream of people, found a clear space to stop, and said very calmly, now there isn't. What? Director Chen didn't understand. Jiang Fulai reached out, took a laptop from the back seat. His pale fingers pressed the power button, and Jiang Fulai said indifferently, I'm saying the surveillance, it's gone now. Director Chen got it immediately. Oh, okay. Xiangqing Hospital. Evening. When Bai Lian brought Jiang He to visit Shenqing, Dr. Lance had already arrived earlier to check on the patient. Shenqing was doing well. She had been transferred from the ICU in the afternoon, and was now in the VIP ward. Learning that Dr. Lance was the surgeon for Shenqing, Ji Heng showed great respect. He poured Dr. Lance a glass of water. Dr. Lance, please have some water. Dr. Lance was wearing a floral shirt that day. His sunglasses were tucked into his collar while he reviewed the nurse's rounds record for Shenqing. Upon hearing this, he looked up. No, I don't want water, I want Hiqia. Ji Heng was startled. He thought Dr. Lance was speaking English and called Ji Xiaojun over. Ji Xiaojun had just woken up from a nap this morning and was feeling refreshed. He also had great respect for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, what did you say? Something about he? Chia ka chia. Dr. Lance held the rounds record in one hand and gestured with the other. Chia. I want Chia. This was quite a challenge for Ji Xiaojun. Chia. He tentatively looked at Dr. Lance. Yes, Chia, Dr. Lance excitedly explained, making a drinking motion. Water? No. I don't want it. Ji Heng, using all his knowledge, still couldn't understand what Dr. Lance was saying, so he suggested to Ji Xiaojun. You should check if Hiqia is some kind of drink. Okay. Ji Xiaojun took out his phone and searched for Dr. Lance. When Bai Lian arrived, Ji Xiaojun was still at a loss. Bai. Dr. Lance stood up, waving his hands at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had exchanged greetings with Dr. Lance and saw Ji Xiaojun searching cluelessly, so she raised an eyebrow and asked a question. Ji Xiaojun was showing Bai Lian his phone and explaining the Hiqia situation, still frustrated at not being able to find anything. Uncle, Bai Lian was silent for a long while, then looked up somewhat speechlessly. He means he wants to drink tea. Finally hearing the words he wanted to hear, Dr. Lance quickly looked up again, excitedly saying, Yeah, that's he Chia. Chapter 200. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who was good at dealing with aftermath_3, he had been studying Chinese for a while now, and his typing was fine, but when he spoke he found every word awkward. Ji Xiaojun, Ji Hung. Both were very silent. Ji Xiaojun silently went to make tea for Dr. Lance with the leaves brought by Director Qin, earning himself a thumbs up from Lance. Xinqing hadn't woken up yet, but her vital signs were all good. Bai Lian sat beside Xinqing and casually placed her hand on her pulse. Dr. Lance, holding a teacup, stood aside, and after the previous incident, felt his Chinese wasn't good enough, switched back to English. Is this the Chinese medicine pulse-taking thing you're doing? Bai Lian withdrew her hand as Xinqing's pulse was steady. She exhaled slowly and said leisurely to Ji Xiaojun, Auntie will wake up tomorrow morning. Ji Xiaojun was eating beside them. When he heard Bai Lian speak, he thought she was just trying to comfort him. All right, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me. Ji Hung had stayed here for a whole day and night, would go back with Bai Lian in the evening, and bring food for Ji Xiaojun the next morning. Dr. Lance also followed Bai Lian downstairs. By acupuncture, give me acupuncture. It's acupuncture. Bai Lian corrected. The next day, morning, Ji Mulan and Su En routinely came to the hospital to see Xinqing. You two are busy, you don't need to come every day. Ji Hung's attitude towards Su En had improved quite a bit. He then told Ji Xiaojun, wash the fruit Xiaochen bought last night. Ji Xiaojun went to wash the fruit. The two of them were grateful to Su En, but didn't feel too close to him. Ji Mulan looked at the fruit Ji Xiaojun washed and placed there, and at Ji Hung's attitude towards Su En, which was not even as good as that toward Xiaochen, who was only mentioned verbally. I still have to go sign a contract with Director Liu. Su En was aware of this and didn't plan to overstay his welcome with the family. I will come again tomorrow. After people left, Ji Mulan looked at Ji Hung and said with an uncertain tone, You are not even as nice to us as that Xiaochen. She hadn't figured it out. When she left Xiangqing, she didn't know that Ji Hung had an old friend who was fond of fishing. Ji Hung frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly pressed the emergency bell, excitedly saying, Nurse! Nurse, she's opening her eyes. Because Xinqing had woken up. A bunch of doctors and nurses came again, and the entire ward was crowded with people. Ji Hung stood aside, no longer paying attention to Ji Mulan, just watching Xinqing on the bed, suddenly remembering what Bai Lian had said the night before. That Xinqing would wake this morning. Did she really wake up? A coincidence? For the first time he felt a bit uncertain about his granddaughter, shrouded in mystery. Ji Mulan didn't want to crowd with so many people. Just then her cell phone rang in her bag. She took it out as she walked out. It was a call from Beicheng. Hello. Mulan, it's me. On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. Ji Mulan stood in the middle of the hallway, pausing, her voice growing distant. Mrs. Song. The person on the line laughed softly, her voice very gentle. You've been out of touch for the past 2 years. Just say what you want to say. Ji Mulan pressed the elevator button and scoffed. You don't have to beat around the bush. All right then. On the phone, Mrs. Song casually snipped off branch tips from a potted plant and threw the scissors aside. Do you know that Bai Lian has left the Bai family? The elevator doors opened, but Ji Mulan didn't get on. At those words, the chill in her eyes deepened. Hearing no reply, Mrs. Song understood and thought for a moment. You know, Song Min and Bai Lian never got along since they were kids. Talking about her son, Mrs. Song's voice became considerably softer. The two of them have different interests. Song Min has always liked research, and he's going to Jiangjing University to be in a lab. The one who actually matches his interests is Xiaoqi. Mrs. Song stopped there, paused, and didn't continue mentioning Bai Xiaoqi to Ji Mulan. That's why Mr. Bai also agreed to annul their engagement. Ji Mulan had always been quite satisfied with Song Min's family background and talents. Mrs. Song talking about annulling the engagement now, Ji Mulan was all too clear about her intentions. Wasn't it just to ally with that illegitimate daughter? Anything else? Ji Mulan asked. You know about the jade pendant that was given when those two got engaged, Mrs. Song said, her voice growing much colder. But Bai Lian has always been reluctant to return it, not taking our calls. Chapter 201. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _1 Isn't it normal for her not to answer your calls? Ji Mulan sneered. It's not that she doesn't want to pay, she's blacklisted you. Bai Lian had even blacklisted her number. Would she answer a call from the Song family? Madame Song was taken aback by Ji Mulan's words. You should go and ask her for the money yourself. Ji Mulan stepped into the elevator, handing Ji Hung's phone number to Madame Song. I can't manage her now. Having said that, she snapped the phone shut with a click. Beiqing Song family. Madame Song looked at the hung-up phone in surprise. A short distance away, Bai Xiaoqi was discussing problems with Song Min. She still hasn't done this problem? Bai Xiaoqi put down her pen, looking at a person's homepage. The problem was released 2 days ago. How has she not done it yet? What's the matter? Madame Song walked over, asking with a smile. Auntie, it's this. Bai Xiaoqi opened the smartphone app and showed her account to Madame Song. Madame Song looked down. It was the blue app of Jiangjing University. Beiqing High School had 10 spots, and both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had earned theirs on their own merits. On the bottom left corner of the public screen, a bunch of prodigies were buzzing. Day 4 without seeing the godlike Bai Jian, missing her. I wish the god Jian logs on today. Forget it, you bunch of useless things, none of you can solve it. An elder with a long history leisurely lit a cigarette. It's like seeing the scene of Emperor L slaughtering through the app years ago. Xiaoqi, you're actually ranked over 300, you will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Madame Song was very satisfied with Bai Xiaoqi, inevitably noticing the name that kept popping up on the public screen. Bai Jian? Who is this person? She emerged out of nowhere this month. I don't know why she's only ranked a little over 100, but her physics and mathematics are terrifying. Bai Xiaoqi explained softly to Madame Song. Everyone on the app calls her the god Jian. Song Min also added uncommonly. Her physics and math solutions are clearer than the standard answers, and every time a problem is released, we are waiting for her analysis, but she has been online very seldom recently. Is that so? Madame Song was very surprised, as she was quite familiar with the app. Then she will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Next to them, Song Min narrowed his eyes slightly, not responding. His fingertips tapped lightly on the smartphone screen. On the screen, there was a private message he had sent to Bai Jian a few days ago. Hey God Jian, you haven't been doing problems recently, are you busy with something? Chapter 202. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _2 Yen Lu turned on the faucet without a word, continuously scrubbing her right hand. Scrubbing until it was nearly red. Her manager paused, then said helplessly, How many times have you been criticized for your OCD? Can't you try to change it? I can't change it. Yen Lu pulled out a piece of paper, dried her hands, then put on her mask and left. It's one thing for industry peers, the manager said solemnly, but Mr. Su is no joke. Even President Lu holds him in high esteem, haven't you noticed? Try to avoid this kind of situation next time. Yen Lu nodded. I'll try my best. In Xiangqing No. 1 High School, it was the second monthly exam of the weekend. Sunday morning. The last exam was comprehensive science. Once Bai Lian wrote the last word, she picked up her pen and immediately left the examination hall. The teacher glanced at the test paper in hand, then at Bai Lian, who casually picked up her pen, neatly folded the almost unused school-supplied paper, and stuffed it into her pocket before leaving. He looked especially disheveled. No, you only brought 2 pens for a science exam? There's no need to be so arrogantly unprepared. You handed in your paper early? Zhang Xi's came out of the last exam room and saw Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on her earphones to listen to the English listening test, glanced at him, and mercilessly burst his bubble. You didn't know how to do physics and handed in a blank paper? You're doomed. Zhang Xi's cursed under his breath. I wrote something. If guessing on multiple choice questions counts as writing, then you did write. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Zhang Xi's was speechless. Such a perverted question aside from you, who could answer it? While they were talking, Ning Xiao, who had finished his paper early, came down from another floor and unexpectedly initiated conversation. What? Zhang Xi's. He chose to isolate these two people. Bai Lian wasn't going to the library today, but to take another bus, walking a little further with the two of them. Ahead was the moat that split open and flowed around the city gate. On the small bridge, a woman with sunglasses stood with both hands on the railing, looking at the somewhat tumultuous river. Her long hair fell behind her back, curling with a lazy grace. Her jawline was sharp, her face pale as jade, dressed in a blue long t-shirt, white boots, and wearing a black leather jacket over it. Yin Lu. Zhang Shi's eyes lit up, and he ran excitedly towards her. Yin Lu's hands paused. She turned her head back and, seeing Zhang Xi's, removed her sunglasses. Don't you have an exam today? I finished early. Zhang Xi's didn't really want to answer that question, so he opened his backpack, took out a snow-white iris, and handed it to Yin Lu. Oh right, my mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight. Yin Lu reached out to take the iris, its clusters white as snow. Got it, she said, touching a petal and strangely glancing at Zhang Xi's. Why do you always give me irises? They suit you. Yin Lu glanced at him and smiled noncommittally. Her gaze moved forward and hesitated upon seeing Bai Lian. Is that your classmate? Yeah, said Zhang Xi's very smugly with some pride. Our Ning scholar and Bai Lian the school belle cutting a swath through everyone. Holding the flower, Yin Lu looked towards Ning Xiao and Bai Lian as they approached. It was Sunday today. Bai Lian wore a white and green long dress, with a meticulously tailored white collared shirt embroidered with green grape bunches and deep brown vines. The white-green gradient dress had a wide hem that swung gently with her footsteps, revealing the green and purple grapes as well as the emerald leaves embroidered into the dress by Ji Heng. Such beautiful clothes. But the girl's face was even more striking. Her almond-shaped eyes, pretty and lazy, squinted slightly, and the sunlight shining on her jaw was like light reflecting off ice and snow. Your classmate is so beautiful. Even Yin Lu, accustomed to the many handsome men and beautiful women of the entertainment industry, was stunned by this sudden surge of beauty. Of course. Zhang Xiai spoke, then introduced Yin Lu to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. With the flowers in hand, Yin Lu said to Bai Lian, Classmate, if my agent saw you, had definitely force you into the entertainment circle. If you entered the circle, you'd be a hit anywhere you went. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Xi's wanted to take Yin Lu for a walk, so he said to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Yin Lu was just enjoying the scenery. I'll take her for a stroll, we want to accompany you too. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, enjoying the scenery? She somehow felt Yin Lu was more inclined to jump off the bridge. In a coffee shop in downtown Xiangqing, as soon as Bai Lian got off the bus, she saw Ji Heng waiting there. Ji Heng was wearing a black long coat, talking to Director Qin. After they get discharged from the hospital in a while, we'll go fishing. Chapter 203. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement second update. _3. How is your sister-in-law feeling? Director Chen hadn't visited Shenqing today. He only dropped Ji Heng off here. I see Brother Ji has been in good spirits these past 2 days. Not bad, Ji Heng replied, looking down and taking a drag from his cigarette. It was only when he saw Bai Lian get out of the car that he said, She's here now. You don't have to wait with me anymore. Miss Bai. Director Chen straightened up as he saw Bai Lian. He called Ji Heng uncle and Ji Xiaojun brother. And he still called Bai Lian Miss Bai. After all, everyone addressed each other in their own way. Standing 2 steps away, Bai Lian looked through the glass and saw the elegantly dressed Madame Song. As Ji Hung walked over, she listened to an English recording and asked, "What do you want to see her for?" "Don't ask." Ji Hung exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice unclear. He stubbed out his cigarette before entering the coffee shop. Sitting by the window inside the coffee shop, Madame Song was sitting upright. She had been holding her coffee and had noticed Ji Hung and Director Chun at the door for some time. Ji Hung was wearing the kind of traditional Chinese attire he made himself, the very picture of a common man from Xiangqing. Madame Song hadn't paid much attention until Bai Lian walked in with Ji Hung. Only then did she realize that this man was likely Bai Lian's grandfather, Ji Mulan's father. "Mr. Ji, hello." Madame Song greeted Ji Hung very politely, inviting both to sit across from her and ordering coffee for them. "Bai Ao will drink, right?" "No need," Bai Lian said, sitting next to Ji Hung, tapping her fingertips on the table. "Just speak directly to me if you have something to say." "Song Min hasn't arrived yet," said Madame Song, somewhat embarrassed. She had called Song Min, speaking in a low voice. "Alien and her grandfather are here. Where are you?" At the other end of the phone, Song Min hesitated before replying. "I was discussing a topic with Xiaoqi and forgot. Give me 10 minutes. Madame Song had long been aware that Song Min wasn't very concerned about matters regarding Bai Lian. She looked up, helplessly explaining to Ji Hung and Bai Lian. Ji Hung had always been a man of few words. He set his pipe on the table, grunted in acknowledgement, and said no more. Bai Lian glanced at Ji Hung, and seeing that he was still waiting, she closed her reading app and sent a message back to Lance on WeChat. Only then did she open an app, took a pen and a neatly folded piece of paper from the hidden pocket of her long skirt, and began to work on a question. A newly released question on optical physics. Not overly difficult, she glanced at it, quickly sketched the refraction angles on the paper, and began writing down the solution at a measured pace. Ji Hung watched from the side. She never used a ruler when she drew. By the time Song Min arrived, Bai Lian had just finished writing. She was taking a photo of the analysis she had completed. "He's here." Madame Song stood, allowing Song Min to come over, then turned to introduce him to Ji Hung. "This is my son." Ji Hung looked up, turning his attention to Song Min. He had heard from Ji Mulan the previous night that Bai Lian was quite fond of this young man. Today, he was here to see for himself. Song Min, tall and long-legged, sat next to Madame Song, making the space feel a bit cramped. His demeanor was cold, and he only spared Ji Hung a glance, "Hello." As for Bai Lian, he didn't even look at her. He just casually took out his phone and lowered his head to open a question bank. Outside, Director Chen hadn't left yet. He was waiting here, ready to take Bai Lian and Ji Hung back later. When he looked up, he saw Song Min sitting opposite Bai Lian, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly took a photo and sent it to Jiang Fulai. "Not good, young Master Jiang. Miss Bai is on a blind date. Song Min is using the Jiangjing University app. He prefers to solve problems online, and is even ranked in the top 50 for this month," said Madame Song to Ji Hung, smiling as she spoke. Song Min had always been someone to be proud of. However, the two people across from her had no reaction. Madame Song paused, then shook her head. Ji Hung probably didn't know what that was. And as for Bai Lian, she previously tried to cheat her way to getting that spot but didn't succeed, so she likely didn't understand what the ranking meant. "This is the situation, Mr. Ji." Madame Song decided to be direct. "The children were previously engaged, and we gave Alien a jade pendant. Now that the engagement has been called off, do you think the jade pendant should be returned? I know it was the Song family's fault for breaking off the engagement, and this is our compensation." She pushed forward a bank card. Now that Bai Lian had left the Bai family, seeing her with her grandfather, they must need money. Ji Hung didn't say a word, nor did he look at the bank card, simply turning his head to gaze at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was busy uploading her answer to the app. On hearing this, she slightly raised her head. The light came through the window and fell upon her face, lending her marble-like complexion an extra hint of rosy allure. However, her dark eyes were clearly puzzled. "Jade pendant?" She searched her mind for this detail, trying to recall the jade pendant. Bai Lian remained silent, and no sound came from the coffee table. Madame Song put down her coffee cup and quietly watched Bai Lian, knowing that today it would be difficult to get the jade pendant back. Song Min finally looked up, directly at Bai Lian for the first time. What exactly do you want this time to give up the jade pendant? Another million in compensation? Or perhaps, I could try my best to talk to the school authorities and help you apply for a spot on the Jiangjing University app. How about that? Would you hand over the jade pendant then? Chapter 204. 076. Janshin has already been very law-abiding. _1 Song Min was the biggest dark horse at Beiqing High School in recent years. His rank was closing in on Jiangjing. If he stepped forward to negotiate with the school, there was a very good chance they would vie for this spot. Of course, as the negotiator, Song Min would also assure the school of his rank in the next joint exam. Song Min didn't want to keep entangled with Bai Lian like this. He knew that Bai Lian had always coveted this spot, so he threw her this irresistible bait directly. Ji Hung was unaware of the matter regarding the jade pendant. When he received the call from Mrs. Song, she was afraid that mentioning the jade pendant to Ji Hung would give Bai Lian an excuse not to come, so she deliberately concealed it. He thought he was here to meet Song Min today. Only when Song Min spoke up did he realize the intention of the two people from the Song family. Ji Hung, who was usually silent and reticent, suddenly stood up, burning with rage. What do you mean by this? Bai Lian was still thinking about the jade pendant. Seeing Ji Hung stand up, she hurriedly followed suit, patting his back and trying to soothe him. Grandpa, don't be angry. Mrs. Song across from them was also taken aback. How could she have expected that what seemed to be an honest and simple old man from the 18th tier Xiangqing could burst into such a formidable aura when agitated? Even stronger than many others she had met. Mr. G. Mrs. Song hesitated inwardly but put away her contempt. Please don't be angry. This is a matter between the Song and Bai families, and Mr. Bai has already given his consent. It would be one thing to give you anything else, but this jade pendant is an heirloom of the Song family. We have come with enough sincerity to reclaim it, and I will agree to any conditions you put forth. At this point, Mrs. Song felt somewhat of a headache. Of course, except for the engagement. You know Alien has left the Bai family, and our Song Min will certainly not stay in Beiqing in the future. They are simply not suitable for each other. Of course, I hope you will cooperate while I am still able to speak to you reasonably otherwise. Mrs. Song cut straight to the point with a smile. She didn't spell it out, but what she implied was that Bai Lian was simply not worthy of Song Min. The gap between them was too wide. She was able to speak kindly to the Ji family now, but if she lost patience, the Song family could enforce their will directly, and Bai Lian would get nothing. Powerful families always stress equal social standing. If Bai Lian herself had a bit more merit, Mrs. Song might have reconsidered, but unfortunately, she did not. Next to Mrs. Song, Song Min was watching Bai Lian with indifference, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You too, Bai Lian, having calmed Ji Hung, turned her head. Her appearance was always deceiving, and now as she faced them with suppressed eyebrows and a compelling presence, she smiled at them and said languidly, "If your brains are bad, that's fine, but make sure to keep yourselves healthy, otherwise, you might die too soon." Outside the window, Director Chen shuddered at Bai Lian's "You two figure out who I should shark next" smile. Perhaps it wasn't a meeting for a marriage arrangement? After Bai Lian left the Bai family, this was the first time Song Min had seen her, and her temperament and everything else were too different from the person he remembered. Especially that sentence. Song Min frowned at Bai Lian, annoyed by her sarcastic tone. "You? What about me?" Bai Lian casually slipped a black pen into her pocket, walked out of her seat, let Ji Hung go out first and lifted her pale, cold chin. "If I had that jade pendant, I would have surely burned it for you already, but since I don't, there's no chance for me to do so." After all, the peaceful and friendly modern era barely gave Miss Bai any chance to show her mettle. Living within the law was already very compliant. So what if she was a little less civil? A bit more insulting? The two members of the Song family hadn't yet processed what she meant by burn. Oh right, Bai Lian had Ji Hung leave first, casually tossing her phone in her hand, took a couple of steps, then stopped, and slightly turning her head, she curled her lips slightly towards the two. Your jade pendant is still at the Bai family. With some luck, you might find it in the trash can of the room where Miss Bai used to live. She, Mrs. Song, born into a prestigious family with an even more distinguished maternal family from Jiangjing, had been taught noble etiquette since childhood, always held in high regard. Never before had she been subjected to such insults. Even the well-composed Mrs. Song trembled with anger at her lips. Mother, she's always been like this, Song Min, both unsurprised and unexpected. Given Bai Lian's reputation as a spoiled lady who mingled with ruffians daily, first asked the Bai family. Chapter 205. 076. Janshin has already been very law-abiding. _2 He called the Bai family to confirm if what Bai Lian said was true. I had planned to speak a few good words for her to Bai Qiming when I returned. Mrs. Song took a sip of coffee, calming her anger. But now it seems, there's no need for me to do so. Outside, Director Chen had been looking down at his phone the entire time. When Bai Lian and Ji Hung came out, he hurriedly put his phone back in his pocket. Miss Bai, Uncle Ji, are you two heading to the hospital? Director Chen stepped forward, trying hard not to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head. Facing the breeze, her attitude was somewhat lax. I'm going to the east of the city. The eastern part of the city was closer to the suburbs because the Calligraphy Association was there, which was in a different direction than the hospital. Ji Hung needed to go to the hospital. Bai Lian decided to take the bus to the Calligraphy Association, while Director Chen chose to take Ji Hung. Only after Bai Lian left did Director Chen dare to ask Ji Hung what had just happened. That was Alien's former fiancé. Ji Hung frowned. He lit another cigarette, clearly displeased. They've broken off their engagement, and he came to ask Alien for the engagement jade pendant. Just mentioning Song Min made Ji Hung feel annoyed. He had originally thought Bai Lian liked her fiancé, since that's how Ji Mulan had described it. But luckily, Bai Lian seemed to really dislike the Song family. You don't need to take me. The hospital isn't far from here. Ji Hung took a couple puffs of his cigarette, settling his nerves. I was planning to buy some embroidery thread on the way. He wanted to take a walk and cool down. He had bandaged his hand at the hospital ward, so when Ji Xiaojun went to teach students, he would embroider and keep him company by the bed. Okay. Director Chen nodded, still somewhat dazed. Miss Bai was engaged? No, she broke off the engagement now? No, wait. How dare they break off Miss Bai's engagement? He typed furiously, indignantly sending a flood of text to Jiang Fulai. Chen Yongquan. Asterisk and amp. % and amp. UN hashtag I asterisk, Chen Yongquan. In any case, he came to ask Miss Bai for the jade pendant. Chen Yongquan was very angry. How dare he break off Miss Bai's engagement? Jiang Xiao. Question mark. Chen Yongquan withdrew a message. Chen Yongquan. Breaking it off was a good and brilliant move. Chen Yongquan. Fireworks, 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 fireworks. Seeing Jiang Fulai did not reply again, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Then he scrolled up through the chat history, wondering how he had dared to send so many words to Master Jiang. He took out his cigarette pack and drew out a cigarette to bite on, lighting it up and beginning to reflect on his own actions. Song Min and Mrs. Song also came out of the coffee shop. Confirmed. Song Min received a message from the Bai butler, his expression exceedingly surprised. Her jade pendant really wasn't taken. Even better, Mrs. Song nodded, still furious. As expected, the local conditions breed local people. Let's see what kind of splash she can make here. Director Chen exhaled a ring of smoke. Glancing over at the two, he said indifferently, You two actually broke off Miss Bai's engagement? And who are you? Song Min looked over. Director Chen smiled. Just a passerby waiting to see your regret. After saying that, he took out his car keys and went to find his car. Song Min watched Director Chen's retreating figure, frowning slightly. feeling that the man had an unusual presence. "Mom, do you know that man?" He was just talking with Bai Lian's grandfather, a friend of her grandfather's. Mrs. Song hadn't taken a good look at Director Chun and didn't care. "Never mind, don't pay attention to them. They live here. It's hard for them to understand the outside world. Difficult to comprehend our existence. In this society, without a family background, rising to prominence is very hard. You should get along well with Xiaoqi," Mrs. Song said coolly. "Her brother is only a freshman and already has prospects for direct Ph.D. admission. Although he's born illegitimately, it's not a big problem." The Song family was targeting Bai Xiaoke because in terms of ability, Bai Xiaoke was even stronger than Song Min. As for the illegitimate child? Nowadays, illegitimate children also have rights to inheritance, so what about them? The Song family simply didn't care, let alone the fact that Bai Qiming had already divorced Ji Mulan. Song Min nodded, his mind preoccupied with Chief Chen's matter as he slightly furrowed his brow. Before he could think further, his phone beeped. He checked it and saw, on the Jiangjing app's public screen, it was refreshing with messages. God of Answers has updated the answer bank. Everyone go for it. Song Min's attention was captured. He stopped thinking about Chief Chen's matter and immediately opened this month's question bank. He had been stuck on one question for a long time. When the answer came out, he didn't continue working on it but chose to give up and carefully watched the updated answer. It was the familiar, neatly written font. There were drawings on top, and unlike the cold reference answer that only included drawings, this answer had detailed explanations next to it. Song Min seriously looked at the question, his gaze touching the edge of the reference answer where a corner of a black wooden desk had been captured in the shot. He was slightly startled. It seemed somewhat familiar. In the east of the city, at the Calligraphy Association. When Bai Lian arrived, there were already 7 or 8 kids seated in the spacious courtyard. Jiang He was sitting alone in a corner, not practicing calligraphy, but holding a dictionary as big as his face, with his small brow furrowed. Jianzhe was bending over to teach a student how to hold a pen. Seeing Bai Lian coming over, he lifted his head, and after carefully finishing the lesson with the student, he came over while scratching the back of his head. "Miss Bai." As he spoke, he shook his hand. He hadn't gotten used to the iridium tied to his hand for several days. After Bai Lian taught him how to practice his posture, he started addressing her respectfully as Miss Bai, especially when Jiang Fulai was around. "The day before yesterday, I saw people from the martial arts gym next door come back. Jianzhe mentioned a serious matter to Bai Lian, but he ignored me. Everyone around says that the gym has been closed for 10 years. There used to be students there, but in the end, they all went to Xuguang Taekwondo." Bai Lian looked at the place next door. Mao Kuan had also mentioned this before, and she nodded slightly. Jianzhe led her inside to look at the newly arrived batch of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. "I have a train tonight. I'll come back after getting a certificate from the school." He was a junior majoring in art at Beijing University, and basically had no classes left. After touring the entire Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian taught a few children the essentials of studying calligraphy, then took Jiang He out to eat. The Calligraphy Association had a cafeteria, but for the large pot meals that Bai Lian could eat, the picky Jiang He could not. She found a small restaurant nearby, and after finishing their meal, she took Jiang He back to the library to continue searching for questions to practice. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were both there. God of Answers, Ning Xiao said, "You finished all the physics?" Bai Lian had just arrived when Tang Ming wouldn't let it go. Bai Lian picked up a few books from the shelf behind, and hearing the question, she raised her eyebrows at him. "Otherwise? Forget it." Tang Ming hadn't finished 2 questions today and sighed. "If this month's test is so difficult, what are we going to do about next week's joint exam?" Joint exam. Bai Lian put the books aside. Hearing the word for the first time, she opened the app for Jiangjing University, looking at Tang Ming. She signaled a question. Tang Ming nodded furiously, explaining to Bai Lian, "Yes, it's the midterm exam next week. Every midterm and final exam, all the high schools in Beijing use the same test paper. The teachers from Beijing make it, and the difficulty is extremely perverse, understand? Compared to next week's paper, what we had today is nothing. The questions from Beicheng are difficult. Every midterm and final joint exam, I barely pass math. But there are a few crazies at Beicheng High School, especially that one named Song Min. Tang Ming's resentment was deep. Do you know? Last final, I got an 80 in math, he got 137. Even more than Ning the study god by a dozen points. To take an exam with those crazies from Beicheng High School, what is that if not torture? As he spoke, Tang Ming suddenly looked at Bai Lian. Wait a second. Chapter 206. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _1 Not just Xiangqing, but schools from other areas in Beicheng also face differences in resources compared to Beicheng High School. Yet, Beicheng didn't care about that. They only focused on making the test questions difficult, regardless of whether other areas could keep up. Even Tang Ming grumbled every time there was a joint exam. The top 100 rankings in Beicheng were almost exclusively students from Beicheng High School. But that was in the past. Watching Bai Lian, Tang Ming murmured, I feel like there might be a surprise this time. Song Min. Bai Lian was actually surprised. Even people in Xiangqing had heard of this name. Ning Xiao had obviously heard of it too and enlightened Bai Lian. He's the leading candidate for the top scholar in our cohort in Beicheng. A hexagonal warrior, without any weak points. Tang Ming added and then looked at Bai Lian. God of scavenging, if only your chemistry was a bit better, you might have been able to compete with him. Bai Lian nodded her head and continued to do practice questions. When Jiang Fulai arrived, Bai Lian had just finished the questions from the new Jiangjing University app and uploaded her answers. Not busy today? Bai Lian put down her pen, leaned lazily against the chair back, and casually rubbed her wrist. Jiang Fulai placed the computer on the table, his expression as noble and indifferent as ever, his eyes naturally pale, and when hit by the sunlight, their cold light refracted, making him appear even more solitary. He sat down, crossing his legs with elegance. It's all right, it's Sunday. Bai Lian felt nothing. But opposite her, Ning Xiao slowed down his writing considerably. Tang Ming didn't dare to lift his head, wanting to escape, so he stiffened his resolve and found an excuse. I'm going down to buy everyone milk tea. What do you want? Ning Xiao was very calm. Coffee. Bai Lian, with a lazy hand propping her chin, opened a book she had taken off the bookshelf called Machine Consciousness and flipped through it. Jiang Xiaoniao and I will have the cherry fruit tea. After saying this, she tilted her head slightly, asking on Tang Ming's behalf. What would you like to drink? Tang Ming had wanted to leave but now he didn't. Inwardly he was drumming. No. Did the young master Jiang seem like someone who would drink this kind of thing? Jiang Fulai's icy fingertips pressed the computer's power button, and without lifting his head, his tone was light as a breeze. Jade pendant. What? Not just Tang Ming. Bai Lian didn't quite understand for a moment either. Oh, okay, got it. Tang Ming stood up, dazed. He wasn't much into milk tea and thinking it was some new kind of milk tea, he hastily made his escape downstairs. Why did he feel as if Jiang Fulai equated to a "you're dead" statement? I'll go with you. Ning Xiao, feeling a sense of crisis, made a swift decision. It wasn't until they got downstairs that Ning Xiao and Tang Ming exchanged a look, and then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they'd come back to life. But when Tang Ming asked about the jade pendant milk tea, the clerk was even more confused than him. Tang Ming knew then that something was wrong. He quickly took out his phone and sent Bai Lian a WeChat message for help. Wait, what milk tea are you talking about? Bai Lian, with her middle finger and index finger holding the pen, spun it in her hand, propped up her leg, raised an eyebrow and asked, You scared Tang Ming to death. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, the setting sun through the window offering little warmth, profiled his high nose from the side. He gazed at Bai Lian, his pale eyes deeper than usual, and didn't speak right away. Fine then. Bai Lian spun her pen, and was just about to reply to Tang Ming the same way. Young Master Jiang withdrew his gaze and continued to stare at the complex patterns on his computer screen. inquiring very politely, "Did you find your ex-fiancé's jade pendant? Or do you need help looking for it?" His face was as cold and beautiful as always, showing little emotion. "Bai Lian. Thanks, but," she hesitated for a moment before answering cautiously, "it shouldn't be necessary, I've returned it already." "Oh." Jiang Fulai's face remained cool. Bai Lian, touching her chin, took out her phone, typed a few characters to Tang Ming, thought for a moment, and then showed Jiang Fulai. "So is this okay?" Jiang Fulai took a glance at the unsent chat on Bai Lian's phone that read, "Cherry fruit tea, double the sugar for him." Double the sugar? Jiang Fulai glanced at the line and then silently looked at Bai Lian, his gaze lingering on her face for a long while. What exactly gave her the false impression that he liked double sugar? "It's fine." He nodded and looked away. Bai Lian sent the message, and Tang Ming eagerly showed his urgent request to the clerk. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao returned with an array of drinks. First, they gave Bai Lian and Jiang He their drinks, and then with both hands, Tang Ming held out young Master Jiang's double-sugared drink. Of course, why would such a cold and aloof person like young Master Jiang actually like double sugar? Chapter 207. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _2 Tang Ming wouldn't dare make such a complaint. Jiang Fulai casually took a sip of his milk tea with one hand and inserted the straw nonchalantly, his expression serene. However, the hand holding the milk tea was pale and cold, seemingly colder than the iced milk tea itself. Bai Lian took a sip and observed him for a while before pulling out the test Ning Xiao was writing and slapped it down in front of Jiang Fulai. "Mr. Jiang, could you take a look at this problem?" Jiang Fulai's expression returned to that indifferent look. He bent down to look at the question. Then he explained it to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao, who was still in the posture of holding a pen, looked puzzled. Should he not be here? After finishing her problems, Bai Lian went to visit Shenqing in the evening. She would always avoid Ji Mulan and Su En. She didn't hide this fact, so Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun acted as if they didn't know. Sometimes, when they were about to run into those two, they would inform Bai Lian in advance. But today, Ji Mulan and Su En had already visited in the morning. Bai Lian didn't expect to bump into them just as they were coming out of the hospital in the evening. Due to the last incident, Ji Mulan had a complex look in her eyes upon encountering Bai Lian. Su En, on the other hand, greeted Bai Lian openly. Bai Lian tugged at her lips, the greeting perfunctory at best. Mao Kuan had been squatting at the hospital entrance waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't care about Su En at all. As soon as he saw Bai Lian, his eyes lit up. "Sister, the thing you wanted is ready." He handed her a cloth bag. Bai Lian unfolded it to find the plum blossom needles she had requested neatly arranged inside. Ji Mulan frowned instinctively at the sight of Mao Kun's blonde hair. She wanted to say something, to inquire about how the issue with the Song family was resolved that day, but this time she dared not speak. Su En gave her a glance before stepping forward, surprised. "Silver needles? What do you need these for?" "Dr. Lance wants to try our acupuncture." Bai Lian put the silver needles away, answering dismissively. She didn't talk much with the two of them, and turned to head towards the inpatient department. Mao Kuan stood in place. Only after Bai Lian left did he take out a cigarette from his pocket, light it, and glare at Ji Mulan with a menacing look. "What are you looking at? Want to lose your life?" Mao Kuan, who could attract serious police attention and still dare to challenge the cops, only restrained himself in front of Bai Lian. "Other people? Do you think he would take them seriously?" Not to mention Ji Mulan. Even Su En was startled by him. Once Mao Kuan left, Ji Mulan frowned. How come she makes these kinds of friends even after coming to Xiangqing? Su En didn't speak, only remembering that night, the gang of youths on motorcycles, the leader seemed to be this blonde guy. Shenqing's ward. Bai Lian arrived shortly after Lance did. He was talking with Ji Heng. "The lake is very beautiful." Lance pointed at Ji Heng's robe and kept talking. "I'd like one too." "This alcohol." Bai Lian entered holding the silver needles. After checking Shenqing's pulse, Bai Lian saw that Shenqing's ventilator hadn't been removed, and there was a tube inserted in her nostrils. She couldn't speak, but it was clear that her spirits were good. Bai Lian was relieved. Lance kept chattering away, and Bai Lian grew impatient. Grandfather, just make one for him. She was somewhat puzzled. Ji Heng shouldn't refuse such a request. He should be happy to oblige. Ji Xiaojun beside her almost laughed. He lowered his head, pointed at Lance's flamboyantly patterned shirt, and explained to Bai Lian, Dr. Lance wants a robe in that kind of pattern. Bai Lian. That aesthetic sense was stepping on Ji Heng's toes. She couldn't begin to picture a robe made with such patterned fabric. She didn't try to persuade Ji Heng further. I'll go back and make it for you. In the end, Ji Heng agreed to make the clothes that might ruin his reputation. I'll take about a week. Fine. Lance clapped his hands. Ji Heng didn't understand English. Lance spoke in broken Chinese when talking to him, but when talking to Bai Lian, he switched back to English. Because Ji Heng wouldn't mock him. But Bai Lian would tell him seriously that his accent sounded a bit like a gorilla. Acupuncture today? Lance saw the silver needles in her hands. Bai Lian drew out a needle and leisurely made gestures over his head, raising an eyebrow. But I haven't done acupuncture in a long time, are you scared? Lance thought Bai Lian was joking and bravely said, not afraid. He sat on the couch, waiting for Bai Lian to do the acupuncture. Bai Lian, holding the needle, stood behind him and found a spot on his head. Under the light, the plum blossom needle shone with a cold glint, quite dazzling. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.